Yeah. So let me just give you guys a quick breakdown on the topic, right? So the reason for the topic as well is that each time we discuss the Quran, Muslims just assume that it's unchanged, it's unchanged, it's uncorrupted, it's, you know, not a single word, not a this, not a that. They have been lied to, they know it's lies, and they spit out the lies because they know that without lies, Islam dies. So they know this. This is not a new phenomenon for them. And again, we are able to use their sources, not me. It wasn't written by me, myself, and I. It wasn't written by anyone else but the Muslims. In the Quran, we know for a fact that there's certain verses missing. We know this because this is what the Quran has told us. The Quran also tells us that a sheep, the holy goat, 8 verses. We know that Muhammad was forgetting verses. We know that the Quran did not come from the 4 people that it's supposed to come from. It came from somebody else. We know that there was a disagreement, an argument between them. They weren't happy with it. We know that a Christian convert was putting verses into the Quran, and then he ended up leaving the Islam because he realized that Muhammad was making it up as he went along. So because Muhammad was making things up, we have a problem there. We've got a blind man that helps Muhammad find verses for the Quran. We've got Hisham and Umar, 2 people that come from the same town, the same dialect, reciting the Quran differently. So a Muslim can't tell me that, yes, it's because of the dialects. We've got just this lost verses, missing verses, corrupted verses, Christians adding verses. We've got Umar that adds 3 verses in the Quran, which Allah agrees with, and he adds them all of a sudden into the Quran. So can I rely on a Quran that has so many holes, like Yasser Kader says, there's so many holes in the narrative? Ameen. God bless you, my man.
James, what's going on, man?
Hey, I've been doing research until the late nights of the mornings, man, the early mornings, just trying to find something to do.
It is pretty interesting when Jibril, you got some background noise.
Yeah, I closed it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's interesting, bro. This particular topic. I think what's the Christian's name again? That was like he had said
he was Saad. His name was Abi.
Yeah.
I have it over here because in my research took me there. Hang on a second. I have it right here. His name was Sayyid ibn Abi Sar.
Yeah, that guy. Didn't he say he was like a scribe or something, right? And
yes.
He said something like, well, James, go ahead and tell the story. Kalimni.
Okay, I have it. Let me see. There we go. It says, this is what he said. He said, to me it had been revealed. Sorry.
His name was Abdullah ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Sarh.
That's right. So this is what he says. Now pay attention, guys. He said this. He says, to me it has been revealed. When naught has been revealed to him, refers to Abdullah ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Sar, who used to write for Allah's messenger. The verse 23:12 says, we created man of an extraction of clay, was revealed. And when Muhammad reached the part that says, thereafter we produced him as another creature, Surah 23:14, Abdullah said, so blessed be God, the fairest of creators. In amazement at the details of the man's creation, the Prophet said, write it down, for thus it has been revealed. Abdullah doubted and said, if Muhammad is truthful, then I receive the revelation as much as he does. And if he is a liar, what I said is as good as what he said.
Right.
You said in my research, man. I ain't playing games. I got in my research. I got the stash. So now we have a Christian guy that takes
didn't they try
adds to the Quran.
did they try to unalive him or something too for
They
that?
did, yeah. Muhammad
Yes,
chases
they
him
did,
down
yeah.
to Mecca.
Yeah. He said, unalive him, even if he's hanging on the curtains of the Kaaba. Because whoever holds on to the curtains of the Kaaba, you cannot touch him. It's forbidden to hurt him or touch him. But Muhammad, in this case, he said, unalive him, even if he's hanging on to the curtains of Kaaba. But then it was, I think it was Uthman ibn Affan, because he was his relation to him, a brother in breastfeeding or something like that. He sort of intervened, and he went and asked Muhammad and told him, listen, please, just let him go and all that. And that's when he, but even when Muhammad said, okay, we're going to leave him alone. And then when they left, Uthman and this guy, Abdullah ibn Abi Sarh, Muhammad looked at his companions. They were sitting with him. He said, why didn't one of you hit his head? Unalive him. They said, well, you didn't tell us. He said, well, you couldn't catch the hint. I mean, you couldn't catch the hint.
Let me read that hadith.
Imagine this, man. Imagine.
It's like the mafia.
Yeah, but again, Muhammad was like trying to send sign language. He's like, nod, hint, wink, point. And none of them was getting the hint to the. So it says this. Again,
actually, one of them said to him, why didn't you wink? Like, why didn't you give him a signal or something?
Yeah, that's what I was going
to.
Yeah, so this is from Sahih Bukhari, 3617. Now we're jumping the gun, but that's okay. It says this. There was a Christian who embraced Islam and read Surah Al-Baqarah and Al-Imran and used to write for the Prophet. Later on, he returned to Christianity again, and he used to say, Muhammad knows nothing but what I have written for him. Boom! Shakalaka.
My gosh, bro. So that's why they wanted to unalive him, because he basically was proving that he was a false prophet.
Yeah, well,
Muhammad Rasul, please, you Arab, please, Muhammad.
What?
Huh?
Muhammad is the messenger of my ass, motherfuckers.
Oh my God, man. Jesus. Why? Anyways, you ever seen The Sopranos?
Mm-hmm. I've actually seen half of an episode once. I've never seen it.
Oh man, I love The Sopranos, bro. Like reading this story is like listening to like just a scene from The Sopranos, bro. Like they're just like, Tony, like, I mean, what do you want me to do? I didn't even see the guy there. Like,
do I have to write it out for you? Bro. I mean, do I have to spell it out for you, man? Can't you read my mind?
Do I gotta spell it out for you? I mean, you see the guy walking across the street, you see him right there, just bing bang, just shoot him right there. It's just like, bro, like this is crazy, bro.
So we have this Christian, guys, that used to write down for Muhammad. And notice that this Christian says, man, Muhammad knows nothing. Now, I believe this. I believe that, if Muhammad was this great man, we wouldn't see all this nonsense. I believe that these people were so sick of Muhammad's rubbish, they just were like, just put this in there. Because, I mean, why would you sell this dude for like make him bewitched, make him possessed, make him unaliving himself, wanting to unalive him? Why make this man so weak, covered in semen, banged by black jinns? I mean, come on, dude. It can't be true. So let me keep reading. Let me just read this. It says, then Allah caused him to die. So who is the one that caused him to die? It was Muhammad. So Allah caused him to die.
Wait. So it says that Allah caused Abi Sash to die?
Oh, hang on. It gets more interesting. Watch this. So he caused him to die, and the people buried him. But in the morning, they saw that the earth had thrown out his body.
Oh my God, bro.
And they said, this is an act of Muhammad and his companions. They dug the grave of our companion and took out his body, took it out because he had run away from them. Then again, they dug the grave deeply for him. But in the morning again, they saw that the earth had thrown his body out again.
My God, bro, this is, you can't
Then he
make
does
this
it
up,
again,
bro.
obviously, three times, right? And then said, this is an act of Muhammad and his companions. So they dug another grave and they threw his body outside it. And the grave threw his body outside it and he ran away from them. So they dug the grave for him as deep as they could. But in the morning they saw that the earth had thrown his body out. So they believed that what had befallen him was done by human beings and had to leave him thrown on the ground.
It's like he walks up and the guy who's digging the grave, his name's Paulie. So Tony comes, yo, Paulie, what's going on with this grave? Yo, Tony, I don't know what you want me to say here. I put the guy in the grave. I dig the grave. I put the guy in the grave. The next morning, boom, he's right here again. The next day, I put the guy back in the grave. And the next morning, boom, he's here again. I dig another grave. I put the guy in the same grave. And the next morning, he's here again. Yo, Paulie, I don't understand what is going on with this grave. I give you one job to do, one job, and it seems like you don't understand how to do it. What is this, like a fugazi situation here, man? Yo, Tony, I don't know what to say here. I'm just the guy in the grave, and then the next morning he's right there again, like, what to say here? Bro, this is exactly what every time I listen to stuff like this is exactly how it sounds to me, bro. Like, you can't make this up, bro.
It's like the same guy that acted in The Godfather was in Home Alone. I forget his name. He was like, "Yeah, man, come on, man. What are you talking about, man? You want me, man? Come on, man. I dug the grave. I put him in the grave, man.
Yeah, Joe Pesci.
Yeah, oh, he's great. He's great. Hey, have you seen My Cousin Vinny?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
man,
I've seen it.
it's a great movie. I love that movie. I've watched it more than 10 times probably. I love that movie.
Man, I love mob movies. Like, I love like the mom stuff. It's really, I love watching stuff like.
Yeah, no, Joe Pesci, man, he's great. He is absolutely great.
So, guys, I have a question for both of you. There is a hadith that says Muhammad said that he forgot certain verses, right? And then it says, never say that you have forgotten a verse because it's Allah that makes you forget the verse. Do you know that?
Where is this in Bukhari?
There's a hadith that says, let me show you that. Hang on a second.
There's a verse in the Quran that talks about that too.
Yeah, I'm about to get there.
And Surah Al-Baqarah, what is it? Surah Al-Baqarah ayah 6, I think. 106.
It's Surah 87:6, where it says, we will make you recite and you will not forget. Right? Now watch this. Allah, on the other hand, says something else in the He says that never say, he says, I forgot such and such a surah, I forgot such and such a verse, but he was made to forget. This is Muhammad. He was made to forget. So we have a problem here. If Allah is making him forget verses, but Allah says that he must recite it so he doesn't forget verses, this is not an abrogation.
I just not realized that. Yeah, you're right.
So basically, it can't be from Allah, one of these two. One of these two. So either Allah makes you forget or he doesn't make you forget.
You know, there's a hadith where Muhammad is performing like Fajr or something like that, like he's doing Salah. And he's leading some guys in prayer or something like that. And he's getting ready to recite a verse, but he forgets what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So then right. So then one of the Sahaba comes and is like, oh no, the verse is, he starts saying the verse. And then he's like, oh, thank you for remembering what the verse is and telling it to me or something like that.
Sahih Bukhari 50:38. This is what he says. Allah's messenger heard a man reciting the Quran at night and said, may Allah bestow his mercy on him, as he reminded me of such and such verse of such and such surah, which I was caused to forget.
That's crazy, bro. So then the question becomes, if Allah caused you to forget it and somebody else reminds you of the verse, was that a good or a bad thing? Because if Allah caused you to forget it, why would he allow somebody else to make you to remember it?
But why would he cause him to forget it in the first place?
Exactly.
What's the reason?
Well, there's another hadith where Muhammad is happy. He's elated. He's so thankful to the guy that reminded him of a verse. He thanks the dude.
So then what's the point of, I've never understood the idea of abrogation in the Quran. Like, I can understand if somebody says like, oh, maybe like a new covenant or something, and certain verses don't necessarily apply in a new covenant because we have that. But I mean, God's not going to be like, hey, we're just going to completely forget about that verse and make you forget about it too. And then they don't even have the concept of covenants in Islam. So it's like, I just don't get it. There's a Tafsir where Muhammad is like, I forget what the situation is again, but the people are making fun of him because they say something to the nature of, you will recite a verse, but then the next day you'll say the opposite. And then your explanation for it is that God is telling you to not do that anymore or something like that. Like the people are basically making fun of him for having verses abrogated. I think it is Asbab and Nuzul for chapter 2, verse 106.
Look, the abrogation, the whole idea of abrogation, it was to overcome the problem of contradiction. Because without abrogation, you have contradiction. One verse says, what's the name? It says, Lakum dinakum walidin. You have your faith, I have mine. And then another verse says, fight those who don't believe in Allah. So when you put the two verses together, there's a contradiction. One minute Allah is saying, you go your way, you go your way. Each one has his own faith. I got no problems with you guys. But then he changes his mind and says, no, fight those who don't believe in Allah and his prophet. So when you put them together, it's either a contradiction or abrogation.
Mm-hmm.
So they of course, they cannot admit to contradiction in the Quran, so they had to resort to abrogation. That's the whole reason behind it.
Yeah, abrogation literally came about to please Muhammad in the bedroom. Like Muta, Muhammad needed to do Muta at his time, but he needed it to end after his time. So if you, that's chapter 2, verse 106, amen. The people are laughing at Muhammad. They'd be like, one day he says something, and then the next day he does the complete opposite.
Yeah, he did the same. He did the same in Surah Al-Tahrim, verse 1. When Hafsa caught him with Maria al-Qibtiyya, when she caught him, he said, no, I promise you I will never go near her again, blah, blah, blah. And then he did it again. He went back to Maria al-Qibtiyya. He couldn't resist her beauty. And she caught him again. He said, didn't I tell you? Allah gave me a verse. Which verse? لِمَ تُحَرِّمُ مَا أَحَلَّ اللَّهُ لَكَ. Why you forbid for yourself what Allah has made lawful? That's what he told her on the spot. Allah gave him a verse. Yet when Aisha was caught with Safwan, the recitation, or Jibril had to wait 1 month before he gave him a verse to clear Aisha.
Wow.
So in Maria's case, overnight and straight away, he came in and he said, why you forbid for yourself what Allah has made lawful? So go and have sex with Maria al-Qibtiyya, no problem. That was his,
Did you ever notice how convenient the God of the Quran shows up when Muhammad needs gratification in the bedroom? Like
Aisha said that.
Yeah, it's like boing, now here I am at your service. But when Muhammad gets tested on his prophethood questions, the God of the Quran shows up 15 days too late. And then he comes back and gives a wrong answer.
You know what it's like? I don't know if you guys seen those commercials, those State Farm commercials, where something happens, and then he says, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there, and then the guy just pops up. That's what it's like with Ibrahim.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you here.
Yeah, I'm glad you showed up, man. I needed an agent, man, that got this situation. It's pretty crazy, though. James, can you read the Asbab and Nuzul for chapter 2, verse 106? Because I actually want people to hear this story, because it's actually it's pretty crazy when you really see it, because And I don't know, like, if the writers of the Quran knew they were doing this, but this is why I actually believe that Muhammad existed. And I believe that all of this stuff is real. Like, I used to take a position that Muhammad didn't exist. But when you read the Tariq, when you read their own sources about the history of Islam, you start to see things that where it's just like, if it wasn't real, they wouldn't put this in there. And as you're going through the history, chapter 2, verse 106.
I got it on the screen if you want, bro.
Oh, yeah, Travis, if you have it, can you read it?
Yeah. So nothing of our revelation do we cause to be forgotten, but we bring one better or like it. For one, why do you gotta bring better Quran? But whatever.
That's what Jabril said earlier.
The commentators of the Quran said, the idolaters said, do you not see that Muhammad commands his companions with something and then forbids them from the same thing and then commands them to do the exact opposite? One day he says something and the following day he retracts it. This Quran is nothing but the speech of Muhammad who has invented it. It is a speech that contradicts itself. Allah the Exalted said, therefore, of this verse, and we put a revelation in the place of another. Also, do we abrogate or cause to be forgotten, but we bring one better or like their
or like it.
So the God of the Quran is standing there with an etch-a-sketch. Better Quran, Muhammad. Go get her.
Delete. Erase.
But look, though, this is what I'm saying. So, okay. So for those who don't know, Isbab and Nuzul means the reason for revelation. So Muhammad is saying verses like what Jabril said earlier. One verse says, you know, to your religion is for you, to my religion is me, to your pizza is you, to my pizza is me, to your Big Mac is you, to my... So you have this idea of what, you know, you guys are good over there, just leave us alone, we'll leave you alone. But then there are verses that come afterwards where it's just like, find the disbelievers and slay them wherever you find them. Or you have chapter 98, verse 6, the Yahud and Masihin and the Mushrikeen are the worst of all creatures. So then you have these verses that contradict each other. So the people around Muhammad during that time, they're listening to him as he's giving these verses from the Quran. He says they're revelation. But they start to notice this trend that the verses start to contradict each other. They're not making any sense. So then they come to him and they're like, hey, like, your verses are contradicting each other. 1 minute you say this, then the very next day you say that. Now look what law does to get Muhammad out of the problem. Then this idea of Isbab and Nuzul comes, and a verse comes down that does the exact same thing that people are accusing him of doing. A verse comes down that says, no, we have a reason for contradicting. So all of it is ad hoc. We're going to give you a verse that explains why verses contradict. And you can't say anything about this verse because this verse explains those verses that contradict. Like, what, bruh? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
No, you're right. Yeah.
So what does this mean for an eternal book? Like, it was eternally abrogated, or this is wild, bro.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hey, friend.
Amin.
How are you?
Amin. I'm good, thank you.
Yes.
It's the world for me is very funny because yesterday I was watching a TikTok and then it was the same thing. Someone said what you said, and then I sat, and then someone pulled up the verse, and then the thing is, you're taking it fully out of context. You have to read the first line. Do you know the verse that you're quoting?
Chapter 2, verse 106.
Pull it up and then go read from the top of the page, and you'll see why they say that.
Okay, can you explain it to us?
Okay, what it says, basically, if I remember correctly, it's that...
Wait, before you go, are you a Muslim though, or are you an atheist?
Yes, I'm Muslim. I'm born Muslim.
Okay.
Wait,
Okay.
the top of the page, like the top of the chapter?
Like, and you read the top, like the top where it starts, the verse, the entire page. You got to read the like.
What
Wait.
verse are we talking about?
What number?
Wait, hold on. What page, friend? Are you talking
But
about
I
the
mean,
whole?
it's no. You know where he's the. It's just the paragraph above. It's like it's all on the same page. I mean, he quoted
Okay.
a verse, the one where
Okay.
if you get slaved,
I think that's you,
slay
Travis. I think he's talking to you, Travis, where you showed the verse on the screen, the tafsir.
I've read the whole Asbab and Nuzul for 2106.
And you see above
if we start at the beginning of chapter 2, it says the Torah is a book that's a trustworthy book.
Can I read it for you? Okay,
yeah, but I'm saying the one Amin said, not I'm saying Amin, the one where he said it contradicts. He said, oh, no one said to be slayed, you're supposed to live in peace. And then they say, oh, but then later it says in the Quran.
Oh, you're talking about Surah Al-Kafirun.
Yeah, and I'm saying if you read above the paragraph, it says it's if someone attacks you, if you are getting attacked, if the disbelievers
when you
come
read
to
above
you,
the paragraph, I'm so sorry, just one second. When you say read above the paragraph, are you saying outside of the Quran there's a paragraph?
No. It's the Quran. Like, you know, the paragraph that he read, I'm saying just above that. So he's taken that paragraph out.
So are you okay. Just wait a second. Are you talking about Surah At-Tawbah, chapter 9, where it says, slay the disbelievers wherever you find them?
Yes, exactly. And then if you read above it, it says in the beginning, if you read what it says if, like, I can't quote it exactly because I don't have anything in front of me. I'm outside right now. But it says, like, if someone attacks you, if the disbelievers attacks you and kills you or your comment.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Let's read it.
Stop lying.
Let's
Bring it out and read it.
Let's read. Let's
Okay.
read from
I'm saying, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't.
I'm about to read it. Dude, let me read
just
it.
Relax.
Perfect.
Okay,
I'm not mad.
just
I'm not
let
mad.
James
Let me read it.
Yeah, perfect.
Shut it, man. Just let me read it. My God, you guys are slow. I'll start from 1:9:1. We'll go to 9:5. An acquittal from God and his messenger unto the idolaters with whom you have made a covenant. Journey freely in their land and 4 months, and know that you cannot frustrate the will of God, and that God degrades the unbelievers. MashaAllah, that's so nice. A proclamation from God and his messenger unto mankind on the day of the greater pilgrimage. God is quit and his messenger of the idolaters. So if you repent, that will be better for you. But if you turn your backs, know that you cannot frustrate the will of Allah, and give thou good tidings to the unbelievers of a painful chastisement, excepting those of the idolaters with whom you made a covenant. Then they failed. You nought neither lend support to any man against you. With them fulfill your covenant till the term. Surely Allah loves the God-fearing. Then, when the sacred months have drawn away, slay the idolaters wherever you find them, and take them and confine them and lie in wait for them in every place of ambush. But if they repent, although they're dead, and perform the prayer and pay the alms and let them go their way, Allah is all forgiving, all compassionate.
Oh, how does that grab you?
It says if they repent, they're dead.
No, I didn't hear the quote that Amin used. It's not the verse. Amin said it's the one where
He just read it.
Slayed it. Where does it say
verse 1.
You slay the disbeliever?
When the sacred months are drawn away, then slay the idolaters wherever you find them.
Yes.
You like apples, bro? How you like them apples?
I like green apples.
Yeah,
Oh my
this is
God,
going to
bro.
be a red one for you now. So now that you saw that you came up and you thought you did something,
No, but it is true.
You don't really know your Quran, and you try to make it make sense.
I do know the Quran. I do know.
No, you don't.
Context. That's the context.
What is the context? The context of the verse.
It preaches peace.
Let me ask.
Where does it preach peace? After you slay them, must you be peaceful with them?
You say it's not. It doesn't preach peace, bro.
Not at all. It doesn't teach peace.
If you can't see that it preaches peace, then you're living in ignorance. If you can't.
Okay, let's read that again. Let's read that again. Then, when the sacred months are drawn,
water gives you life.
The idolaters.
Water, you
Dude,
can die.
I think you need to shut your mouth a little bit before you're talking, and you don't know your Islam, right? You're probably a convert. So again, this verse says clearly to slay the idolaters wherever you find them. Does that sound peaceful to you?
What's the context of the verse? If you want to.
The verse is talking about those that you made contracts with, and it says again, I read it, but you're too slow to understand what I read.
No, I'm saying, unlike you want to take only your perspective, but
dude,
I'm open.
I read the verse. What perspective must I read it in?
I want to
No,
hear his understanding of this verse.
How about Ibn Kathir? How about Ibn Kathir's understanding?
This
Can
is
you
not
tell-
the verse
Jibril,
that I was
hold on a
talking
second.
about.
Here, alive.
Let's say,
But can I say, isn't it convenient that you don't show the verse text that you?
Well,
oh my
guys,
gosh, I'll show
guys,
it to you,
please.
you pagan. Let me show it to you. One
Guys,
second.
I'm saying that's not the same verse because
Pagan.
Stop talking, man. Please,
Yeah.
God.
but you
Okay,
said-
look,
I'm just saying-
stop talking, bro. Just give us this guy, bro. I was gonna say Jabril wanted to ask him something.
Yes, because he doesn't understand the verse. He does not, and actually the chapter, when James read it from number 1, from chapter 1, bara'atan min Allahi wa rasulihi liman ahadtum, okay, min al-mushrikeen liman ahadtum, from verse 1, he doesn't understand it because the event are in sequence, what's happening. Okay, Allah and his messenger declared that they abolished the agreement. So it was Allah and his messenger that initiated the abolishing the agreement. It wasn't al-mushrikeen. It wasn't anybody else. It was Allah and his prophet, because that's what the verse says. Then he gives them 4 months, okay, to run, do whatever they want. They're free. But when you come to verse 5, it says, when those 4 months have passed, when the 4 months that he gave them, you know, that period of time to either flee, either go, or either do whatever they want, then the 4 months have passed, then unalive them wherever you find them. Where is the peace in this?
This is why Ibn Kathir says that chapter 9 abrogates every single peaceful verse in the Quran, that no more idolater has any more promise of safety or protection since this chapter was revealed. It's not our understanding. This is the Muslim understanding, and this is all 4 schools of Sharia's understanding. This is why.
Let me tell you one very important factor in this. Chapter 9, okay, it was revealed, it was the second last chapter revealed to Muhammad before he died. Okay, it was the second last. It was number 113. In the Quran, it's number 9, but in the order of revelation, it's 113 out of 114 verses. So it was the second last, it was the final message, it was the summary of Muhammad's message to every Muslim on earth. It was the summary. And that's why everything before it.
The biggest thing everyone has to understand and realize is you guys are reading an English translation.
He just read it in Arabic, dummy. He just literally read it in Arabic. Dude,
one word in Arabic can have multiple meanings.
Everybody, hold on, wait. Everybody, wait. Easy. Do you speak Arabic?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do speak Arabic.
Okay. So what did we misunderstand from the verse?
Look, at the end of the day, you guys are reading.
Just answer the question, please.
Answer the question.
What's the question?
Oh my God, dude! Just
what did we understand from the verse, Bil Arabi, that we didn't understand Bil English?
You understood the here. I'm just trying to read it.
Hey, Amen. Can you just talk to him in Arabic for like 5 seconds?
It's okay. Wait.
It's not necessary.
The verse says, وَإِذَا انْسَلَخَ الْأَشْهُرُ الْحُرُمُ فَاقْتُلُوا الْمُشْرِكِينَ حَيْثَ وَجَدتُّمُوهُمْ خُذُوهُمْ وَاحْصُرُوهُمْ وَاقْعُدُوا لَهُمْ كُلُّ مَرْصَدٍ وَإِنْ تَابُوا وَأَقَامُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَأَتُوا الزَّكَاةَ فَخَلُّوا سَبِيلَهُم إِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ.
So
why? You have to understand
why. Not about the understanding, but why. You're not understanding why.
I will tell you why. Because in
the
verse
why
1
is
it
because
says,
they broke the treaty.
Okay, listen to the why. Because in verse 1, chapter 9, it says, Bara'atan min Allahi wa rasulih liman ahadtum. Okay? Do you understand that? Do you understand what I just said?
Yeah, I'm understanding.
Okay, so when Allah and the Rasul, they say, Bara'atan min Allahi wa rasulih liman ahadtum. Okay, he abolished all the treaties between Allah and his prophet and everybody, all the mushrikeen. Therefore, he gave them 4 months. فَأَسِيحُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ أَرْبَعَةَ أَشْهُرٍ. And then he says, وَإِذَا انْسَلَخَتِ الْأَشْهُرُ الْحُرُمُ, the 4 months 4 أشهر فاقتلوا المشركين حيث وجدتموهم. This is the whole context of it, brother, in Arabic. Now you tell me, what is it that I don't understand or we don't understand in what I just told you?
Wait, tell him in Arabic, because I don't trust you. I don't believe him.
Well, let's do this easy. ممكن اقرأ الآية بالعربية لو سمحت.
Oh.
I don't know off by heart. I don't know Arabic off by heart.
لا
I told you.
بتكلم عربي أنا.
easy تسمعني. ممكن اقرأ الآية. ممكن اقرأ الآية.
أنا ما بعرف الآية عن.
I'm asking you to read it, not to recite it.
I can't read Arabic properly.
Oh,
I told you. What? Like, give me a second, guys. Give me a second.
You guys
easy,
know
easy,
what
1 second. Easy, easy. 1 second. I'm going to mute you for a second. I just want you to listen to this. This is what happens when you're full of pride, ego, and yourself. When you come up on a live questioning people about Arabic and then sound like an absolute idiot. So what you did now is you came up, you thought none of us here spoke Arabic because you didn't really watch the first 5 minutes. Now that you feel like an absolute dummy, you look at yourself, and I want you to repeat after me. I will not, I should not, and I cannot go on another live and make myself dumber than I am right now, because it's quite embarrassing for the ummah, for my family, and in front of Allah. So please, don't ever walk on a stage again and question people and then get kicked in the gonads and then walk out again, because it's quite embarrassing. So all we ask you to do is humble yourself. Next time, ask a question, like walk up and say, do any of you guys speak Arabic? Oh, you do? Okay, let's have a conversation regarding the verse. So don't embarrass yourself again, my man. So now that we've shown you that we understand the Arabic, we know what the Arabic is telling us, and we can see that the English translation that we have found matches what the Arabic says, you should now humble yourself and say, yes, I am wrong. Allah causes my people to attack first and to slay them wherever he finds them. This is how you become an honest person, even though in Islam, you guys are taught lying is okay to spread the ummah, to spread Allah's word. You guys are taught that's fine, but not to us. So, Izzy, would you like to now talk about the topic, or would you like to go learn Arabic somewhere? I thought he'd leave. I didn't drop him. I didn't drop him. You big stupid dummy. That's why before he said, you guys don't speak Arabic, blah, 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 I wanted you guys to talk to him in Arabic, because I know that guy don't speak Arabic.
But for me, I'm not fluent in Arabic, but I know enough to be able to have conversations about what I'm studying. The stuff I'm asking him is basic Arabic, bro. Why come on a panel and say, oh, I know it, and then we ask you to read the verse, and he says, I don't know about heart. Yahmad, I'm asking you to read it. I'm not asking you to recite it from memory. These guys, it's like what James said, they're so full of pride, bro. If you don't know something, we're not going to clown you. We're just going to say, okay, well, can we maybe explain it to you in a different way? But these guys, bro, it's this religion, bro. I promise you, it's this religion.
You don't
Isn't
understand Arabic.
Isn't it funny? I'm Christian and I'm reciting it by heart. Honestly, I'm just holding my mobile in my hand. I got nothing in front of me. I'm reciting by heart, all right, all these verses in Arabic and in English. And I'm not even Muslim. And here he is, a Muslim, and he came in to debate this subject that we're talking about, and he doesn't even know the verse that we are talking about. He's got no clue. Probably he's never heard it in his life. He's never read it.
Yeah, bro. Take a vow of silence and never talk again. Ever. Your whole life. Don't ever talk. Don't say one more word. Your whole life.
Oh, man.
Anyways, James, what about the verse about stoning and breastfeeding? Do you have anything about that? Because those verses are missing. Oh, James is probably busy.
He's making coffee, probably.
Yes, making falafel.
They trying to change the topic to offensive jihad, which you're going to get cooked on. I'll throw every scholar in every school of Sharia on top of you, right? Which offensive jihad is preached in all 4 schools to go out and attack people that don't believe in Muhammad. Literally, that's it. That's the only reason they'll attack people. But Hey, Amen, have you heard of the hadith where one of the followers of Ibn Masud, he says that he refuses to recite the Quran and like what's in the Hafs version of the Quran today? Have you ever heard that hadith?
Yeah, because Ibn Mas'ud, he had the verses of al-Rada'a and of stoning. He had the verses of breastfeeding in his
Right.
Quran and of stoning. And there's a hadith where it says that he was afraid to even recite his Quran because he was afraid of the people, because the other people were like, well, this is one of like this. What did they say? Something like this version or this reading we're not familiar with. But he was like, well, Muhammad himself gave it to me. I'm one of the 4 people entrusted with the Quran, but he was afraid of the people. So that's why he didn't say it.
Yeah, so I'm going to pull. Oh, sorry.
When Abdullah ibn Mas'ud disagreed with Uthman, when Uthman rewrote the Quran and he burned all the other Qurans, when he wrote his daughter's Hafsa's Quran, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud disagreed with him. And I would 100% side with Abdullah ibn Mas'ud for this reason. When Muhammad nominated 4 memorizers and perfectionists of the Quran, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud was nominee number 1. He said, take the Quran from 4 people. Number 1, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. Number 2, Ubay ibn Ka'b. Number 3, Salim Mawla Abi Hudhayfa. Number 4, Mu'adh ibn Jabal. These 4 people were nominated by Muhammad himself to take the Quran from, and Abdullah ibn Mas'ud was number 1. When Uthman formed a committee to rewrite the Quran, none of these 4 people were used. None of them. He went to Zayd ibn Haritha and he asked him to form a committee to rewrite the Quran. Yet Abdullah ibn Mas'ud was alive and Ubay ibn Ka'b was alive, but he never used them. And that's why Abdullah ibn Mas'ud disagreed with him. And he got his ribs broken. Uthman broke his ribs and he beat him up and he broke his ribs.
So that's why I brought this hadith up in Bukhari, because one of the companions of Ibn Masud was reciting the chapter, the night or whatever. And he says, I won't follow these people the way they're reciting it. But the problem is the way the people were reciting it is in the Hafs version of the Quran today. Let me show you guys this hadith really quick. So if you're a Sunni Muslim, you have to reject the most widely used version of the Quran, the Hafs version, chapter 49. This is Bukhari 49:44. Listen to this. Abdullah, one of the companions of Abdullah ibn Masud, came to Abu Darda. They arrived at his home. He looked for them and found them. Then he asked, who among you recites the Quran as Abdullah recites it? They replied, all of us. He asked, who among you knows it by heart? They pointed to Al-Khama, and then
careful, brother, your picture is showing on your screen, the reflection.
It's okay, bro. They have my address and my face, and it doesn't matter.
All right.
I'll issue virgins daily. It doesn't matter. So,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
So it says this. How did you hear Abdullah ibn Masud reciting the chapter of the night? Al-Khama said, by the male and the female. Abu Darda said, I testify that I heard the Prophet reciting it likewise, but these people want me to recite it, and by him who created the male and the female, but by Allah, I will not follow them. So here's one of the companions of Ibn Masud saying, Ibn Masud recited it like this, Muhammad recited it like this, but they want me to recite it, and by him who created the male and female. Guess what's in the Quran today? And the most widely spread version of the Quran, the Hafs Quran, this statement right here, and by him who created the male and the female. I will not follow them.
Let's say hello to Taylor. Taylor, you a Muslim, sir?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, yes.
You don't sound happy about that, bro.
Nah, I'm trying to figure out what your question is. Like, and I'm reading the hadith that he was just pulled up. So
no worries. Well, let's do this. Do you believe that the Quran is reliable and uncorrupted?
Yeah.
Is Allah's word perfect?
Yeah.
Does Allah make mistakes?
No.
Does Allah change his mind?
No.
You see, now, there was 4 questions, you get 1 wrong. If Allah doesn't change his mind, then what is an abrogation?
What do you like? What surah are you talking about? What ayah are you talking about? Like,
In the Quran, it says that Allah will abrogate a verse and replace it with something better or similar.
Okay, maybe for
So he changed his mind, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. Maybe so it could be understood more, because it also say that, like, for people.
So you didn't know the first time that the people understand it?
No, people probably had a problem understanding it.
So he didn't know that the people wouldn't be able to understand it.
No, that's not true.
Doesn't Allah have foreknowledge or all knowledge?
That's like saying that. Why would he change? Why did y'all rewrite the King James Bible?
That's the totally different thing. That's a totally different and quite a silly analogy there, but that's different. So now we've got Allah that is, again, you say he doesn't make mistakes. When Allah makes a mistake in the Quran, he sends a verse to change it, right? Because he doesn't have foreknowledge. For example, you believe that the Quran is completed, correct?
I answered that. Do you believe the Bible is corrupted?
We're talking about the Bible right now.
Okay, but I answered your question, so I told you no.
So now that we know that you said the Quran is not corrupted and is completed, the Quran, according to Masud, do you know who Masud is? Even Masud?
No.
Do you know the 4 people that were told to get the Quran from?
The 4 people that was told to get the Quran from?
Muhammad said that you must learn the Quran from 4 people. Do you know the 4?
That's what he said in the Quran?
No, in the Hadith.
Okay.
I'll show it to you in a second.
No. I follow the Quran first. So
I know that, brother. You have to follow the Hadith, else you don't know what you're doing in the Quran. So it says...
you follow Hadiths off of what's in the Quran.
My man.
You about to tell me
are you saying that you don't take all Hadiths? Just so I know.
Yeah, nah, you should, like, some of them is weak Hadith, some of them have good Hadith.
Okay, what does Sahih mean? Is Sahih weak?
It's some weak Hadiths in Sahih al-Bukhari.
Okay, there's some weak ones. Tell me if this one's a weak one, right? It says, Abdullah bin Amr mentioned Abdullah bin Masud and said, I shall ever love that man, for I heard the Prophet saying, take or learn the Quran from 4. Abdullah bin Masud, Salim, Ubay, and Muhad. Ubay bin Kab. So is that a true statement or a false statement?
I don't know. I never heard of the dude Massacre, the one that narrated about. So I don't know.
Okay. There's many like this. I mean, we can go over here where it says that Abdullah was mentioned before.
Do you know that? Okay, so that Hadith wasn't even narrated by the Prophet. That's also what somebody else saying that they heard or assumed.
That's what the Quran is as well. Hang on a second. Your Quran is exactly that. It's what they heard somebody else say.
Okay, so prove that. No.
Okay, so hang on. Who wrote, for example, Yunus? The chapter of Yunus. Let's just go to the Quran now, and I'll tell you whatever comes up. This verse over here, Surah 9:5, right? 9:5. Which person gave us Surah 9:5? Who wrote it down? Pen to paper, 9:5.
See, you take the Quran, but you don't know none of these people.
It was given to the Jibril. Jibril gave it to Muhammad. Muhammad couldn't read and write. Who wrote down Surah 9:5?
Who wrote it down? Because they don't say who wrote it down in there. So who wrote it down?
I know. I'm asking you. So how can I know that I can trust? It could have been Mickey Mouse. It could have been Donald Duck, Goofy, and the entire gang. How do I know that the person that wrote this down, this verse 9:5, was one of the followers of Muhammad, or somebody that knew Muhammad and it didn't come 300 years later? How do I know that it wasn't a Christian, a Zoroastrian, or even a pagan that wrote down this verse and it ended up in the Quran? How do I know who this person is?
I'm confused. How would you know it was even the 4 people that wrote it down? That's what I'm lost about.
That's because we've got it from different scholars. This is now Islamic. Your Islamic scholars have given this to us, saying that take the Quran from 4 people. This is widely known. So you must have just converted at the barbershop because you obviously didn't know this. Now again, according to the Quran, your Quran that you have today does not come from the 4 people that Muhammad said take the Quran from.
How do you know that?
Because this is what we told.
And this is, this is what it says in your sources.
Bro, this is the only.
Know that. So you
brother.
Oh my gosh! I showed it to you.
This is the only way you know about the Quran. Is the history of it. This is the only way you know the history.
Your Quran. Zayd bin Thabit. Have you heard of him?
So once again, how do y'all about to run with a whole bunch of stuff y'all not even sure of? So if they
when did you become a Muslim? 1 second. When did you become a Muslim?
So once again, if they saying these people,
when did you take your shahada? When did you do that? How many years ago?
So once again, if you
how many years ago? Because you obviously
like
don't
6
know
months
Islam.
ago.
Okay, so once again, if you saying that,
can you answer the question, bro? We've been Muslim longer than you, and we deconverted at birth.
Okay, so now once again, if you saying that these people not even sure who wrote it, then why are you backing what they saying? Because you're not even sure who wrote it.
Again, I want to let you. I just want to show you that you are questioning the people that your scholars are giving us. So this guy over here,
I'm not questioning. I'm not questioning anything. I said I don't know.
Again, you're not smart enough to talk and listen. I can tell that. So Uthman asked him to collect the Quran, all the pieces of paper and all the parchments and the stones and the toilet paper, write a new Quran. He'd asked Zayd bin Thabit to write this Quran, right? So this dude was the one responsible for putting the Quran together that you have today. And Uthman and him are not one of the 4 people given the Quran. Now, ask yourself, why did Uthman burn all the copies, all the original manuscripts, and give you what you have today? Where is the originals when after Uthman? Why did Uthman have to burn them? So you left with the stuff that you have today. The Quran you read is from 1924. Cairo edition, Hafs Quran, that's what you have in your basement. A 1924 book, that's when it was canonized. So again, if you don't know who Uthman is, you don't know who Zayd bin Thabit is, you don't know your Islam, bro. God bless you, Jay.
What hadith is that, bro? Like you just running on a whole bunch of nothing.
We've got Jami al-Tirmidhi 3104, which is Sahih. I'm not sure if you know what that means. Do you know what Sahih means?
Tell me. You're going to tell me anyway, right?
No, I'm not. Do you know what it is?
Okay. What number you said that was?
Oh my gosh, bro. I tell you what, I'm being honest when I say this. Go back to the barbershop that gave you that short back and sides and tell them that they can take their Quran back because you haven't opened it.
Yo, Sahih's like if you took 4 Viagras and you only prescribed 1.
You keep going to hadiths though. Like
I think you're too new for
let's go to the Quran. Let's go to the Quran. According to the Quran, our verses replaced and changed in the Quran.
It seems the network is bad. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Bible, just give us a second, please.
According to you, Taylor, the Quran, our verses changed?
No.
What is an abrogation?
But we back to the same thing.
What is an abrogation?
Saying, like that's what I'm saying. We went.
What is an abrogation?
I don't know. So explain to me what's an abrogation.
Bible, can you mute your mic, bro? Like I for some reason it's not letting me mute him. But your background is loud, bro. Can you mute your mic?
Right, this guy Tyler knows nothing, absolutely nothing. Honestly, it's pointless even.
Yeah, but I wonder. Sometimes, I've learned. Sometimes you've got to embarrass someone to wake them up. I mean, this guy's an embarrassment to himself, coming on a live, not knowing Islam. He's an embarrassment to Allah and is an embarrassment to Muslims. Because look what he's done so far. He doesn't know who Uthman is, Zayd bin Thabit is. He doesn't know the 4 people that were given the Quran. He doesn't even understand what abrogation is. The dude doesn't know Islam. And this is an embarrassment for every single Muslim out there that get these idiots to convert, to go to their barbershop and take a free Quran. And guess what? They think now that they are Muslim because they have the Quran in their home and they can say Salamu Alaikum. Now they all of a sudden speak Arabic fluently. It's embarrassing.
James,
okay,
can
so
I have, wait, hey Taylor, hold on. Can I have 20 seconds, bro? So I'm gonna put an emoji in the room, And I want to show you that Muhammad invented this emoji. It's called the mean face, red face emoji. So you see that emoji down there? Let me show you this hadith really quick. Watch.
Travis.
Muhammad gets asked about the Quran. They don't know if it's 35 or 36 verses. And Muhammad does the mean face emoji. Watch. Now, this is Ibn Masud that go to Muhammad and says, we differed concerning a surah of the Quran. Is it 35 verses or is it 36? We went to the messenger of Allah and found Ali conversing with him. We said, we have differed concerning the recitation. The face of Muhammad of Allah turned red, and Ali said, the messenger of Allah is telling you to recite it as you were taught. So Muhammad didn't know if it was 35 or 36 verses. So he did mean face emoji. Look, this is Hassan. This is strong. This is like if you're prescribed 1 Viagra and you take 2, not if you take 5 like Sahih. So it's still Sahih though. So this is Musnad Ahmed 832. Muhammad didn't know how to answer these fools. He didn't know if it was 35 or 36 either. And his face turned red. Never even gave him an answer.
Yo,
this is one of the 4 Muhammad said take the Quran from.
Can I ask Chief? So
just 1 second, no name, 1 second. I just want to see Taylor. I'm still stuck with you, bro. My mind is still working, trying to figure out why
it's hard to
become a Muslim when you don't know Islam,
Taylor, not knowledgeable. Don't let him talk, man.
No name. Shut it. I'm talking to him. Don't embarrass yourself.
Why don't you want him to talk? Like I'm like, that's weird to me. Like, why don't you guys ever want other Muslims to talk? You guys think you know more than the Muslim that you think you know more than. Then when we talk to you, you realize that you're in the same boat as them. Have some decorum, bro. Just let the bro talk.
So Taylor, I'm sure, and this is no disrespect. Forgive me for what I said earlier, because I'm really frustrated. Just the people that convert to Islam and annoy me because they're jumping into the sea without learning how to swim. Did you know, for example, in the Quran that you are following and the religion you follow, that it teaches some heinous things? I mean, it teaches some disgusting, despicable things. So, like sleeping with little girls. You took this religion. Did you know that you can penetrate little girls when you took this book?
So when you come up here, you only answer yes or no to questions.
No, my man, explain. I'm asking. This is we're having conversations.
Right, so now we're on a whole nother subject. Okay, so once again,
you've proven that you know nothing. This is my point. You've proven that you don't know Islam. Now I'm just trying to figure out why you accepted Islam.
Okay.
Is it because of the kids that you can penetrate or what?
So can you point that out in the Quran for me? Like where it says that? Point out in the Quran for me. Where it say that?
In the Quran? I'll take you to the Quran and I'll show it to you in a second.
The Quran.
Okay. Surah 65:4. Have you got a Quran with you? So now I want you to show that. I'm going to show this to you because this is an opportunity for learning. And I think my brother, apologize for sounding like I'm being cocky, but you need to learn. So this is the Quran, Surah 65:4. Hang on a second. Let me see the translation. Okay, there we go. So 65:4, it's a chapter on divorce. Who you can divorce, right? And these people are being divorced after having been penetrated. Now, we know that they've been penetrated because there's another verse, Surah 33:49, that says, if the woman hasn't been touched, then there's no waiting period. But the waiting period is called an iddah. Means you have to wait 3 months to make sure she's not pregnant, so the men are not confused as to who the father is. So let's read the verse. It says, as for your women who have despaired of further menstruating, if you are in doubt, their period shall be 3 months. These women are those that are older and have started menopause. Then it says, and those who have not menstruated as yet. And the last group are those who are with child. Now, Taylor, what group of female has not yet menstruated?
Wait, you said ayat 4?
65. It's on the screen, bro. So 65:4. So again, it's talking about those that have not menstruated as yet. That's what I'm asking you. Which group of females have not yet menstruated?
No, so my Quran don't say that. I don't know what you're looking at.
Tell me what your Quran says, please, sir.
And those are your women who have passed the age monthly courses. For them, the idol, if you have doubts, is 3 months. And for those who have no courses, their idol is 3 months.
That's the one. Those that have no courses, they're talking about menstruation. And I can show you why it's talking about menstruation. According to the commentators, for example, Ibn Abbas, who is the cousin of Muhammad, in a thing called a Tafsir. My brother, do you know what a Tafsir is?
Yes, I know what that is.
Okay, so if we go to Tafsir, Ibn Abbas, this is the cousin of Muhammad, and he was walking with Muhammad, so he knows this better, right? So it says, as for such of your women as despair of menstruation because of old age. So we know they've passed the monthly courses. About their waiting period shall be 3 months. Upon which another man asked, O messenger, what about the waiting period for those who do not have menstruation because they are too young? So now Abbas is explaining who these people are. It says, along with those who do not have it because of young age. So we know that they're talking about those that are too young to have menstruation, children, little people, tiny little tots. The Quran is saying that their waiting period is 3 months. So you can penetrate them and wait 3 months before divorcing them, because this is the subject matter, divorce. And you're waiting to divorce them, or you divorce them, and the waiting is so they can marry again and not be pregnant with the first husband's child. So these children that are too young are being divorced and waiting 3 months to be remarried before they get their first menstruation. Now, when you took this religion, did they show you and explain this to you? And I mean, I've got all this, and we've got all this, every single school of Islamic thought believes and accepts exactly this. So my question again, did you know this when you became a Muslim, brother?
Okay, the question is, you said they marry a young age woman. Where do it say that somebody married somebody that was underage?
This is the subject, is talking about the divorce. You have to marry before you divorce, correct?
So you only get married when you're an adult? So 2 kids can't get married then?
Oh my gosh, dude, can 2 kids get married and have an understanding of life?
But do you...
James, may I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
My friend, when it says their waiting period is 3 months, which in Arabic is idda, and you read it as idle. It's not idle, it's idda. The waiting period of 3 months, do you know what it's for? Why do they have to wait 3 months?
Tell me.
No, I'm asking you.
It's to make sure that they're not pregnant, so that they know who the father of the child is. This is the point. Now watch this. I'm going to show you this. Just 1 second, Jibril. I want to show him 33:49. So watch this. 33:49 says that if the woman, it says this: O believers, when you marry believing women and then divorce them before you touch them. So if you haven't touched them, then there's no iddah, there's no waiting period, because there's no chance she's pregnant. So now when we went to 65:4, there is a waiting period, meaning those children have been touched.
Do you know what it means when he says touch them? Do you know what that means?
Penetrated.
Okay.
No, I just want, because I don't think he's got full understanding and comprehension of what you're reading to.
It's all right. Let's explain to him. Taylor, this is because they didn't have pregnancy tests back then, and they didn't want fathers being confused and mixed up, right? So there was a waiting period to wait before the little girls married again and consummated.
So again, I just want to say this, Taylor. If this is true, right? And it is true according to the verses that I just showed you. And again, I can show you many more tafsirs explaining the verse that I'm talking about. If this is true, And every single school, Jalalain, this is another giant, he also says, because of young age, right? Ibn Kathir, everyone knows Ibn Kathir. He says, same for the young who have not reached the years of menstruation. So we know who it's talking about. We know it's talking about children. And the reason that I get frustrated, and again, I apologize for, saying silly things. The thing is, when people become Muslim without knowing Islam, it's like me throwing you in the middle of the ocean and you don't know how to swim. So Taylor, if this is true, if it's true what we are showing you, would that change your mind about this God of Islam that allows people to penetrate children, knowing Muhammad penetrated a 6-year-old or 9-year-old?
So once again, y'all talking all nonsense that's not even proven fact. Like I'm still trying to get to where it shows that you are marrying a underage person.
Oh my gosh, let me show you again. 1 second.
It's called the chapter of the divorce.
Guys, hang on a second. Let me show you this. The chapter is divorce, and for someone to be divorced, you have to be married first. Do you agree with that so far, Taylor?
Once again,
James, can I just say something really quick? Okay, Taylor, I'm going to mute you. Just listen to me for a second, please. Just listen. This is a subject that you do not know about. It is clear and obvious. And I'm not saying this to clown you. The only thing that you should be doing here, and this is bro, I'm trying to help you, bro. If you don't know, just say, look, I don't know. Give me what you think it's saying, and I'm going to go and do some research. That's your position right now. That should be your position.
We have a Muslim next to him, though. I mean, we've got a Muslim next to him. No name.
Yeah, but he's being he's being purposely ignorant and prideful, and this is what makes it. So this is what makes everybody on the panel upset, because you guys gaslight us when you clearly don't know. We don't care that you don't know, and we're not here to clown you or to make fun of you or to make you seem dumb or stupid. All we're asking you to do is have a conversation and concede if you don't know something. Say, look, I don't know. I'll go and do some research and I'll come back. Give me your explanation. But don't sit here and gaslight us, bro, because then we're going to start getting upset and saying all kind of crazy stuff.
Can I just ask no name? No name.
Bro, I don't care, but let my brother take over. He got the answer.
He's not going to do any better, Taylor.
He's being
Watch.
cocky with you, but watch this now, just for 1 second. No name. 65-4. Is it talking about divorcing married people?
Okay, yes, it is. Yes.
Is it talking about girls that are past the years of menstruation, those that are too young, and those that are pregnant?
There is difference of opinion.
I want your opinion.
Let me speak. I heard all of your arguments. I'll answer. First of all, let's go to Ibn Abbas, said something that somebody is right. He can make
hang on. What about Ibn Kathir, Jalalain, Maududi?
He can make errors.
What about every school of thought?
Of translation and opinion on the verse. So
can all the schools of thought make an error?
Every single school of thought agrees that you can penetrate a child. Are you saying that every school of thought is wrong and you right?
No, because not all school of thought believe this.
Give me one school of thought.
What school?
Give me one school of thought that says you cannot sleep with a child.
Okay, which one says you can't sleep with someone who hasn't menstruated after 3 months?
All right, guys, please, just one person at a time.
What was the name of the school?
Which school? What are you talking about?
You said that there was one school that says that you cannot sleep with a child. Name it.
I don't say this. I said that schools in Islam do not work on universal interpretation. So
let me say it again.
Give us the school.
Is there anyone? No name. Listen to my question. No name. Listen to my question.
Okay.
Can you name anyone that says that you shouldn't penetrate a child in Islam?
Do you want scholars? So one moment though.
Give me the scholars. I want a scholar. Obviously, I don't want Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Scholars. I think I saw.
You're telling Taylor to get down, and yet you know less than him. Imagine that.
No, wait. First of all, I told you to talk about the preservation of the Quran, but anyway.
So I have here, friend.
I muted him.
You don't know what you're doing up here either.
I muted him. When you get that person, then you can unmute and you can answer for it. But until then, please.
I won't allow him to grab a scholar because he's going to grab a rogue scholar that strays from the 4 schools of Sharia. And then he'll say, see, haha, there it is. So I would hold him strictly to the 4 schools of Sharia. And this is what the scholars say. This is from Hanafi fiqh. The majority of the scholars are of the opinion that the age is not to be considered. What is considered is the girl's ability to have intercourse. If she's of great size and fat and able to handle intercourse with a man, and it's not feared that she'll get harmed by that, her husband is allowed to consummate her even if she had not reached the age of 9. But if the girl has a weak or slim body and not able to endure intercourse, the husband should not consummate her. So what this is saying is that you can consummate girls even under the age of 9. Yes, exactly. She has to be built like a piece of Texas toast, not normal toast. So No Name came up here to get paid. Okay. He's just as dumb as the dude sitting beside him, and he has no idea what room he landed in.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to ask him, yeah. Maybe we can just do this because we can be more constructive.
I go to Scott.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Wait, no name. Before you release your scholar, I know you want to release the Kraken, but just give me a second. Okay? What school of thought do you follow?
I follow the Jafari school first.
The what? Sorry.
Jafari.
Oh, you're a Jafari.
Are you Shia?
Yeah.
He's a Shia. You're probably a Shia, innit? You're in a Kafir.
It doesn't matter. He landed in the right.
I am not also the Shia. I'm a Bektash Shia. It's
doesn't matter, bro.
Different.
You landed in the right room. You landed in the right room today, friend.
It's a different school, Bektash Shia.
I know, because you guys believe that he should have been one of the imams, the infallibles.
Do you know what the Bektash Shia is?
Here, I got people quoting your infallible imam that says you can clap the cheeks of 9-year-olds, friend.
No.
Yeah, say it louder to help you.
No name, brother.
You don't know about.
He's a Sufi, bro. He's a Sufi.
Let me just. Okay, I want Taylor. I'm interested in Taylor. Taylor, do you notice?
Did you want to?
Even though no name, sit quietly in the corner. Taylor, do you notice that the same person that told you to leave and go to a Muslim live to learn came up and doesn't know how to answer the same questions I asked you?
James, that's what I said earlier.
We have been the one that's been consistent, showing you scholars. We showed you the Quran. We've shown you Hadiths. And we are the ones that's representing Islam truly. We are the honest ones over here. This is because in our religion, we are taught that lying is a sin. But in Islam, lying is permissible and allowed. Again, that's something else, Taylor. Did you know that you can tell lies in Islam?
So once again, can I talk?
Sure, brother.
Can I get a couple sentences out, or is it got to be?
We'll see.
We'll see.
So once again, in the Quran, it don't say that you can lie, but it is hadith, like the tricky enemy or trick something. So, like I said, certain aspects on hadith is up to you if you want to take them. Like whatever hadith support the Quran is official. Anything else outside of that is up to you. So yeah, I do know that. Like.
So, tell me how long you've been a Muslim? I just want to know that. Just how long have you been a Muslim?
6 months. 6 months. Just got out of jail.
Barbershop. Come on, Taylor. I'm not even joking, bro. How long have you been a Muslim?
Oh, bro.
How long have you been a Muslim?
I was born a Muslim.
James, I just want to reiterate on a point you just made. Taylor, you said the hadith, if it's not supported by the Quran, you reject it. And if it is supported by the Quran, you accept it.
No, what I'm saying, hold on. Don't put them words in my mouth. What I'm saying, me personally, if the hadith is supported by the Quran fully, then yes, cool. Now, if outside of that, like when they say, oh, what you with, or this what you should do, then it's up to you. That's how I feel.
Beautiful. How many times do you pray a day?
5.
Where did you get that from? Hadith or Quran?
I got that. Well, the Tafsir
was told that.
The Tafsir, bro. The Tafsir.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me help you. It's in the Hadith. When you present that Hadith to the Quran, Quran does not support it because the Quran does not say you pray 5 times.
How many rak'ah you do?
So do you stop praying 5 times, or do you go with the Hadith?
But the Quran says to establish
by the Quran.
So when it comes to that, situation, you have to follow the hadith on how to pray.
Because
well, make up your mind. Make up your mind.
Well, hang on, Taylor. Just did you know that the Quran says 3 times? Did you know that?
The Quran don't say that.
Wait, Taylor.
I told
the Quran also doesn't tell you how many. Hold on. Taylor, the Quran also does not tell you how many rakat you do in wudu, but you still do rakat in wudu, no?
Once again, if it's a hadith that support the Quran,
that's the Quran.
Wait, no. I'm asking you. Do you do rakat in wudu when you pray?
Do you do a rakat and wudu when you pray? What?
Yes, bro. Do you? Okay. I'm asking you, do you?
How many rakats in wudu?
No. You have to explain that to me because I don't know. Explain that. I mean,
okay, Taylor. Let me break this down again, guys. Quran, Taylor. In the Quran, it tells you to pray 3 times. It's the hadiths that say 5 times. In your Quran, it doesn't mention rakat, but the tafsir, the hadiths explain it. See, the Quran, even though it says it's a completely detailed, perfectly explained book, it's not. It's missing out. This is why the question is the Quran reliable or corrupted? Without its support wheels, the bike will fall down.
I just want to say to my Muslim brothers, do not engage with these dishonest liars.
Yeah, we got to do the dairy. Let's go.
So hey, James, really quick. So Taylor, No Name told you to go to a Muslim live and learn. When you go into your Muslim live with your friends, they're going to call him a kafir for being a Shia.
So again, Taylor, the reason we messing about with you is because you don't know Islam. You got it with the short back and haircut at the barbershop, and now you think because you can say Salamu Alaikum, you're a Muslim. All we're saying to you is, my man, is open that book and ask yourself, why are you allowed to beat your wife, sleep with children, and have right hand possess? Why is it that if you touch a woman, you need to wash your hands like going to the toilet? All in the Quran. Why does the Quran tell you nothing about how to pray, talk about Hajj? Nothing is in this completed Quran, perfectly detailed book. In fact, what we learn in the Quran is that the only thing Allah does that we are 100% sure that He does is what He says. Allah says in the Quran, He leads people astray just like Satan does. So again, Taylor, are you following a God that does the job of Satan?
You want me to answer that or you going to answer it?
No, I'm asking you, bro.
Bro, we want you to leave this filth, man.
I'm saying, yeah, answering all other questions, so I just want to make sure.
That's because you don't know the answer, so we have to help you. You don't know anything. We're trying to help you. So again, what is the job of Satan? Let's make it as simple as possible. What is the job of Satan?
Tell me, what is the job?
Lead people astray. Am I right in saying that?
And Satan, you're talking about the devil, correct?
The devil, Shaitan.
Okay. All right.
What is his job?
I don't know. I thought he just stand in hell and just be like.
You think so, right? So anyway, his job is to lead people astray. Yet your Quran tells us over and over that Allah leads people astray. Why does Allah put devils on people to lead them astray? Surah 1983. Why does Allah say that if He leads people astray, you will never find a way for them? They will never be guided. Why does Allah say that He created mankind, many of mankind and jinn for hellfire? Why would He do that? Why would He create specifically black people for hell? Again, He says that He created them when He touched Adam's left shoulder. He took out all the black people. Now, I know I'm not a white dude. Neither is Sig, neither is Amin.
I'm going to heaven.
Yeah, we got Snow White with Salim Shady on the top there. But Allah says clearly that all the black people are going to hell, and He does not care.
Dude, he doesn't care. He said, so basically you're trying to say that Allah is anti-black, is what you're saying.
100%. And if you are black and you are chosen, He makes you have a white face with a black body like Panda Man in heaven.
Taylor, you don't know anything, bro. You know Muhammad called his favorite slave his ship because he was so strong? His black slave and Joshua?
Yeah, love, bro. That's Pete.
He was his slave ship, bro.
All we're asking you to do is open your heart to truth, man. Read your Quran. You're still a Muslim. Read your Quran and ask yourself after you've read it, man, does this make sense? Ask yourself, why are you following a God that says that He's the best of deceivers? Why are you following a God that says that He is the, He's the mischief maker? Why are you following this God that You know, he
Why do
puts
you
terror in the
follow
hearts
Paul,
of people.
who tells a woman to shave her head if she doesn't cover up in the Bible?
Does it say
The same reason you worship a God that's
It does say that.
anti-black, bro. I don't know why, bro.
You don't know
You
the
worship a
verse,
God
right,
that's
Jamil?
anti. Wait, hold on. I just want to ask a question. Jamil, are you black?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you worship a God that's anti-black. It's cool.
Show me
It
in the
makes
verse
sense.
where. Show me in the verse where it says that.
That's all I keep waiting for them to
What
do.
the left? What the left shoulder?
They're gonna go.
The left shoulder
Are
passage?
y'all reading the translation or are you reading the actual Arabic?
Oh, we read Arabic.
Wait, no,
Who reads Arabic? Who reads
We have
Arabic?
an Arabic scholar with us.
Jamil,
Oh my
do you
goodness! Wow.
speak
Who
Arabic?
speaks Arabic in here?
Do you speak Arabic?
Who speak Arabic?
Do you speak Arabic?
Two people speak Arabic up here. Do you speak Arabic?
No, I don't speak Arabic. But
So why would you ask me?
Absolute muppet.
It's mad, bro.
Good
Watch
joke.
your head,
This is
dummy.
mad. No, keep me.
How is that a
Also,
joke?
he didn't choose to be here. Bear in mind, Allah decreed that he has to be here, bro. It's not like it's his choice. Okay.
Allah put
It's
you
not
here for this disaster.
How come
Allah-
your Bible?
Allah
Wait,
created a
question. How come
No,
your
you
Bible
don't. You
has-
listen. Allah did not allow you to ask the question. Within Allah's decree, I have to interrupt you.
How does
okay?
your? How
That
come your
means that
Bible has?
Allah said I have to interrupt
Bible
you.
says
Allah
Greek,
said
you
I have
can't
to
read
interrupt
Greek.
you.
Guys, we
Allah
need
said I
some
have-
kind of
Allah
order.
said I have
We
to
need
interrupt you.
Guys,
Y'all
hang
asked
on,
me about
hang
the Quran. Can I ask you about the Bible, please?
Hell
last time
no.
we proved that you know very little, right? So now that we've established that we've got Arabic-speaking people on the panel that understand more about Islam than you do. In fact, I think I am going to be bold enough to say that I forgot more about Islam than Taylor and you put together. Now, with that said, I have a topic, and this topic goes into part of what happened yesterday with, do you guys have free will? So again, we're looking at a Quran that you guys have been given. So it's Jamil. I'm going to ask you, is Allah's words perfect?
Yes.
Beautiful. Does Allah make mistakes?
No, he does not.
Beautiful. Does Allah ever change his mind?
No.
No. So Allah has foreknowledge. He doesn't change his mind. Can you tell me what is the meaning of abrogation?
Say it again.
What does abrogation mean? What's an abrogation?
That's right. Go to Google chat.
He's searching it. Nah!
Can you believe it?
Jamal. Come on, bro. Jamal.
See, Taylor, they made fun of you, Taylor, but they're all stupid. Every one of them.
Taylor, it's okay. You're one of the good ones, bro. It's okay. You're one of the good ones.
But
anyways, Jamal.
No name conceded the topic when he said he's Shia, by the way. I believe the Quran is corrupt.
No, he's not. No, he's not even a Shia. No, Saddam, he's not even a Shia, bro.
It's a formal act of repelling.
He's a Sufi.
Hang on,
What did
guys,
you just say?
please, everyone, just wait. Just wait. Did you say that abrogation is a formal act of rebellion?
Of repealing.
Of repealing.
He can't. It's the Ibanez. He means repealing, like repeal.
A formal act of repealing.
Okay, repealing. So when you repeal something, what does it mean?
Don't touch up. Don't touch up.
Can y'all go to the ayah?
No.
To take away.
We're here. Okay, so repeal means to take away. Okay.
Okay, so
you know when you repeal something. Okay, yeah. So, James, do you want to do this? It's fine.
Okay,
it's fine,
go on.
Okay, go. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, you dying, bro. You bubbling.
No. It's just. Stop. So, Jamil. So you said Allah cannot change His will, right?
Wait.
What do you mean? Wait.
Before we go into that, wait. Allah. Listen. Wait.
Okay.
Before y'all start laughing, because y'all laughing so ignorantly. Listen.
I am.
So you can
listen.
Wait. There's a word for people like you. Okay?
So ignorant and arrogant.
It's
It's crazy. It's so arrogant. But what I was saying was,
yeah, you can't speak Greek or Arabic.
Damn, bro. Can we talk, or are we gonna have a conversation?
Okay.
Can I talk, bro?
No.
When Allah makes a promise,
Allah did not will.
Bro, oh my God, bro. If Allah makes a promise, He does not change His promise. Allah is Allah. Allah is God. He can do what He wants. So if He wants to change His mind,
contradicting yourself. Hang on. You're contradicting yourself again.
You said no. This isn't what He said.
I'm human. I
Allah changed His mind.
I'm not perfect. Allah is
okay.
perfect.
Hang on a second,
human.
Jamil. Don't talk. Listen. Does Allah change His mind even though He has foreknowledge? So He knows what's going to happen. He's supposed to have knowledge, not just foreknowledge. So Allah knows all things. By knowing all things, should Allah be changing His mind?
He can change His mind. Yes, it's God.
Okay, so He can't.
He can. Yes, He can.
Wait, so Allah can change His mind?
Yes, he can.
Can he change his will?
Can he change his what?
Will.
What's his will?
I don't know. Whatever it is, like, can he change it?
Let me know. What's his will?
What? Okay, his divine decree. Hold on. His divine decree. Can he change his decree?
If he pleases.
So Allah can change his decree.
If he pleases.
Okay, if he pleases. Okay. So if he pleases, right, he could just, let's say, for example, you're in Jannah. Could he send you to Jahannam even though you're in Jannah? If he wants to.
How could we know that?
You said if he wants to. If he pleases, he can, right?
That's like asking me, can God become three, like the Trinity?
What? How is that? I'm asking you, can Allah send you somewhere? You are his lowly,
Allah can
disgusting,
send me anywhere. There are
childish
people who want to be
creation.
in hell
You are nothing more than a speck in the existence of Allah's
There are
grandiose
people who
pride,
are going to be in hell
if
for a
Allah
second.
wanted to, he could use just papier toilette. He could wipe his ass with you. Okay?
There are people
Now,
who are going to touch the fire
Here's
and go
the
into
issue.
heaven.
Okay, can people go in heaven and then be sent straight to hell afterwards?
I don't know.
Can Allah do it if he wants to?
You can talk to me, sir.
If he wants to, he can, of course.
Okay, so you could be in. So guys, this is what you just said. You could be in paradise, Jannah. You could.
Is
be
it
in
going
Jannah.
to happen? No.
And
Can
Allah,
he do it? Yes.
and Allah could say, you know what? Screw this guy. For no other reason than I just want to. I can just send you to hell, even though you're already in heaven. He just said it. He said that you could be in heaven.
No, I didn't say God is going to do it. I said he could.
Okay, yeah, I said he could too. So he can. Your God could if you want to do. If you want
God
to
can do anything if he wants to.
So God can.
Could God, wait. Could God,
Let's go.
wait. Okay.
He came down as man.
If he wants to, could he become a man? If he wants to.
No, that's not his will.
I said
so now you know his will. Now he knows Allah's will.
Wait, how do you know Allah? You are a filthy creation. You are a filthy creation.
Us knowing the definition of God being
I said if he wants to. I said if he wants to.
He hasn't begot or he hasn't begotten. That's the definition of God. No, he cannot. No, he cannot become a man. He wouldn't become.
So he's weak.
He wouldn't stoop down to a level to become.
So he's weak. So he's weak.
Let me one second. Mufasa, let him get cooked. Let him get cooked.
Can we talk one at a time, please? I can't hear everybody at the same time.
Let's just okay. Let me jump in. So your God, you said that he can do whatever he wants, but he can't become a man. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can Allah have a son if he wants a son?
No. Allah says in the Quran, he neither begets or is begotten.
So he can't do it.
Hang on. The Quran also tells us what Allah needs to have a son. Correct?
What you mean? What does he need to have?
What does Allah need? What you mean, bro? Surah 6, 101. What does Allah need to have a son? That's right. Keep
He searched it up, bro. He searched it up.
Guys,
And the thing is, he can hear you as well.
You guys are,
Mufasa, you don't know more than them. Mufasa, you don't know more than them, and that we've seen before. So don't interrupt them. Give them a chance to speak
Look,
as well.
Mufasa, here's the thing. You have been destined by Allah to stay quiet in this conversation. Can't change this book, bro.
Mufasa, you know what you can do? You can run outside in the yard and beat up lizards and get heaven points.
How can he have a child if he has no mate?
If you want the
so
Hadith
hang
number,
on,
I'll
just
give
give
you
me a second. He's back. Mufasa, just give me a second. Thank you.
Which one was
what does Allah need in that verse to have a child?
Wait, who am I talking to?
You're talking to me, myself, and I.
The host, James 007. Okay.
That's right.
Just to make sure.
So according to the verse, what does Allah need to have a child?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. If you leave the app, I can't. If you leave the app, I can't hear a word you're saying.
Allah says he needs a mate.
Beautiful. So Allah,
Well, he needs
is depending on something
for
else.
him to have a child, he needs
bro.
a mate.
You just said it. He needs
For him to have a child, he needs a mate.
Guys,
So he
guys,
needs
please.
something in order to do something. He needs something.
Wait, guys, please. Can we
That's
just
him
one at a
saying
time?
he's God.
Because
He don't have a mate. For him to have a child, he need a mate.
Jamil, just give me 1 second. Look, Jamil, we're gonna let you just talk to one person, guys. Let's just let him talk to James. And the reason I want to do it this way, the reason I want to do it this way is because I don't think he understands what he's saying. and we need him to understand what he's saying. We need him to hear it in real time. So Jamil, go ahead and
I mean, how don't I understand what I'm saying?
I'll show you now. I'll show it to you.
We'll
now.
show
Watch
you.
this. Does Allah need anything?
Allah doesn't need anything. He's self-sustaining.
Self-sustained. If Allah wants a child, does he need anything?
He would need a mate. Duh.
So he needs something then.
He will create a mate.
He will create. Beautiful. Now watch this. This is where you now jumped in with both feet. So you said he doesn't need one, but he'll create one for his need, correct?
Sure.
So then he needed a mate. This is what happens, guys, when you
If
go
you
to
want
a
to put it
barber
that
shop
way,
and you buy your Quran. You get it with your short back and sides or a faded top. This is what happens when you don't understand what you just said. So Allah doesn't need, but if he does need, he will create what he needs.
But him being self-sustaining, he doesn't need one.
But you just said that he needs a mate to have a child, correct?
Yes, that's what he says.
So then he needs a mate to have a child, meaning he's not self-sufficient.
How isn't he?
So that
if
means
you need something, then you're depending on something else to make something
What is
happen.
he depending on?
A mate to have a child.
What I'm saying is he depending on anything else?
Yes.
What?
The mate.
The baddie, bro. The baddie.
Let's take that out. What is Allah?
Let's take that out.
Well, he doesn't have anyone to lay eggs for him, and this brings up another important point. Satan had a vagina on one thigh. Well, hold on. Satan has a vagina on one thigh and a penis on the other, and he shakes. And he doesn't need a mate to produce his offspring, but your God does.
Where does Satan has a vagina and a penis?
It's okay. It's okay. That's too advanced for you.
Jamil,
Notice what you did.
1 second.
No, Mufasa just requested in a second. I don't want you to keep disturbing me. So I want you to notice what you said, Jamil, and I'll show you something else now. So according to you, you said that if Allah wants a child, he needs a mate. Then you said if he wants a child, he will create one, correct?
Sure.
Can you open your Quran to Surah 342? Go to 39:4 first. 39:4, and let's see what it says.
I'll teach y'all.
Now I want you to pay attention, Taylor. I want you to listen and learn, Taylor. Because now that this is how you humble someone that comes up that claims to know Islam, and then you show them from the Quran how slow they are. So can you read that for me, Jamil? I will read it. I put on the screen for you so that you guys can see it as well. You don't need to keep going in and out, Jamil. Come back. Notice what he said now. He said Allah needed a mate to have a child. Then he said, if Allah wanted a child, he would create someone to have the child. Watch what it says. Surah 39:4 says, had Allah desired to take him a son, he would have chosen whatever he willed of that he had created. Correct? Beautiful. So he would choose from what he created. Can you now go to Surah 342?
You're going there for me?
I'm going there for you. I'm taking you all for a little journey. 342 says, and when the angel said, Mary, Allah has chosen thee. What did he choose Mary for?
To have Jesus.
Boom, shakalaka. Watch what you said. You said, Surah 601, Allah needs a wife to have a child. Then you said, if Allah wants a child, he would choose from his creation. Wait. Allah chooses Mary from his creation. Wait, James. You can't talk and listen at the same time. You're not that smart. We've established that. Notice again, I'll start again. Surah 6:101, Allah, incompetent. He needs help. He needs a mate to have a child. Then you said, if he wanted, he would create one. He would take from his creation. He goes to creation. He chooses Mary from creation. Tell everybody, Jamil, what did Allah give Mary?
He won't do it. You don't need to come off the screen, Jamil.
There we go. He said, I am only a messenger from your Lord to give you a pure boy, a holy son. a righteous son. So Allah gave Mary a righteous son from the person he chose from creation. Yes or no, Jamil?
Yes.
Beautiful. So if Allah just proved that he had a son with Mary in the Quran, as you said he would, what does that make Jesus and Allah? What's the relationship between those two?
So
this is why I wanted.
So technically,
this is why I wanted him. Yeah,
so technically, hold on. So technically, you can't even use that because technically, you want to be honest, you can't even say it would be Allah baby. It would have to be Jibril's being that he the one.
Can we go verse 4?
So
Taylor,
you
just
cannot
stop.
say that though.
Taylor, just stop for a second. Taylor,
Jibril got kids?
Wait, hold up, Taylor. James, can we go to verse?
Hold on a second. So
Can we
this
go
is
to verse
why
4, 171?
So hold on. So Jibril blew
That's
into
what cook you
Mary's
too. I'll
sleeve.
take you there.
So
Bro,
It's not. Let's go to verse 4, 171.
We'll go
Just
there.
stop.
We'll
Jamil,
go there.
before we go to 4 verse 170, Jamil.
I mean, I'm talking to James, man. This is
No, I'm talking to
said me
you,
and him
and I'm
can talk.
talking
Can
to
me and
you.
James-
I'm moderating, bro. Just stop, dude. Before we move on, do you understand what James is saying?
Yes, I understand what James is saying, and that's why I came with 4, 171.
Okay, hold on. Before you bring something to refute what James is saying, can you repeat back to him his contention with you?
What James is saying, he is saying that Allah conceived the child. That's what he's basically saying.
Am I saying that or is the Quran saying that?
No, that's what you're saying.
Okay, what did the Quran say?
How did he do it?
That's what you're saying.
This is why I didn't want to move on.
Allah
This is why I
multiple
didn't want to
times
move
says
on.
in the Quran
Because
he
you guys
doesn't
don't
have a
understand.
child and rejects Isa as being his child.
Okay, let's try again, Jamil. Pay attention to what you said. When I asked you, does Allah need anyone to have a child? You said, according to the verse, Allah needs a mate. Correct?
Allah is saying for him to have a child, he would need something that would take down his divinity. That's what he is saying. He
No,
is
it
God.
doesn't say
He
don't
doesn't
add to
need
the Quran.
anything.
Don't add to the Quran. Does Allah say
I'm not
if he
adding
wants
anything.
a son, he would need a mate? Does Allah
The
say
Quran
that?
is up for interpretation.
The Quran is up for interpretation. Are you a scholar to interpret the Quran?
Not according to Muhammad. You can't do personal interpretation.
Hello.
Say it again.
And just 1 second, bro. Just hello, take care. Just 1 second.
No, I
So
haven't
now,
went to a
you said to me,
theology school
Jamil,
to
if
learn about
Allah
Islam.
wanted a child, he would go to creation, correct?
You read Arabic?
Don't forget about me reading Arabic. Listen again.
Can you read the Arabic for me?
I don't read, and neither do you. So don't go to a language we both don't speak or read. Okay? Now that's a checkmate. Now focus again. According to you, did Allah go to creation to find someone to have a child?
Excuse me.
Oh my gosh!
Give me
Yes,
the first surah first.
what would
I'll
you
go
say?
in the background and check. Can you give me the first surah? I just want to double check.
Say
Give me
again?
the first surah. Give me the first surah that you
is
quote.
6:101.
6:101.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
No worries, brother.
All right, James,
So
can we
Jamil,
go to
Jamil, I just need you to first understand.
I'm
This is
answering
why
your
Amin
question.
stopped
I'm answering
you.
your question.
This is why Amin stopped you. We need to go slowly. You said he needs a mate. You said he will go to creation. Did Allah go to creation?
He needs life, bro. I keep saying.
Yes, he went to creation.
What did he go to creation for? What did he choose Mary in creation for? He said, I will choose.
He chose
from
Mary
creation.
to have the Messiah.
Beautiful. So he gave Mary the Messiah.
Not okay. He blew the soul into her fetus.
Okay, beautiful. So who impregnated Mary?
Nobody.
Oh, so no one blew the soul in?
Oh my God.
So nobody blew into Mary?
To get impregnated, she would have to be not a virgin.
Oh my
really?
goodness. Okay, I can see this. I'm going to show you something, Sig, that I don't know if you've seen this before, brother. Sig, I'm going to blow your socks off.
Y'all making it seem like Allah had sex with Mary.
No one said that, my man.
You said in order for her to be.
That's what you're inferring.
You said in order for her to be impregnated, she needs to be she needs to be not a virgin anymore. So if Mary was impregnated, according to you, she wasn't a virgin.
Sorry, I don't think that was the one you showed.
Okay, just sit, Asman, just 1 second, brother. I'll get back to you. You and I will have a discussion in a second. I want you to notice what he's doing now. He's talking about, dingy, but we're not talking about that.
That's what you were referring.
Sig, check this out. Surah 1917, right? Quran.com. Yeah. I want you to check this out. Something that we've missed, right? Can you tell me, Sig, who is the word of Allah?
I want to say Jesus. But...
That's right. Who is the spirit of Allah, Sig?
Oh, Jesus as well.
Beautiful.
A word and
now
a spirit from
notice, Sig, as a Christian, you know who the word of Allah is and the spirit of Allah is. In the Quran, who was it that blew into the vajayjay of Mary?
Well, it was the spirit, Gabriel. The Holy Spirit.
The Spirit.
It was Gabriel, who is the Holy Spirit.
No, the Gabriel is not the Holy Spirit. In the verse, it says Allah.
Gabriel is the Holy Spirit.
Can you stop, Jamil? I told you before, Jamil. Sit quietly in the corner. You don't know Islam. Listen and learn. So Jesus is the Holy Spirit, is the Spirit of Allah, and Jesus is the Word of Allah. So I want you to see this. This is Ibn Kathir, right? Ibn Kathir for Surah 1917. Surah 1917, Ibn Kathir. Look what it says, dude. It says, Abu Jafar al-Razi said, on the authority of Rabin ibn Anas, on the authority of Abu al-Alaya, on the authority of Ubay ibn Ka'b, one of the 4 people that the Quran was given to, who said, the spirit of Jesus, peace be upon him, is among the spirits whom a covenant was taken at the time of Adam. And it is the one who appeared to it as a perfect human being. So the spirit of Jesus appeared to Mary, and it says that is the spirit of Jesus. So it carried the one who spoke to it, and he resided in, it's Mary, in her. So the spirit of Jesus came to Mary, he blew into her, and he resided in her. Ibn Kathir. So again, so Allah decided he needed a child, and he chose from his creation, and from his creation he took Mary and he gave Mary a perfect son. Do you agree with that so far, Jamil?
Yes, I agree that he gave Mary a perfect son.
Beautiful. So Allah gave Mary the son. So Allah needed Mary to have a child for him.
That's not Allah's child.
Whose child is it?
Mary's.
And
that's why Jesus is referred to as Isa ibn Maryam in the Quran.
Okay, beautiful.
Not Isa ibn Allah.
If it wasn't for Allah, could Mary have become pregnant?
If it wasn't for Allah, can anyone become pregnant?
Yes.
Can I help Jamil?
No.
Yeah, please help Jamil as man. Please help.
When you read the ayat 6101, okay, it says there that Allah cannot have a child or something because he doesn't even have a wife.
So let me ask you, Asman. Hang on.
Let me explain.
Just so I understand, you understand.
Let me explain. Because
does Allah need a wife to have a child?
Hang on. Who understand the Quran? Is it you?
Me.
Is it you or me?
Yes. Me.
Muslim.
I'm not gonna let you talk, brother.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I'm not gonna let you talk, brother.
You have got a different glasses on.
Shop, return the Quran to them. Asman.
Hey, look. You have got a spectacle of a Bible. I'm not sure whether you are a Christian. On yourself. When you read it, you interpret it the way you would read a Bible. Okay?
So I mustn't. So when I read the Bible,
hang on. I haven't finished. I'm trying to explain.
I don't care if you finish or not. So when I read the Bible, I let the Bible talk to me. I don't tell the Bible what it's trying to say or what it should say. So when I read the Quran and it tells me that Allah needs a wife to have a son, I actually believe what Allah just told me. So Allah said, I am an incompetent person. I am dependent. I need. So I listen to what Allah says and I read it for what it says. I don't add to it. So Azman, in the verse, does Allah say that he needs a wife to have a son?
No, it don't say he need.
What does it say?
He doesn't say. He doesn't say need. True.
What does it say?
He is the
He just say,
originator.
how can you attribute
It doesn't say
the
that,
one?
Taylor. Read the verse, Taylor. Stop trying to think that you know Islam.
No. My brother can read it. He already did. My brother can read it.
So what did it say?
He is the originator of the heavens and the earth. How can he have children when he has no wife?
Okay,
he created all things, and he is the all-knower of everything.
Beautiful.
Allah can't have he doesn't say. He says strictly. How does he can have a son when he doesn't have a wife? Okay. He doesn't say that he needs a wife. He says that
how should he have a son seeing he has no wife? Is that what it says?
You read the other verse. The other verse. Okay, the other verse. It says that
verse?
If he wants, I can't remember. You quoted just now. If he need a son, he will pick up one from his creation.
Oof.
Directly.
Wait, so we can deduce.
He would just create one for himself.
This is from Humble Lamb 85 says, Quran chapter 53 debunks Islam. Thank you for that super chat. God bless you. And this is from Muslim Raisinhead. He says, I need a girl, Diddy featuring Allah and Momo.
Yes.
Azman, do you speak Arabic?
No, I don't.
Okay. Let me tell you what the verse says in Arabic in more accurate way. It says, لو أراد الله أن يتخذ ولدا. The word يتخذ, it's not need.
Okay. Put it like this. Put it like this. Okay. You understand Arabic. I agree.
Allah,
I cannot. I'm not going to challenge that. I'm not going to challenge that.
Just hang on.
Let me teach you something, man. Listen. It says لو أراد الله أن يتخذ ولدا. It does not, in the translation, need to have a son. It says if he wanted to have a son. يتخذ ولدا. It means to have a son. So what the verses that James is reading for you, Allah is saying,
which verse is this? 6:101 or which one? Which verse? I need to go to the reference.
Listen.
Surah Az-Zumar.
Tell me the reference. Which 6:101 or which one?
Surah Az-Zumar, Ayah Arba'a, chapter 39, verse 4, dude. My God, bro.
Okay, so saying is
I don't read Arabic. I mean, I don't understand Arabic.
I told you in English.
Give me the reference.
30. Oh my God, bro.
This is crazy. Honestly, man. You guys
insane.
don't know Islam. You don't know.
Bro, instead of getting an attitude, why don't you teach them correctly?
But
every time we try, every time we try.
Did I ask him to take the Shahada?
Hang on, let me pen to write down.
Every time we try to teach, you guys interrupt us and then say we're lying about it. So what is it? Do you want us to teach or do you want to refute?
No, what I'm saying is, bro, ask what verse it was. Oh my God.
Let me write down so I can check. Let me write down so I can check. What's the verse again?
Taylor, one second. You're writing in the chats that we can't teach and all that. My brother, my left little toe knows more than your entire knowledge on Islam. We forgot more than you know. You don't even know your Quran. You've never opened it. You don't know verses. Asman, shut it like you're holding in diarrhea. Just sit quietly there. So again, Taylor, if you think that you know anything about Islam, here's your opportunity. Here's your chance to show us what you know. You never knew these verses existed. You didn't know that that Allah could have needed a wife to have a child. You didn't know this. You didn't know that he chose Mary, even though he says, I will choose from my creation. Now that you've seen it, you're depending on these two other Muslims, like a cuckold, waiting for them to do your job. Man up, bro. Open your Quran and start reading it. Stop depending on another man to do your job for you.
James.
The problem is none of them speaks Arabic.
I know, bro. Hey, when we get time, bro, I want to teach them where the hokey pokey came from, and Satan was able to do something.
Do any of y'all read Greek?
Yeah.
We don't need to read Greek.
Yes. You need to read Greek to read the original manuscript of the Bible.
Yes.
You read ancient Greek?
Yes.
You read ancient Greek?
Yes. Koine. Yes. You can pull up a verse in the Bible and we can look at
what verse you want me to pull up to read?
Yes, can we pull up Sinaiticus, Codex Sinaiticus? Can somebody read a passage in ancient Greek, please?
Okay.
Koine Greek, dummy. Ancient Greek.
This guy is so.
Yes, Koine Greek, which is a version of ancient Greek.
It's Koine.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I got up. Select a random verse from the Bible and I'll read it from Codex.
Yo, ask man, is your name modeled after the companion on the night of the jinn? He when he sat down.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
Hey, I want to show y'all. Can I show y'all where the hokey pokey came from? Is that all right?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to get back to the code. We're gonna have to get back to the topic after this because this is stupid. Talking to a Muslim is like really pulling teeth, man.
Man, I think I'm gonna head right into a bad area, bro. I'm pulling over. So this is something Satan could do something that the God of the Quran couldn't do. Let me show you guys really quick. So here's the source. And this is from Qurtubi's commentary when Satan was laying eggs. They also invented the first Easter egg hunt because Satan would run around and lay the eggs in the market. So Satan, and this is Al-Qurtubi's commentary, in that way, his offspring came into being that he inserted his private part into his other private part. Then he laid 5 or 10 eggs. And then the scholars explain that Satan has a penis on one thigh, on his right thigh, and a vagina on his left thigh. So he puts his right thigh in and his right thigh out, and he does the hokey pokey, and he spits out eggs, bro. Yo, you can't make this up. So how is Satan and Mary able to do something that the God of the Quran can't do? My man got a whole vagina on one thigh and a penis on the other. These are some Abduls that came together and put their 4 IQ points together and came up with how Iblis has offspring in the Quran.
That's how you clap.
You guys going to share the surah number so I can check further? If not, then I'm going to knock off.
You're going to knock off?
Yeah, I mean, I will off. I'm going to.
It's okay. Let's just get back to the topic. Where did he go? Okay, he's gone. So, Mufasa, I would be embarrassed, bro, if I had people like that on my life that know so little and yet speak so much. So this is why you must allow them to get cooked every now and then, man. You must allow them so they can open up their Quran and become better Muslims. Now, I want to talk about the topic. Do you agree that the Quran was given to, Muhammad said that you must take the Quran from 4 people?
Take the Quran from 4 people of his own time, yes.
Okay, from his 4 time. Can you name the 4 people? Do you know them? If you don't know, it's okay.
I think Ibn Abbas is one.
Ibn Abbas?
Wrong. Ibn Abbas is one of them.
Okay, that's wrong, but keep going.
I think the other one is no, I don't know them from the top of my head. I remember the hadith.
We can't hear you, bro. Come on, man. And you're up here freestyling, by the way.
I don't remember from the top of my head, but I think I don't remember the correct names, but I think there's a hadith reference for that.
Yeah, there's a hadith reference. So
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
So let me tell you the names of those.
So I can tell you the names if you want.
Sure, Jibril.
Okay, I think Ibn Masud and the others.
Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Ubay ibn Ka'ab, Mu'adh ibn Jabal, Salim Mawla Abi Hudhayfa. That's the 4 people.
Hey, do you agree with that?
Salim,
yes.
Salim
the free slave of Abu Hudayfa.
Yeah, so I agree with that.
Beautiful.
No issue.
Beautiful. The Quran you have today, is it from any one of those 4 people?
So what we have is a must-have. So when you say the Quran, you're talking about the recitation. I think the Prophet meant the recitation here.
Okay, so you can take them from anyone, right? Doesn't matter.
Well, are you referring to, are you referring to the Mus'haf, or are you talking about the recitation?
The Mus'haf.
The book that you have in your hand today, man.
He's trying to be smart, and you can hear Muslim.
So the Mus'haf and the
I know. The book that you have, but in your hands today. That's what we're talking about. So
the thing that you have in your hand today, what is that?
Whatever you want to call it.
So you have, is that a Mus'haf that you have in your hand? The Quran that you hold in your hand, what do you call that? So is that book that you have in your, my God, we can't keep speaking over each other. The book that you have in your hand, is that book, who's the author of that book?
So the book, there have been different publishers of the Quran over time. We know we have the Hafs Quran, and we also have the Warsh Quran. There are variances in reading, but there are no variances in meaning.
Okay, now that's a lie, and you know that too. What about the Vasha, the Kulum, the Albazi, the Kunbul, the Duri, the Suri, the Hisham, the Dawkaun, the Kalaf, the Kalad, the Duri, the Raun, the Dawas, all those other Qurans, are they all different or what?
So those are all Mus'hafs, right? And
when you say, okay, I don't want you to use the word Mus'haf one more time. I don't want you to mention a word Mus'haf. I'm talking about a Quran, a written book. I'm talking about the book that they have with
yes,
them.
it's written.
Okay. So the books that they have, are all of them the same?
But that's it. It's the book.
It's the book. Okay.
Well, I don't know about those other books you've called, right?
No worries.
I don't know about those other books.
Are any of the books from Ibn Masud?
As a book, no. But I think the recitation might be from them because it's a continuous chain.
What about Ubay ibn Ka'b?
We still have the recitation.
You still have the recitation. We'll see if that's true.
Yeah.
What about Ibn Ubay Ka'b?
We still maintain the recitation. Yeah.
What about Ka'b? Do we have anything from him?
Yes. I think we have their recitation, all of them.
Okay.
Because I'm sure they recited the Quran based on the qira'at and the huruf that the Prophet.
Okay, now that's beautiful. So now we're going to check to see if that is true, because, right, we know, for example, that in your Quran, the verses of stoning and breastfeeding are missing. We know that it doesn't exist, and yet it was in the Quran, right? We know that. We also know that Ibn Abbas didn't know whether Muhammad said something or whether he didn't say something. He wasn't sure if it was part of the Quran or not part of the Quran. People considered what the sayings of Muhammad were part of the Quran until it was revealed that it wasn't part of the Quran. We've got the caliphate of the Uthman that came along and burnt everything before the Quran that you have today. So we can't go back to see what it originally said. We have all this evidence now. So my question to you is,
but we know that
have you heard of Hisham and Umar?
1 second. Can I contest this position, right?
Okay.
Because we have yes. So when you talk about Uthman, when Uthman recalled all the Quran from the other areas or from the other provinces and got rid of them, he didn't just write up another Quran from there was already a source document that was given to Hafsa, who was also the wife of the Prophet and the daughter of Umar. So it was the reference document to make new copies, right? And it wasn't done by one person. It was
So again,
yes.
my man,
So it was a reference
all you're
document,
saying to me now is without proof, right? Nothing you say now it has been proven. So your Quran today.
No, but we have
Mufasa is coming. So just sit quietly now. Again, we can't compare your Quran that you have today.
Nice reference.
You took it, right? You can't compare the Quran you have today with what was before Uthman, correct? That was a ding dong.
Sure, I can.
You can. Beautiful. So show me your earliest Quran that you have available today, completed. Let's compare that Quran with what you have today.
What?
Show me. So, for example, when a Muslim comes to me and talks about the Bible, I can go back to the Greek or the Hebrew, right? I have a source I can go back to. I'm asking you, let's go to your earliest existing Quran that I can look at, completed Quran, and compare that with what you have today. Where can I find that?
Well, I don't need that because, as I mentioned, we have also oral tradition, so we don't actually.
No, you do need that because we need to confirm that the oral tradition has not been changed, because we know it has changed. Like Muhammad used to forget verses. Muhammad forgot verses, and he was so grateful for the people that reminded him about the verses.
Yes. So again, right? We can use both methods. We can use written method to authenticate what we have. We can also use the Mus'haf, and mostly we know from tradition that Islam mostly rely on the oral tradition, the oral recitation itself that had been passed down from the prophets all the way to.
So do you have the Mus'haf?
I just said we don't need the Mus'haf.
Yes, you do, because we need to see if what you are reciting was actually written down and is true, because you guys make things up as you go. You can hear on the live today that even though you guys have a book, you still lie about what's in your book. So we need to make sure that we can double check to see what you are saying actually is true. I don't believe for 1 second that you guys have known this forever and ever. Men, and it's never been changed, because again, when I read your books are telling me that Muhammad himself forgot verses of the Quran. So if Muhammad was able to forget the verses of the Quran, how can you tell me that you know and you remember when Allah himself is reminding Muhammad, listen, dude, you forgot verses of the Quran?
Yeah, I know. Yes, that's true. But that is why also we had Jibreel come down from time to time to teach him the Quran, to refresh his memory.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so so hang on a second. When Muhammad went to the mosque and he says thank you to the guy for reminding him about a verse that he forgot, right? He tells the guy, oh man, mashallah, you reminded me of a verse. And this is supposed to be the man that the Quran says in Surah 87:6 that you shall recite so that you do not forget.
Yes, Surah I think
87:6. Surah 87:6. So Muhammad himself couldn't remember the Quran. He couldn't recite the Quran because he forgot it. And you are telling me that you guys that are mere mortals are more greater than Muhammad because you remember and he couldn't?
No, so we are not saying.
Are you greater than Muhammad, Mustafa?
No.
Are you greater than Muhammad?
So, astaghfirullah, we are not greater than Muhammad.
If somebody else that you know that recites and understands and knows the entire Quran, because they can recite the Quran from cover to cover and haven't forgotten, are they greater than Muhammad?
No. So we cannot make the case that they haven't forgotten, because even the best of reciters, we have seen them, make mistakes during their recitations. I can call like Dosari. I think one of his most famous recitations of Surah Al-Mu'min. There are some places where he made some errors where he had to repeat during the recitation. I think it's the same as well for Sheikh Abdul Rahman Sudais. So I don't think because you can recite, because you're an hafiz of the Quran, then it means you cannot forget verses.
Okay, so you can forget. All these people that tell us they've remembered. So I'm going to read you something from this. Listen to this. This is from the Kitab al-Tabak al-Kabir ibn Sa'd S. Munilul something, right? It's a name. He says this, one of the scholars. He said, I liked it better. He said, the people have been guilty of deceit in reading or reciting the Quran. I like it better to read according to the recitation of Muhammad, whom I love more than that of Zayd ibn Thabit, meaning that Thabit was writing something differently than what Muhammad said. He said, by him besides whom there is no God, I learned more than 70 surahs from the lips of the apostle of Allah, may Allah bless, having 2 locks and playing with the youth. Meaning that when Zayd ibn Thabit gave you guys the Quran, it wasn't as Muhammad had given his followers. These people were given something else. This is why, as Travis wrote said earlier, when they read what's in the Quran, they said, we don't accept this. We accept, for example, Masud and Ka'b, because they had a different Quran. For example, Ibn Masud, he had 111 verses in his Quran, and Ubay, he had 116 in his Quran. You have 114 and 115 if you count the last surah that was given to us, Surah Dil, what is it called? Surah Dil Emma. So that's going to be in
okay,
the
I understand what you're talking about. So for the case of one Sahabi, his contention was that I think the last two surahs of the Quran, as it is in the Mus'haf, they shouldn't be taken as the surahs. They should rather be taken as just supplications. But later on, he also agreed that yes, they are indeed part of the.
No, he was unalived. No, it's a lie. He was unalived.
So let me.
Don't lie. He was unalived for having a different Quran.
So
he was first eaten. He was tortured because he said that he didn't want to accept the Quran that wasn't the true Quran, because he was one of the 4 people told to take the Quran from. In fact, I want to read you this, right? Allah sent Muhammad with the truth, revealed the holy books to him, and among what Allah revealed was the verse of Rajam, stoning a married person who commits illegal sexual intercourse. And we did recite this verse and understood and memorized it. Allah's apostle did carry out the punishment of stoning, and so did we after him, because the verse was in the Quran. Can you tell me? Let me keep reading. It says, I am afraid that after a long time passes, somebody will say, by Allah, we do not find the verse of Rajam in Allah's book, and thus they will go astray, leaving an obligation which Allah has revealed. So again, the verse that says to stone them for illegal sexual intercourse or zina, adultery, used to be in your book.
Yeah.
What happened to that verse?
So the verse was abrogated, but the ruling was kept, right?
Lies.
And, this is also
lies.
So
again, this is the lie of the Muslim. Another lie. Can you show that to me? Because Muhammad died, and Muhammad died, and they were still doing it. Correct?
They were still doing what?
The stoning.
Yes, because they kept the ruling.
So hang on. You said it was abrogated.
Yes, so they still did it because the ruling was kept.
Was there another prophet after Muhammad? Was there a prophet after Muhammad?
No, it was not abrogated after the Prophet Muhammad. The abrogation did not happen after the Prophet Muhammad. That is the first
show me where it was abrogated, please.
One second, brother. Just leave me.
Mufasa, it was eaten by a goat when your prophet was dead.
Let me speak. Okay, so this is a well-known. The Nask is a well-known.
See, this is why we don't let you speak, because you just start something like this, bro.
Nask is well-known phenomenon within Islam. We have 3 methods of Nask, which is basically abrogation, where we have one which is abrogation, where the verse and the ruling is abrogated. Abrogation with the verse.
One second. The question is, who abrogated it? That is the question.
Who abrogated it?
Who did the abrogation? Who did it?
So again, that's what I'm saying. So it was abrogated from the time
we just need a name. We need a name.
Who abrogated it?
Can you give me a name? As in, I'm going to say the word name over and over so that you can understand what I'm asking for. So I want a name.
Let me land.
No, I don't want you to name, because there's no reference between now and the point.
I'm speaking to Jibril.
Mufasa, give me a name.
No. So abrogation is done by Allah.
Yes. Okay, so it's Allah. Thank you.
Does abrogation.
So Allah talk to get
Allah says we do not.
Mufasa, you're in a bit of a panic now. Who did Allah speak to?
I'm talking to 3 of you.
It doesn't matter. Who did Allah speak to to get it abrogated?
Okay, so when he's abrogating, he doesn't need to speak and say, "Oh, I'm abrogating this verse," right?
So how do we know it's abrogated?
About the abrogation?
He's lying. Hold on, no, dude, you're lying. In chapter 2, verse 106, it says, "We do not cause you to forget a verse unless we replace it with something else." So you have to be a messenger or a prophet in order to receive wahi to abrogate. This is why they keep asking you, who had the authority if Muhammad had passed?
Who had the wahi? Who had wahi? Basically, who had wahi? We want to know who had wahi. Who had wahi?
You go ahead and put.
So you kind of just glossed over that verse, because the verse says, "We do not cause a verse to be abrogated or forgotten unless
we replace it with one similar or one better." Where's the better stoning or breastfeeding adults, friend?
Let me pull up the verse before I read.
You're going to cook yourself.
We letting him run. We're letting him get away from this because, again, all I want is one name. Who did Allah speak to get this verse abrogated? That should have been in the Quran, that is not there now.
Bro, he's not going to answer you because he's got to put the Salah, Allahu wallahi wa sallam behind the goat.
Bro,
that's why.
Okay.
Let me see. While you're looking for that,
I don't think you.
Once unmute when you found the person. Let me talk to Straight Facts. Are you there, Straight Facts?
James, this is going to bury his perfectly preserved by recitation theory, because one of them should be able to recite the breastfeeding for adult verses or the stoning verses.
That's right. Now I'm going to read this hadith. This is Bukhari 5005. It says, Ummah said, Ubay was the best of us in recitation of the Quran, yet we leave some of what he recites. Notice what it says, that they leave it out. Ubay says, I have taken it from the mouth of Allah's messenger, and I will not leave it for anything. And that's when Allah says that none of our revelations do we abrogate or cause to be forgotten, but we substitute something better or similar. Notice that, guys. Once again, Ubay was told to be one of the 4 best reciters. They didn't take it from him, even though he took it from Muhammad himself. Imagine that.
So, yeah, you're right, bro. The God of the Quran promises one verse goes out, another one similar or better comes in. They have to be able to point us to these verses. They can't just say it's gone.
We don't abrogate something unless we replace it. But the problem is in order to replace it, you need to be able to receive the replacement. Now, the only guy that can receive the replacements is dead, okay? Because he was a prophet. So I want to know, how did Aisha or Abu Bakr or Amr receive these replacements if they're not prophets?
Zealot, are you there?
Yeah. Hi.
Are you a Muslim?
Yes.
Beautiful. Can you tell me what happened to the adult breastfeeding verse and stoning verse? Where did that go?
Give me the verse and chapter.
We can't.
We can't because it's missing.
Huh?
We can't because it's gone.
Missing?
Yeah, one of your verses is gone. It's just missing.
The holy sheep ate it. I'll give it to you. I can tell you where you find it, because again, all we have to do is read. According to the hadiths tell us clearly that there was a breastfeeding that was allowed and then it wasn't allowed. For example, in Sahih Muslim 1452a, let me show it to you so you can see it. And you can tell me, because this is talking about adult breastfeeding. That's like me coming to your house and you giving me some attention. Can you guys see the screen? No? Let me just leave and come back.
Yes.
Okay, watch this. Can you see this, Zealot? Sahih Muslim 1452a. Can you see that?
1452a. Wait.
That's right. Tell me when you're there.
She doesn't trust you. She's going to her own.
The worst part about this story, James, is the goat was eating it out from underneath Muhammad's dead body, bro.
So I'm going to read it. Zealot, you can just pay attention. Aisha reported that it had been revealed in the Holy Quran. So it was in the Quran, I hope you're listening, Mufasa, that 10 clear sucklings made the marriage unlawful. Then it was abrogated and substituted by 5 sucklings. This is talking about adult breastfeeding. When a man visits another woman or his friend's house, then what happens is he says, listen, I'm going to just pop into the corner store. I need to get me, get some milk and bread, but I can't leave. So you have to suckle on your wife 10 times so that she becomes like your mother. Now, that was abrogated because 10 times, I'm not sure if it's 10 on each side or what it is, I don't know. But Allah's like, nah, man, that's taking too long, 5 on each side. So it was substituted by 5 sucklings. And Muhammad passed away, and it was before that time found in the Quran. So it was in the Quran and recited by Muslims. So Mufasa, you said that the ruling exists, but the verses were taken out. So can you tell me, when you recite the verses of adult breastfeeding, can you say it for us, please? How do you recite these verses, please?
So as I said again, the verse is not there. The ruling and the verse.
Yeah, so the verse is not there, but the ruling exists, correct?
So recite it for us, Mufasa.
But so it still exists,
How
correct?
how can you recite something that is not there?
Okay, but hang on, you said the ruling still exists. Is that what you're saying to me, Mufasa?
The ruling does exist.
Okay, Mufasa, if I come to your house,
the ruling does exist.
Let me suckle on your wife 5 times because the ruling still exists? Have all your friends suckled on your wife when they came to visit you because the ruling exists?
This is such a crazy conversation, bro.
I can show Aisha did it when I'm done.
Come, Mufasa, answer that. Have all your friends
let me
suckled by
read the
your
entirety
wife
of the hadith that we can see.
because the ruling exists?
So read the hadith. Let's
I just did.
The Holy Quran that 10 blah 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 was abrogated by 5. So read. Let me. Can you pull the screen
Aisha,
back so I can
please
see the entirety?
reported that it had been revealed in the Quran. It was in the Quran, so it was revealed in the Quran that 10 clear sucklings made the marriage unlawful.
Okay.
Then it was abrogated and substituted by 5 sucklings. And Allah's apostle died. It was before that time found where? In the Quran and recited by Muslims. Muhammad passes away, it's in the Quran. It was in the Quran and it was recited. Can you recite the verse of adult breastfeeding, please? Zelot.
So as I said, the verse has been abrogated. So you cannot recite an abrogated verse.
Okay, let me try again. I want you to listen carefully because again, now you're showing everyone that you're slow. It says 10 times was abrogated. It says, then it was abrogated and substituted by how many? 5. So it was 10 and then it went to 5. So can you recite the verse of the 5 sucklings?
Yeah, so let me pull up the answer for you. 1 second. I have the answer. Well, let me go through the answer, then I'll reply to you.
Beautiful.
So James, do you know the hadith that it says that this was revealed in the Quran? We stoned after Muhammad.
That's right.
So this destroys your perfectly preserved rap battle throughout history, Mufasa. Because if the Quran verse was recited and the Quran was perfectly orally transmitted, you should be able to recite the breastfeeding and the stoning verses.
The verse of stoning and breastfeeding, an adult 10 times, was revealed, and the paper was with me under my pillow. When the Messenger of Allah died, we were preoccupied with his death, and a tame sheep came in and ate it. So now we can see Zilot. Come back. Forget about trying to find the answer. Just come back in English. Okay, so watch now. Are you back, sister?
Yeah.
Beautiful. So now that we see that the verse of stoning and breastfeeding was under the pillow, it was eaten by the sheep, it was in the Quran, and they used to recite it, right? They used to recite it. I'm asking you, where do I find it? It was in the Quran, and they recited by Muslims. Can you tell me, is this being also abrogated or disappeared or gone? Because it doesn't seem like I can find it in your Quran today, and no Muslims reciting it today.
Actually, the website sunnah.com should stated what chapter in the Quran.
No, they can't, because it's not in the Quran. This is the problem. It's not in the Quran. It's gone. Boom. Gone.
So Aisha,
it was in the Quran.
James, Aisha said that over 100 verses of chapter 33 are missing, and this is where the stoning verses and the breastfeeding for adult verses were.
In fact, let's ask you this first, Silot. Do you think it was a good thing that if a man came to your house, you had to breastfeed
or
them?
stoning, not all the matters breastfeeding or stoning should mention in the Quran. You just refer to the Hadith. And I don't know who is created this sunnah.com. Are they
to another
truly
site.
Muslim?
There. This is Ibn this is Sunan
I'm
Ibn
searching
Majah.
this amrime.com.
This is Sunan Ibn Majah. Where do you want me to go? Which site do you want me to go? This is another one. This is from a different hadith collection where Muhammad used to forget the Quran. He forgot verses in the Quran. Muhammad was forgetting verses. You guys are not accepting verses. I'm asking again, if this was in the Quran and it was recited by Muslims, where do I find this?
James, do you know the hadith? Do you know the hadith that says that I'm afraid after such a long time people will say that we don't find these verses in the Quran? Do you know that hadith?
Oh yeah, I got it in a second.
So this shows that they were
before. You read this before.
Yeah, so this shows that these verses were being recited. If the Quran was perfectly preserved by recitation, one of these Abduls up here should be able to recite and sing and rap the stoning and breastfeeding for adult verses.
And just to show you guys, it's not just that. As Travis just said, it says, you are among the best of the inhabitants of Basra. For you are the reciters, best reciters among them. So continue to recite. But bear in mind that you are reciting for a long time may not harden your hearts as were hardened at the hearts of those before you. We used to recite surah, which resembled length and severity to Surah Al-Baqarah. I, however, have forgotten it with the exception of this. So they were forgetting verses because, again, it wasn't written down. This is why, Mufasa, it's important it was written down so we can see what they have forgotten. Now again, all I want to know is, adult breastfeeding means that if I visit someone's house, I get to suckle.
That's not what that means.
What does it mean, please?
Let me answer your question.
Can you read it again, please? Read it from the beginning.
1 second.
No,
so I have your answer for the breastfeeding.
No, because you're talking about pretending like it's about adults. It's
the answer for you.
Walked in the room.
Can you
say it again, Mufasa? What'd you say, Mufasa?
Yeah, I'm saying I have the answer for you regarding the breastfeeding verse.
Thank you. Please, what is the answer?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Right. So if you go to Sahih, Sunan Ibn Majah, 1942, right? It does reference that both the 10 sucklings and the 5 sucklings were abrogated.
Let's go.
The hadith that you're reading, the scholars have 1 second. The scholars have concluded that it's a strange reading based on the fact that
What say? It's a strange
the addition
reading.
was not in any other narration.
Okay, just answer this one before we move on.
Yes.
Sunan Ibn Majah 1944 says, the verse of stoning and breastfeeding an adult 10 times was revealed and the paper was with me under my pillow. This is Aisha talking. She said, when the Prophet died, we were preoccupied with his death and a tame sheep. Bro, I'm talking. Can you hear me?
1942.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You're not reading the correct reference.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. According to this, it says we were preoccupied with his death and a tame sheep came in and ate it. Is this what happened so far before we move on?
And this is what this hadith reports.
Okay, so far I've shown you 3 hadith, all of them confirming that there was breastfeeding, there was stoning in your Quran, correct?
Yes, they were breastfeeding and stoning.
And this one says
of course,
that Muhammad died and we were preoccupied and the tame sheep ate it. So it wasn't abrogated, correct?
Yeah.
So it wasn't abrogated. Muhammad didn't
So
abrogate
this is
it
Hassan.
because he was dead,
Bro.
correct? We need to
So
work slowly,
this was actually abrogated during the time of the Prophet. 19 Sunan al-Majah 1942 can show you that.
Oh my gosh, look here. He died and it was before that time found in the Holy Quran and
I gave you a
recited
hadith
by
reference
Muslims.
and you're not even attempting to go there.
Let's go there. What do you say it was? What's it?
Majah 1942.
1942. Let's go there.
The final removal comes by the goat, Mufasa.
Okay, let's see. Once
By the way,
the
this
things
hadith is
that Allah
Sahih.
revealed in the Quran and then abrogated was that nothing makes marriage prohibited except 10 breastfeedings or 5 well-known breastfeedings.
This doesn't refute anything you said.
So both of them were abrogated, and if you can see
most of them.
If
Now
you can see
again,
the grade of hadith, it is
listen carefully,
Sahih.
please,
Right? This is the
Mufasa.
most authentic from all of them.
Mufasa, listen carefully. I showed you that it was at the time of Muhammad's death that they were still reciting and it was still in the Quran, correct?
Yeah, the hadith you showed is Hassan. This is Sahih.
Okay, I got a Sahih one for you. Jami al-Tirmidhi. James, let's put this up, bro. I want this dude to get his rapping voice ready.
This is Sahih Muslim. He said it's Hassan. He said it's Hassan. It's Sahih Muslim.
That's Sahih, bro. Mufasa, you up here freestyling, bro?
Don't lie up, Mufasa. You got busted again, boy.
The 1944 you showed me. The 1944
you got busted again, boy.
Wait, 1 second. You showed Sunan.
I showed you.
1 second.
Okay, is this
you showed
the one that I just
Sunan
showed
ibn Majah 1944.
Can you recite the verse of breastfeeding, please?
Let's hear it, bro.
As I said, it's abrogated.
Okay, and I'm showing you that it was
evidence.
at the time.
And we can actually give you the scholarly opinion.
Okay, again, so you got another contradiction in your books. Now again, if Muhammad died and it was found in the Quran after his death, it was in the Quran after his death, and they were still reciting it, who abrogated it if Muhammad was dead? Who can abrogate anything? Answer that.
As I said,
Answer as I said. Answer a simple question. Answer a simple question. Who is the only one that can abrogate a verse?
Allah.
And who does he do it through?
Well, through the messenger.
Okay.
The prophet.
If the messenger died, that means there's no prophet to go through, correct? So Muhammad now is dead. He's gone. Meaning the verse can't be abrogated unless it comes to this dead dude that gets up and says to everyone, listen, dude, just before I pass on, stop with the suckling, dude. Enough is enough. It's abrogated. It's gone.
1 second. Wait, 1 second. Let's say. Yeah, okay. Let's say this is it. But the Quran doesn't only say it is abrogation. It is also to forgetfulness. Allah says, we do not cause a verse to be abrogated or forgotten. Remember, it says forgotten.
Keep reading. What does it say after that?
Until
we replace it with one similar or one better. If there's one missing,
equal to it.
Okay.
So let me finish. Let me finish. So when it comes to the matter of the breastfeeding, it was forgotten, right? The recitation was forgotten.
No, it wasn't.
And also other evidence showed that it was actually also.
It wasn't forgotten. It was recited, and it was in the Quran.
I just showed you a hadith.
Okay, again, listen carefully. What does
Are you
Allah
saying
say about reciting the
Ibn
verse?
Majah 1942 doesn't support my position?
Okay, my man, you're jumping to one hadith. You're jumping to one hadith. Let me just go there. 1942.
I can show you another hadith.
Bro, but dude, you're forgetting the promise of the Quran that if the verse is forgotten, that it's going to be replaced by one similar or one better. The Quran promises this. You're reading half of the verse to avoid the problem.
So let me give him an example, guys. Watch this, Mufasa. Mufasa, just 1 second. Let me read for you. So let me show you, for those that don't know about the adult breastfeeding, notice this. Salah bin Suhail came to the Prophet and said, "O Messenger, I see signs of displeasure on the face of Abu Hudayfa when Salim enters upon me." Right? The Prophet said, "Breastfeed him." This is why, guys, it's so embarrassing to be a Muslim and understand and read this book, because this is why they abrogated it, because they're afraid and disgusted by what it says. So this guy comes in the room and the woman feels displeasure. Look what Muhammad, the Prophet, said. He said, "How can I," he said, "breastfeed him." She said, "How can I breastfeed him when he is a grown man?" So the adult breastfeeding, again, now this is for Taylor in the bottom there that doesn't understand what this verse is talking about. So he's talking about breastfeeding grown men. The messenger of Allah smiled. He smiled and said, "I know he's a grown man." So she did that. Then she came to the Prophet and said, "I have never seen any sign of displeasure on the face of Abu Hudayfa." Did that. And he was present at the Battle of Badr. Now again, this is one hadith be after the hadith he told me to go to. So once again, the reason why this is an embarrassment for Muslims is because it's a disgusting hadith. It's a disgusting way to let a woman treat a man that came to her house. Zealot, are you there? I want to ask you how you feel about this. Zealot, can you come back for a second?
And we can show Aisha Mufasa, and we can show that Aisha breastfed that came in her house.
Yeah, I just want to get Zealot to come back because I want to know from a Muslim, do you understand why this verse is not in the Quran anymore? Do you understand why they have to remove it and stop reciting it? Because basically, if I came to visit Mufasa, his wife would have to get them out for the boys, and then we'll have to suckle. Notice the difference. He would never allow me to do that. Now in Islam,
so this is only for adoption, right?
In Islam, notice they tell the woman that they must cover their hair, cover their hands, cover their feet. They must walk around like a tent, right? They must be totally covered, but there's zero problem to get your stuff out for the
James, you know Muhammad started this problem by sleeping with his adopted son's wife. So now all these Muslims got dudes in their house that are grown. They're no longer considered their kids. And then Muhammad said, "Well, give them your titty." Muhammad started this problem, and his solution to the problem was breastfeed that dude in your house. This is how stupid Muhammad was, friend. But Mufasa, you're deflecting because you said the Quran was perfectly memorized. Hold on. You said the Quran was perfectly memorized through oral recitation. Recite the breastfeeding or stoning verses, friend.
Okay, am I going to have the big screen?
That's all we're asking you to do. Just recite the verse that was in the Quran that you said is it's still practiced, but it's been abrogated or removed or whatever nonsense.
It's not in the Quran because it has been abrogated. Can I have the big screen? Are you going to be sharing? Let me have the big screen. Thank you.
So where's the replacement that the Quran promises? Hold on. Where's the replacement or the better verse that the Quran promises?
One second.
One second. Give us the verse that was replaced by.
What's the replacement verse, Mufasa?
That verse.
So both of them are abrogated. I'm just about to show you evidence.
No, we're looking for the better or similar verse.
Okay, watch this. Mufasa, what is the ruling in Islam today? Listen carefully to my question. What is the ruling for zina today? What is the punishment for adultery in Islam today?
If unaliving, yes.
How do you unalive them?
Unaliving by stoning.
By stone, mashallah. Can you show me the verse of stoning in the Quran?
No, it's not there.
Beautiful. So you don't, it's supposed to be in the Quran, but it's not in the Quran, correct?
It was said what the ruling was kept.
Oh, you and you abrogated and
okay, so there's one better or one similar in the Quran to that too.
Notice, I just want you guys to notice how weak and how sad these people are when they want to use a verse and they say it's stoning and they go, no, it's not in the Quran anymore. The ruling and whatever crap they come up with, it's all nonsense. This is why the Christian that left I'm going to read this hadith to you guys because it says clearly why all that Muhammad did and said was absolute nonsense, right? Watch this, guys. Again, Sahih Bukhari 3617 says this: there was a Christian who embraced Islam and read Surah Al-Baqarah and Al-Imran, and he used to write for the Prophet. Later on, he returned to Christianity again, and he said, Muhammad knows nothing but what I have written for him. Muhammad knew nothing. That's because this guy was to add to the verse. In fact, it tells us again in another hadith what he actually said. He said over here, this is what he said. He said, to me it was revealed. When naught has been revealed to him, refers to Abdullah ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Sa'd, who used to write for Allah's Messenger, the verse 23:12, and say, we created man of an extraction of clay. He was revealed, and when Muhammad reached the part that says, thereafter we produced him as another creature, 23:14 from the Quran, Abdullah said, so blessed be God, the fairest of creators. In amazement at the details of man's creation, the Prophet said, write it down, for thus it has been revealed. Abdullah doubted and said, if Muhammad is truthful, then I receive the revelation as much as he does. And if he is a liar, what I said is a good as well as what he said. So this guy was adding to the Quran, and he turned around and said, man, this shows that this dude's a liar, because if he's a prophet, I'm a prophet, and if he's a liar, I'm a liar. Notice the here, guys. Muhammad was taking it from anyone that was giving it.
Yeah, you remember when Umar dialed up his local DJ on WPGC 95.5? He called up and said, Muhammad, can we get some veiling verses for the women? Some prayer stations of Abraham, and then I'll replace your wives with one better if you misbehave. So he dialed up his local DJ and was asking for Quran verses, and then the God of the Quran reveals them. But bro, can you read Jamia al-Tirmidhi 1432? Now this completely, utterly destroys the idea that the Quran was perfectly preserved through memory.
Look, guys, I gotta go. It's getting too late here, and I gotta get up for work tomorrow.
Take care, God bless you, man. Take care.
God bless,
bro. God bless. Thanks for coming up, man.
Anytime, brother. Anytime.
So let's see. What has been related about confirming stoning? It says, verily, Allah said Muhammad with the truth, and he revealed the book to him. Among what was revealed to him was the ayah of stoning. So the messenger of Allah stoned, and we stoned after him. I fear that time will pass and over the people, and such that someone will say, we do not see the stoning in the book of Allah.
Amen.
They will be misguided, leaving an obligation which Allah revealed. Indeed, stoning is the retribution of the adulterer if he was married, and the evidence has been established or due to pregnancy or confession. So we know this again is Tirmidhi 1432. It is very sahih. Again, It was in the Quran. Muhammad did it. They did it. They were afraid that people will ask, like us, where it is, and there will be no answers.
So,
as always, no answers.
But what this does, James, is it forces the Muslims to recite this verse, and if they can't, it's not been perfectly memorized. This is the mechanism that the Muslims say that the Quran was passed on. Now, these are early Muslims that were reciting this verse. We don't know how it goes, but it probably goes something like this. I was out doing poo-poo, and I caught your wife cheating. Stone her in the head. So the Muslims say this is the mechanism that the perfect Quran was preserved through, but yet the Muslims can't recite this verse. It was in your Quran.
Let me just read a few more hadiths, because we have to show where it says. It says, Hudayfa bin al-Yaman came to Uthman at the time when the people of Sham and the people of Iraq were waging war to conquer Armenia and something else, Azerbaijan. Hudayfa was afraid of their people of Sham and Iraq, the differences in the recitation of the Quran. Now we're going to talk about that, differences in the recitation of the Quran, when we look at two people from the same town, the same little town, that differed in the recitation, and notice that they were from the same town, so it can't be a dialect problem. It's a Quran problem. So it says, he said, O Uthman, O chief believers, save this nation before they differ about the book, as the Jews and Christians did before. So Uthman sent a message to Hafsa saying, send us the manuscripts of the Quran so that we may compile as the Quranic materials is perfect copies and return the manuscripts to you. Hafsa sent it on, and then he ordered Zayn bin Thabit to do it. Let me just keep going. Where am I? There we go. Yeah, he just, it's a whole lot of names, to rewrite the manuscripts in perfect copies. So Uthman ordered Zayn bin Thabit, Abdullah ibn Zubair, Sayyid bin al-As, and Abdur Rahman bin Harith bin Hisham to write down the manuscripts in perfect copies. Uthman sent the three Qurayshi men, in case you disagree with Zayd bin Thabit on any point in the Quran, then write it in the dialect of the Quraysh. Quran was revealed in their tongue. So again, basically saying that if there are mistakes, you make a mistake. If you don't understand, you forget something, just put it in the Qurayshi dialect. Doesn't really matter. Uthman returned the original manuscripts to Hafsa. He sent to every Muslim province one copy of what had been copied and ordered all other Quranic materials, whether written in fragmentary materials or whole copies, to be burnt. So the first one that burnt the Quran was Uthman. I wonder if they stoned him for that. This is another hadith where it says that Allah's messenger heard a man reciting the Quran at night and said, may Allah bestow his mercy on him, as he reminded me of such and such verse and such surah, which I was caused to forget. Now, notice what he says. He says, what I was caused to forget. Allah says in the Quran, in Surah 87:6, Allah says that we shall make thee read, we shall make thee recite, and you will not forget. You will not forget. So now we have a problem, because Muhammad, he forgot. So now let's keep going. Another one. This says, I heard the apostles saying, if the son of Adam had money equal to the valley and then wish for another similar to it, nothing can satisfy, or maybe I'm jumping there, Adam's son, except Allah forgives those who repent. Ibn Abbas said, I do not know. Oh, this is talking about Ibn Abbas, confused. He's not sure if this was in the Quran or not in the Quran. Look what he says. He says, and Allah forgives him who repents to him. Ibn Abbas said, I do not know whether this saying was quoted from the Quran or not. So they don't even know what's in the Quran, and this is now the cousin of Muhammad. He says, Atta said, I heard Ibn Zubair saying this narration while he was on the pulpit. So they're saying things, but they don't know if it's coming from Allah, Muhammad, or whether it was just some Tom Harry. Could have been goofy again. Let's go to another one. That's the same one. Let's go to another one. Oh, this is again talking about what was written down and not. It says, narrated Al-Bara, there was revealed, not equals are those believers who sit at home and those who strive and fight for the cause of Allah. The Prophet called Zayd for me and let him bring the board, inkpot, and the scapula, the bone, and then said, right, not equal are those believers who sit at the time. Abr bin blah blah Maktum, the blind man, was sitting behind the Prophet, and he said, O Allah's apostle, what is your order for me as regards to the above verse, as I am a blind man? So instead of the above verse, the following verse was revealed. So Allah didn't understand that there was a blind man that couldn't use this verse because he was blind. So Allah makes a mistake only after the blind man says, hey, what about you? You forgot about me. Then the verse came, not equal are those believers who sit at home except those who are disabled by injury or blind or lame, etc., and those who strive and fight in the cause of Allah. Notice the difference. The first verse said, not equal are those believers who sit, and notice a blind man was like, I think you forgot about me.
James, can I read? Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
go on.
Yeah, so here's two sources where it says chapter 33 used to be the size of the chapter of the Cal. There's over 100 verses missing, and it contained in chapter 33 was the of adults and the stoning verses. So this first one's from Musnad Ahmed, and it says this: Ubay ibn Ka'b said to me, how long is Al-Hazab? This is chapter 33. When you read it, or how many verses do you think it is? I said to him, 73 verses. He said, only? He said, there was a time when it was as long as Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2. And we read in it, the old man and the old woman, if they commit zina, then stone them both. A punishment from Allah. So Allah is almighty and wise. So chapter 33 right here in this source. And Ibn Kathir has a commentary on this. There's a corroborating report that says this, blah, blah, blah. He said 70 odd verses. We recited it with the Messenger of Allah. It was the size of this chapter of Al-Baqarah, and it contained the verses of stoning. So in the over 100 verses that are missing from chapter 33 was the stoning verses. And this was after his death. The Quran, the goat came in, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam came in and ate the Quran.
So
over 100
again,
verses.
How can it be completed then? And look what they're going to jump to, right? They're going to say that Jibril recited the Quran to me in one way. Then I requested to read it in another way. And he continued asking him to recite in other ways. And he recited it in several ways, which he ultimately recited it in 7 different ways. Now notice this. Muhammad forgot them in all 7 ways. All 7, because he forgot verses. But now watch this, guys. Look at this. This is a conversation between 2 people that were arguing about the Quran, right? I heard Hisham ibn Hakim reciting Surah Al-Furqan while the Prophet was still alive. So I listened to his recitation, and I noticed that he recited it differently in several ways. And from how Allah's Messenger had recited it to me, I nearly struck him while he was praying, but I held myself back until he completed the prayer. And then I grabbed him by his shawl and said, who taught you this surah? And I just heard you recite. He said, Allah's Messenger recited it to me. I said, you have misspoken of Allah's Messenger. Recite it to me in a different way than how you recited it. So I immediately set off to see Allah's Messenger. Taking him along with me, I said to the Prophet, I heard this man recite Surah Al-Furqan in some way other than how you taught it to me. Allah's Messenger said, let him go, recite it, Hisham. So he recited it the way that I heard him recite it before. Then Allah's Messenger, that is how it was sent down, and then said, recite Ummah. So I recited it the way I had been taught. And Allah's Messenger said, that is how it was sent down. The Quran was sent down in 7 aruf. They tried to say dialects, aruf is not a dialect. So recite whatever of it is easy for you. So Muhammad was making big mistakes and he just made it up as he went. Now watch this, talking about dialects, right? Watch what it says. Bukhari says, while there was much differing among the scholars as to the meaning of the 7 aruf, the correct meaning, inshallah, is that they have different dialects of the Arabic language in which the Quran was revealed. However, as scholars have pointed out, Ummah and Hisham were both of the tribe of the Quraysh and thus share the same dialect. This raises the question, if they share the same dialect, why would they differ in the hafs when they recited the Quran? You see, guys, Muslims have been trying their best to make excuses for the biggest mistakes that the Quran is giving us. It's not a dialect, it's just a big mess. Let me say hello to my brother Ronnie and to Bible and something.
Ronnie.
God bless you all, believers and non-believers.
Hello, how are you?
You got to echo, my brother, Bible and Quran. You got to echo, my brother, Bible and Quran.
You said I have echo?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, maybe I go out and come back in. I go out and come back.
I have a couple things for you guys. Probably, maybe you know about it. Regarding what Travis he said about the chapter 33, it should be either equal to chapter 2 or lower. Is according to chapter 33 verse 1, Tafsir al-Qurtubi and Tafsir Ibn Kathir is saying there was a lot of things missing.
Bible,
Okay.
you still have a lot of background, bro. You got a lot. Just go out the app and come back in again. Sorry.
You got chapter 24 verse 27. I'm gonna show you what is saying. Hold on. حبيبي لسه وصلت. So can you give me a big screen for a little bit? I'm gonna show you maybe 2 things, maybe. I'm not sure. We'll see. So this is chapter 24 verse 27. Look what it's saying. Let me get the finger that Travis he love a lot.
Yeah, it's not official till we see that hand. Look, guys, it's Allah's hand. الله أكبر.
الله أكبر. أصغر. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تدخلوا بيوتا غير بيوتكم حتى تستأنسوا وتسلموا على أهلها ذلكم خير لكم لعلكم تذكرون. So the wrong word is تستأنسوا. تستأنسوا, there is nothing in Arabic. If you find it in English, it will say permission, and it actually is the wrong word. I can prove that from Islamic sources. They said, according to Tabari, here, Tafsir al-Tabari, the same exact verse. It's saying here, look, عن ابن عباس إنه كان يقرأ لا تدخلوا بيوتا غير بيوتكم حتى تستأذنوا وتسلموا على أهلها. So the word, according to Ibn Abbas, he used to recite it in the right way, which is تستأذنوا. The one they have look, I don't know if you can tell the difference. See how it look like? And I'm going to show you what they have right now in the Quran. You see? Hold on. تستأذنوا here. تستأنسوا. And then if we go to the commentary of At-Tabari, let's see what he said about this, because he said this is a mistake.
I don't have my blow-up hand today, Ronnie, so I got to do this.
Well, try your best. You will never be like mine. وإنما تستأنسوا وهم من الكتاب. It was allusion from the writers. When they wrote it this way. It should be this way. And then we're gonna go down عن ابن الآية بيوتا إنما هي خطأ. Look, they mention it again. حدثنا ابن بشار قال ثنا محمد بن جعفر قال ثنا شعبة عن أبي بشر عن سعيد بن جبير عن ابن عباس. Ibn Abbas, he said, إنما هي خطأ من الكاتب, is error from the writer. Let me try to switch it, because the English, when I switch it to English, is actually, it's give it different meaning. See, here it should say allusion from the writers, from the scribes. It should, they, because waham is allusion, but they're translated to they. And then look, Ibn Bashar, authority, Sa'ad, Ibn Jabir, and Ibn Abbas, reading this verse, well, they
regarding
mentioned
this verse.
Yeah, regarding this verse, is a mistake by the scribe. You see?
Oof. Crazy.
Yeah. One more. Let me see. I think one more. I think is outside of the subject. Let me see.
Bro, hey, Ronnie, they do this for 37 verse 12 of the Quran. You know the Khalaf and the Hafs that said Ajib Ta and Ajib Tu?
Yes.
Yeah, the Muslims say that Allah can't wonder, and therefore this Quran's not right. But this is a canonized version of the Quran.
Yeah, true. You're right. And what James he said about you remember when he said that Uthman, he actually burned the Quran, right? I'm gonna mention that after what I'm gonna say right now. This is about Jesus. I love to say things about Jesus. Chapter 19, verse 34. I believe you guys, you never heard this before. I have it in my book long time ago, in my notebook, but I never shared it with anyone. I was going through my stuff because I saw the topic of James. I said, you know what? Let me go through it. But I found this with the things I wrote. Chapter 19, verse 34. Tafsir al-Qurtubi. Commentary of Qurtubi. Look what it says. Probably is going to blow your mind, guys. I'm not sure. That is Jesus is God? The son of Mary, the word of truth, about which they are in doubt, right? But I want you to focus on this. Jesus, the son of Mary, the word of truth. I want you to focus on this. Word of truth. It was Qurtubi, right? Yeah, Qurtubi. Almighty said that Jesus is the son of Mary. That is that which we mentioned is Jesus, the son of Mary. That he that is how they believe him, not as the Jews say that he was not of sound mind and crazy or bewitched. Joseph. Christian said God's son. Okay, so here, God, the son of God, the word of truth.
Arkisa, he said, word of truth is an attribute of Jesus. That is
look. Not only that, right? You see it? The truth
on my screen.
Is of Jesus. That is Jesus, the son of Mary, the word of truth. It is called the word of truth, just as it is called the word of God. And the truth
is God.
Oof.
Oh my goodness.
Help me, Allah.
You see it?
That's right, Taylor. See, the word of truth is Jesus, and Jesus is God.
Where did that come from, though? Where is that source from?
Qurtubi, this is a giant, bro.
This is advanced level that you can't get to yet. So this is Qurtubi on a Tafsir that is basically explaining this, 34. So let me just say that. And the truth is Jesus, the word of truth is Jesus, and it says the truth as it is called the word of God, and the truth is God Almighty. This is why you came up, man. This is why you.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm about to go to it.
Oh yeah, go and study it, brother. Go and study it. Let me see what I have else for you.
Let me-
This. Oh, go ahead, James.
No, I was going to show you how to get there. Taylor, can I show you how to find it?
I'm saying I just read it, but it don't say that. So,
It doesn't say that?
No. So 34 says, such is Isa, son of Mary.
It's not
30.
That's the Tafsir, bro. Are you listening to what we said?
Bro, you talking about Tafsir.
See, I told you, you're not educated enough to come on the stage, man.
Yeah, this
I
is a
told
scholar,
you,
bro.
Milk, my man. We are eating meat. You are on milk. You the same 5 sucklings that Allah gave to the neighborhood. You are on that milk. We are on the meat, man. We passed that for a long time ago. Told you, bro. Hand your Quran back in and get your hair back.
But that was
Hey, Taylor, you know we sit among scholars, bro. That's bearded sheikh right there. Al Qurtubi's a giant.
Okay.
You know how long his beard is?
How do you know, Travis?
You know how long his beard is? He can walk into the barber shop and leave, and he can go do other things out at the grocery store, and they'd be working on his beard back at the barber shop, bro. That's how big his beard is. And he's got the red dye in it like Muhammad did.
How do you know about this? Hey, listen. So I just want to ask something. The last thing to you guys, James. You mentioned that Uthman, he burned the Qurans, right? Because they start having conflict among them because the people from Iraq, they respond in different way than the people in Syria. This is why Uthman, he said, you know what? There's a difference between the Muslims. I don't want to be the same exact what happened among the Christian and Jews. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna burn them. So this is why he collect them and he burned them, right? Actually, Uthman, he did something against the will of Allah. According to Sahih Muslim, 2:1a as an apple, he said that Allah ordered Muhammad and commanded him to let his people, which is Muslims, to recite the Quran in 7 ahruf, 7 dialects. This is the last message to him regarding the 7 letters, the dialects of the Quran. And then we got in Bukhari 4987. It's saying Uthman, he collect the Quran because the Muslim, they start reading the Quran in different dialects. So is Uthman, he got revelation? Is Uthman, can we call him a kafir? He's going to hellfire because he did something that Muhammad, he did not do, which is Allah, he commanded him to do, which is keeping the Quran in 7 dialects. And I just want, because they cannot deny it. They said, oh, they recited it. No, it was written. It was written in the book, the dialect.
But let me just say this.
Oh, sorry.
1 second to Travis. So for those that didn't get it, Taylor, the first one to write the Quran was Abu Bakr. And then after Abu Bakr, if you read this over here and you go in Surah 7191, Sahih, Sahih Bukhari 7191, it says Abu Bakr was the first one to write it. After that, if I'm not mistaken, it says then it was Uthman that was compiled it in Surah 4987.
15 years later, James.
Yeah, 15 years later, that's right.
Yeah.
So your Quran was written by a follower of Muhammad, someone that was there, someone he took his child and penetrated as a 9-year-old. He takes this dude writes the Quran, and this Quran wasn't good enough. Uthman says, let's just burn it. Let me read the hadith for you. This is what it says. It's actually a fight, basically. Muslims have been fighting all through time, but it says this. Abu Bakr sent for me owing to the large number of casualties in the battle of Yamama. While Umar was sitting with him, Abu Bakr said to me, Umar has come to me and said, a great number of the Quraysh, the Holy Quran, were killed, unalived, on the day of the Battle of Al-Yamama. And I am afraid that the casualties among them of the Quran may increase on the battlefields, whereby a large part of the Quran may be lost. Therefore, I consider it advisable that you, Abu Bakr, should have the Quran collected. I said, how dare I do something that Allah's messenger did not do? Umar said, by Allah, it is something beneficial. Umar kept on pressing me for that till Allah opened my chest. So he had Allah open his chest, was probably giving him Zamzam, for that which he had opened the chest of Umar, and I in that matter, the same opinion as Umar had. Abu Bakr then said to me, Zayd, you are a wise young man, and we do not have any suspicion about you. And you used to write down the divine inspirations for Allah's messenger. So you should search for the fragmentary scripts of the Quran and collect it in one book. Further said by Allah, Abu Bakr ordered me to shift the mountain among the mountains from one place to another. It would not have been heavier for me than this ordering me to collect the Quran. Then I said to Umar and Abu Bakr, how can you do something which Allah's messenger did not do? Abu Bakr said, by Allah, this is something beneficial. So this again wasn't from Muhammad, this came after Muhammad. Zayd, and obviously these people were having, contact with Allah because he opened their chest. Zayd added, so he, Abu Bakr, kept on pressing me for that until Allah opened my chest, for that which he had opened the chest of Abu Bakr and Umar. And I in that matter the same opinion as theirs. So I started compiling the Quran by collecting it from the leafless stalks of the date palm tree, and from the pieces of leather and hide, and from the stones, and from the chests of men who had memorized the Quran. And I found the last verses of Sirat al-Tawbah, verily there was someone among you, an apostle, yada, 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 from Zumiyaima, Abi Kuzumayna, whatever, and I added it to the rest of the surah. The manuscripts of the Quran remained with Abu Bakr till Allah took him unto him. Then it remained with Umar till Allah took him, and then with Hafsa, and then who is Hafsa bin Umar. But one thing I want to just say when it comes to this, the verse was with one guy, the Qur'an. How can we trust this one dude? One dude. Sahih Bukhari 7190. Bukhari 7191. Taylor, if you go to the Quran, right, and you go to Surah 115, the surah is called Surah Dil Amma. In Surah Dil Amma, you will find everything that we've spoken about. Surah Dil Amma, Surah 115. If you open your Quran to that now, you will find it there.
Surah Dil Amma. That's funny, bro.
Okay, go ahead, read it.
Yeah, no, Surah Dil Amma. If you open your Quran, it says, I can read it for you, 1 second.
Read already, James?
I've read Surah 115, yeah, Surah Dil Amma.
The first verse goes like this. I seek refuge from the fools and Shaitan's regime. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This Quran used to be a lot bigger than it is right now.
All I'm saying to you, Taylor, if you open it, once you get to that, I'm not going to read it for you now because you have to read the Quran first. You can't just jump to Surah Dil Amma, because Surah Dil Amma is really for the advanced people. I told you, man, you're on milk, brother. I can't give you meat. You haven't got your teeth yet. So just, when you get there, come back and we'll talk about it, because Surah Dil Amma starts with, it's actually, as Travis just said, and it basically says that the Quran was once 116 verses, and 2 verses abrogated by the holy goat that ate it during the time of Muhammad.
Okay, once again, where you get that from, though?
Surah
you just keep
Dil.
reading stuff, but you don't.
I'm telling you, it's from the Surah Dil. Surah Dil 115 in the Quran. Surah Dil Amma.
Hey Taylor, did you put together the problems, the hadith that were in the hadith that James wrote? So when Abu Bakr commissioned Zayed to go out and compile, he talked about how much of a burden it was and how hard it was for him to do. If the Quran was perfectly preserved by memory, this would have been an easy task. You simply call the big bearded Abduls around you and they start rapping the Quran and you simply start writing it down. But you guys notice what Zayed did? He had to go out and look for the Quran. It wasn't perfectly memorized. And in fact, it wasn't perfectly memorized because 15 years later, when Uthman has his barbecue with the Quran, he barbecues the other Qurans because the Qurans were being recited wrong. There's no perfectly preserved and memorized Quran, because this is the very reason that the Quran was being compiled in the first place, and 15 years later it had to be done again.
Okay, and the Bible was written by a king, so
Wait, if the Bible, the Quran is not going to fit your Quran here, friend.
You are so slow, Taylor. Tell me, what king wrote the Bible, please, Taylor?
Right, I got a King James version. Who was
okay,
that?
Did he write the Bible?
Apparently, yeah.
Okay, can you prove that he wrote the Bible? Don't, please, just Travis.
I'm not, bro.
Can you do me a favor, please, Taylor? Go to Surah Al-Amma and you will see that the Quran claims that Allah was the author of the Injil that we have today. And Surah Al-Amma tells you that the King James was summoned by Muhammad through Allah, Jibreel, and the Holy Spirit, all told him in the King James. So you are now running over Allah and Muhammad and Jibreel and the Holy Spirit, your Holy Spirit, because they commission him in Surah Al-Amma to confirm that the Bible exists through King James. You don't even know that. When King James was writing it, this was after he lost his hand and two of his fingers on his left hand. So he was using his pinky and his second finger. So you have no idea. His ring finger and pinky were able to rewrite the Injil according to Allah in Surah Al-Amma. You don't even know this, bro.
You go off the Old Testament or New Testament?
Dude, try not to be you sound. What do you mean do I go from the Old to the New Testament? What is the Injil?
Do you go with the Old or the New Testament? It's a simple question.
Both of them. Just like the Quran depends on both, we depend on both.
No, not the New Testament. So
of course the Quran depends on the New Testament.
Because that was made up by the man. So
yes, it does. Again, watch this. Taylor, because you're stupid, I'll give you some grace. According to the Quran, can you tell me, what is the Injil?
It's the Injil, the Bible.
Is that the New Testament or the Old Testament?
The New Testament is created by y'all. Like
again, try again. I told you, because you give you some grace. The New Testament, is that the Bible?
If y'all wanted to be, like, that wasn't.
See, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. Try again. Don't show everyone that you're left shoulder that hasn't really understood anything much today. So again, according to you, what is the Injil?
So did y'all not take part of the Torah and put it in the Bible?
I need you to listen again. Try to then you sound, right? Please, people, don't judge all us black people by this idiot over here. Taylor is new. He just come out the barbershop. They handed him a Quran and they told him he needs to cut the foreskin off his. And now he thinks that he's a Muslim because he can say Assalamu alaikum. So please forgive him. But now we're going to educate him. So according to you, what is the Injil?
So did y'all take the Torah into the Bible?
What is the Injil?
It's the Bible.
What is the Torah?
It's the Torah, another form of religious scripture.
Man, you dumb. My God, you are dumb. Who was given the Torah?
The Torah is passed down to Moses.
Who was given the Injil?
I'm not quite sure, but I believe Jesus. That's what was gave to Jesus.
This is why, dude, never enter another blooming live again. I swear, you dumb. You're so dumb. So, but I'll work with you. It's okay. So now we know that the Torah was given to Moses. Is the Torah corrupted?
So correct me where I was wrong at, though.
I'm helping you. I'm going to help you. Is the Torah corrupted?
No, but who was the Jill given?
It was given to Isa. You're right.
You just said I was stupid and dumb, though. But
dude, listen to yourself, bro. Listen to yourself, please. Again, the Torah, is the Torah the Old Testament?
Is the Torah the Old Testament? In Christianity, if that's how you want to put it, yeah.
Okay, is the Torah corrupted?
Yeah.
You're such a dumb. Okay, in the Quran, does Allah says that no one can corrupt his word. Is the Torah the word of Allah?
So the people corrupted the word.
So the people are bigger, greater, and stronger than Allah, correct? So the people are more powerful than Allah, who says none can change my word, correct?
No, so that's not what that means.
Okay, what does it mean when Allah says none can change my word? What does it mean? When none can change my word, what is Allah saying?
once he says something and it's being done, no one could change the outcome of the situation.
I asked you, when Allah said, none can change my word, is the Torah the word of Allah?
So once again, it says that the people misplace words in those scriptures.
I'm asking you, Allah says, none can change my word. Is Allah lying when he said that?
And I just explained. I don't think that I can explain it in layman terms than I just did.
Okay, is the Torah, I'm going to treat you like a 6-year-old. Maybe, you know,
Okay.
Aisha had more brain than you. The Torah comes from Allah, correct?
Okay. They all
is
come
the
from
Torah
Allah.
the word of Allah?
They all come from Allah.
Okay, the Torah is the word of Allah. Let me just put on the screen just so I can help you, because you got to feed this person with breast milk. Again, guys, this is why when you're talking to a Muslim, you need to find out is past his milk teeth or not. So the Quran in Surah 6:115 says, perfected are the words of thy Lord in truthful and justice. No man can change his words. Is that a true statement?
Hold on, I'm going to it.
Oof. I'm so tired of these barbershop Muslims,
What,
man.
James? He's gonna be like, no one can change Allah's words, but they changed it. We know what's coming, bro.
This is what happens. You convert in jail and you come out of jail and you think you're Muslim.
He got a haircut and a religion for $14, bro.
Can you read it out loud for all of us, Taylor?
He said.
Okay, go ahead. Now, okay. So I just explained though what that is. So
okay, is the Torah the word of Allah?
The Torah was sent down by Allah.
Is the Torah the word of Allah? Man, you're dumb. Oh my God. Seriously, so slow. You're an embarrassment to me and all my left shoulder brothers, dude. Sad that you became a Muslim. So if the Torah is the word of Allah and Allah says no one can change his words, if man can change the words of Allah, that means man is more superior and greater than Allah, correct?
And Allah lied and failed.
What was the Quran changed at then?
We're talking about the Torah, friend.
We just spoke about the Quran and we showed you that there's changes and missing verses and missing chapters in the Quran. We've shown you that. Have you been paying attention? I'm asking you now about the Torah and the Injil. So again, if the Torah is the words of Allah and none can change his words, is Allah a liar?
No, he's not a liar.
Okay, is the Injil that was given to Jesus, is that Allah's words?
But that verse right there is not talking about the Injil there.
This is words.
Oh my God, this is what happens, man. Jesus.
That verse is not talking about the Torah though.
It says no one can change his words. This is even in the context of scripture in chapter 6, verse 114. What is wrong with you, dude? There's no topic you're gonna come up over here and be able to beat us on, friend.
Let me make it simple for him, right? I'm gonna show you this. None amongst Allah's creation can remove the words of Allah from his books.
Talking about the Quran, bro. Like,
is that dummy? Is that singular or pure plural?
So once again, when you go to the Quran, bro,
is it singular or plural?
Okay.
So let's keep reading. They alter and distort their apparent meanings. Wahab bin Munab said, the Torah and the Injil remain as Allah revealed them. I'll read that again. The Torah and the Injil remain as Allah revealed them. The Torah was sent to Musa. The Injil was sent to Jesus. They remain as Allah revealed them. Is this another lie?
Okay, so go to 446.
Is this another lie?
Go to 446.
Is this a lie?
Go to 446, bro.
Is this a lie?
I'm answering your question. Go to 446.
I'm asking you first. Is this a lie or is this true?
Go to 446 and then you'll see the answer.
It ain't gonna say nothing about the Torah and the Injil being corrupted, bro.
You're an embarrassment
go to 446, bro.
Okay, let's go to 446.
It doesn't say anything about the Torah and the Injil being corrupted.
Let's go there. Shut it. Taylor, sit quietly, bro. Pretend you're pigeon constipated on top of the Kaaba. Let's see what it says. Some of the Jews perverted words from their meaning, saying, we have heard and we disobey, and we will, and be thou not given to hear and observe us, twisting with their tongues, meaning what they say, not what is written down, but will continue, and traducing religion. If they had said, we have heard and obey and hear as regard us, it would have been for them and more upright. But God cursed them. Allah curses people for their unbelief, so they believe not except a few. Can you tell me, what did they twist? What did they use to twist the word of Allah?
Amongst those who are Jews, they are some who displace words from
What
their
did they use to twist the words of Allah?
Amongst those who are,
did they use to twist the words of Allah?
Amongst those who are Jews, there are
You're
some
stuck in bot mode, bro. This one's broke. He's broke, bro.
So guys, they use their tongues. The word of God hasn't changed. The word of God remains as is. They used their tongues. That's what happens, man.
So while he's out at Radio Shack getting some replacement parts, the Quran literally says no one can change Allah's words. What he meant to say was no one can do it this time.
For him, I had two verses for him. It's actually according to Quran 15 verse 9. It's saying that Inna nahnu nazzalna dhikr wa inna lahu lahafidhun. Certainly we have revealed the reminder, and it is certainly we who will preserve it. If you go to chapter 16, which is the chapter that chapter 16:43, وما أرسلنا من قبلك إلا رجالا نوحي إليهم فاسألوا أهل الذكر إن كنتم لا تعلمون. Ahl al-Dhikr, which is the people of the reminder, is the people of the scriptures.
The Injil, right, in the Torah.
Yes. So Allah, he said in chapter 15, verse 9, he's going to preserve it.
Right. So if anyone didn't catch Ronnie's argument, Dr. Ali Attai actually argues this for the preservation of the Torah and the Injil. The God of the Quran calls the Torah and the Injil the reminder in chapter 16. And then he promises to preserve the reminder in verse 15. We know that the Quran is out of order. He literally promises to preserve the reminder.
Hello, people of the Bible. How are you?
Oh my gosh, this guy again. Hello, Moshe.
Why do you hate me?
We had us earlier, now we've got Moshe.
Why do you hate me?
Nobody hates you, my brother. We love you.
Do. You do.
Oh, we love you.
You're people of the Muta, bro. We love you.
We love you.
You don't love me.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me? Focus.
Let's talk.
Dude, I told you before, you sound like you're like 90 years old and you're struggling to make ends meet, man. Take it easy, bro. When I say make ends meet, I'm talking about your past and your future, because
I can cook you all. I can cook you all.
More shit.
James, love you, bro. I'm
more shit. We have okay, brother.
God bless you. Hey,
before we start,
I love you too, people of the Muta. Take care, bro.
Take care, man. Okay, let's get back to the topic now. Moshe.
Yes.
Is the Quran reliable?
What do you think?
It's a big mess.
You always use the Quran to prove your points. Why do you use the Quran if it is not reliable?
Because for the Muslims, I have to show them that it's not reliable. So I'll show you a verse.
But for you, it is not reliable. So why do you use it against?
Because it's addressing the Muslims. I'm trying to show Muslims.
Don't talk all the time and shut me up, okay? If you want to talk, be a man. Don't shut me up.
Beautiful.
Not me, okay? Be a man.
I'm going to read a hadith for you. I want you to tell me what the hadith is saying, okay? Let's try again. We're going to read a hadith. It says, Aisha reported that it had been revealed in the Holy Quran. Something was in the Holy Quran, right? We're going to see that 10 clear sucklings make the marriage unlawful. Then it was abrogated and substituted by 5
Display,
years.
listen, display the hadith in Arabic. Display the hadith in Arabic. I always want Arabic.
Can you
كان فيما listen. Display it all. Not yes. It's better than now. قال فيما أنزل من القرآن 10 أضعاف معلومات يحرم ثم نسخنا ب5 معلومات فتوفر. Okay, what's the issue with this?
Can you finish reading?
Yes, I finished.
Okay, what does it say?
Some lines, he passed some lines, but he understood.
Listen, I will answer you from your Bible.
Just ask him, is it matching the English?
Listen, don't talk.
More shit. Listen again.
You don't want me to.
I asked you about the verse that you just.
Don't ask me.
Can you tell everybody what did the verse say, and was it the same in the English? So, what did the hadith just say?
Don't interrupt me.
What did the hadith just say? That's all I asked.
Listen, the hadith simply says that the 10 are like the 5. They're both enough. This is the meaning of the hadith. You stupid.
No,
you
I'm not
don't
a Muslim.
understand
No
the
shit,
hadith.
I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Muslim. Listen carefully now. It says it was in the Quran. Can you show me?
Yes.
Can you show me where do I go, in what chapter and verse do I go to find that verse in the Quran?
Because God didn't need anymore the ayah because he replaced it with another ayah. This is the issue.
What ayah was it replaced by? Because it says it was 10 and it was replaced by 5. So that's what it says. You saying the 5 was also replaced?
Yes, God replaced it with another ayah.
What ayah did replace it, please?
The ayah in the hadith about the 10.
Okay, 10 was replaced by 5, correct?
Yes, correct.
So where can I find 5 suckling in the Quran?
You can't find it because it was replaced by another ayah.
Which ayah replaced the 5?
You keep running. You keep walking in a vicious circle.
Can I say something to مرشد عمو مرشد أعرف بيك رجال كبير. المذكور بالحديث إنه كانت مكتوبة في القرآن حبيبي عمو. It was written in the Quran. So they used to read it from the Quran. It was in the paper. This is what James is trying to say to you. So the Muslim, they used to read it. So please, just be honest about it. كن شريف بقراءة ما موجود بالحديث رجاء. You are muted, brother.
What's your name? Why are you laughing?
His name
if
is
you
Sheikh.
don't want to answer, why are you laughing?
His name is Sheikh. Doesn't matter. Just answer the question.
Okay.
Answer what I said, please.
Okay.
Just jawab.
Listen. I will answer you. The New Testament replaced the Old Testament. How is that?
More shit. I'm asking one more time, more shit. Before I put you on the white porcelain throne in your toilet, in your bathroom, where you belong, I'm asking you one more time. The verse it was in the Quran, and it was abrogated from 10 to 5. Where do I go in your Quran to find the 5 verses of my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard and they like it's better than yours? Can you show me that verse in your Quran, please?
You don't have to go. You don't have to go.
عمو مرشد
انتوا العهد الجديد حل محل العهد القديم. ليش بتحكوا؟ ليش بتتفلسفوا؟
لحظة.
Oh my gosh. This dude keeps requesting and he's dumber than Mo. He's like the white porcelain god he bows to in the toilet after a night out. More shit. That's where he belongs.
And it says when people they getting older, their heart is getting harder and harder.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I get from him. Seriously,
it's sad. It's truly sad. But guys, today you had a sneak preview into the topic. I'm glad that I was able to do enough research just to show you guys what little I know, the little I know and the little I can produce, that we can produce as people that come up on this thing. You'll notice how shocking it is that we are pointing to what they have or should have in their Quran, and it's not there now, showing us that these people are so blind and so lied to that they, the Stockholm syndrome. Why is it that they can find all this stuff and show these people that there's mistakes in their Quran? I don't know, Ronnie, if you have it, please, where it says that there used to be 17,000 verses and 11,000 disappeared and they only have 6,000 now. Do you know which one it is?
I'm not sure. I never heard this before, brother.
There's actually a video on them where it says that they used to have, let me see if I can find it, 17,000 verses, 11,000 disappeared.
Well, I just want to go just backtrack for a little bit. According to Bukhari, let me see if it's Bukhari. Yeah, Bukhari. The best of the people who actually memorize the Quran, and he knows the reason of revelation, and he knows the meaning of every verse in the Quran. You know who? Abdullah bin Mas'ud.
Okay.
So the question to you, brother. According to the Bukhari, he's the best one. He memorized the Quran. And they said, this is in Bukhari 5002. 5002. What it's saying is, if he hear anything about the Quran, something about the Quran, he actually take a camel and he go to that person and collect what he have about the Quran. So now the question is, when you have a person have a big knowledge about the Quran, the reason why it was revealed and the meaning of it, why you don't have his Quran that was written by his hands? You know what I'm saying? So what you have, awesome. You have the rest. Why you don't have Abdullah bin Mas'ud? Yeah,
that's another dilemma. Can you read this for me, please, in Arabic?
Sure. You want the blue? This is the narrator. No, narrators. These are the narrators. That one. إن القرآن الذي جاء به جبريل, the Quran that was brought by Jibril alayhi salam, blessing upon him. Go left. Okay. إلى محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم 17,000 آية. 17,000 verses.
So the Quran that Jibril brought to Muhammad had 17,000 verses. Now this is from Ibn Hakam, narrated from Hisham, Ibn Salim, from Abu Abdullah, who said, so this is what it said. Right? Now again, guys, not me saying it, that's why I said, this is from a Rare Hadith, volume 2, from Al-Kafi, book 3, chapter 14. As I said, there was 17,000, and today there's only 6,000 verses in their Quran. Only 6,000 something verses in the Quran today. What happened? Let me see. There's response and stuff. I mean, this is just... So how many verses in the Quran today? 6,000. What happened to the rest of it?
I apologize. I think what you just showed is by Shia.
Yeah, it's Shia. Yeah, okay. But they still say the same thing. Yes, it's 100% Shia. But if the Shia are Muslim and they have the same one Quran, what happened? And yes, it is a Shia, guys. I got that. Because it says there, ShiaChat.com, 17,000 verses. Doesn't matter. They're supposed to have only one Quran. So if they have only one Quran, why is it that the Shias have a different Quran? So Bible, let me see
echoing.
if that's working.
Is that okay now?
No, my brother. No, my brother.
It's not your
Still echoing. All right. Maybe because I'm driving, it's okay. Maybe next time
If
I
you got
follow
a Bluetooth on,
I
you
will
must
come
take
back
the
to your
Bluetooth
life.
off. You must take your Bluetooth off.
Okay, I'll take the Bluetooth off now. I take it off.
Let's try again.
Okay.
No, man.
The
Still
Bluetooth.
echo.
The Bluetooth. I'll just
turn
go
off
out
your phone and come back again. Turn it off.
Turn it off.
Hello.
Okay, Wissam, are you there?
Yes, sir. You have Samuel 2, 12, 11, 12. You have Judges 21, 20. You have Hosea 1 to 2.
Yeah, Wissam, it sounds
have
as if you're...
Aisha
Wissam, it sounds as if your internet is as daif as your Quran. So we're not talking about my book. We're talking about whether your Quran is reliable or not. So we're talking about whether your Quran is reliable or not.
In your book is
So
a
all
lot
we're
of stuff
doing is
bad.
trying to understand whether we should pick up your book if it's as bad as it sounds. Wissam, you have a bad connection. Wissam, you have a bad connection. The antenna between Muhammad and Jibreel is broken. Are you on the toilet, bro? Was he taking a dump? Okay, you can't pick it up with these people, man.
Yeah, I think he's Iraqi like me. The way we stuff like this, like the sound in his mouth when we dislike something. So if I dislike you, I will do this. So
my wife will think I'm Iraqi then.
If I want to bother you, I just want you to be triggered, I will do the same exact. So I'll do the same exact thing. This is Iraqi.
Does it only work if you use your...
Yeah. Sometimes if they disrespect you so much, they're gonna throw it from the bottom.
Sometimes I forget I'm on YouTube and it's being recorded. Oh my Lord. Talking of which, guys, now that we understand and see where Muslims are actually taking, can get a bit of a better picture to see, because again, as I said, I did a little bit of research on this just to get an idea of what Muslims are going to say and where they would take this kind of topic. I actually thought that they would be a little bit more knowledgeable and understand and, put up a little bit of a fight, but it doesn't seem as if they really care. Really, they don't really know what to say and how to say it because they kind of checkmate themselves, which is sad again, because you'd wish that they were honest with themselves and with their books. It's sad, man. It's just truly sad.
James, I'm sorry, brother. I love to cut you off a lot. So as we know, chapter 39, verse 23, is saying the Quran is the best of the hadith.
Mm-hmm.
So now, the hadith is actually, how they can tell the hadith is authentic. I think we talked about this before. How they know the hadith is authentic? By going to the narrators, right? So when they go to their narrators, if anyone break the chain of narration, they label the hadith either weak. It depends about the person. If the person is rejected, if the person a liar, if the person he's something bad, like let's say he was never there in that place and he never heard this before. So this is how they actually say the hadith is weak. This is how they grade the hadith. Okay, the grading of the hadith, they go by each narrators and each person, scholars they said about each person. So when the Quran, you have to do the same exact thing to the Quran, because according to the Quran, I just said it's the best of the hadith. When the Quran is the best of the hadith, you have to go who actually gives you the Quran. لحظة كان استحيت على نفسك لحظة مو دا شوفني دا احكي لا لحظة عفط على امك قواد بالله العير على كس اختك ابو العيورة. So what happened is can you just kick him please?
Let's give him a chance to get
No I can't. So now when the Quran is the best of the hadith, you have to do the same exact thing about the Quran, about the narrators. So when you have the Quran in your hand is by Hafs and Asim. Okay, can we search who's Asim and who's Hafs?
Hafs, that's right.
So when you have Hafs, he's a liar, he's rejected, and Asim, he used to take books and he don't return them, he's a thief. How come that you're gonna trust this person, a liar, to give you a Quran? You know what I'm saying?
I asked that to the first person that came up. I asked them that question, man, and they didn't even understand. They didn't even know that.
Yeah, I have a lot of sources from Islamic sources. It's talking even Ahmed bin Hanbal. He said Hafs, he's a rejected and he's a liar. But you know their defense, what it is?
Yeah, listen, Ronnie, the guy that came up, right? When we have people, and this is for all the people in the chat as well. When people that come up and are disrespectful and you know, what we're trying to do now, right? What I'm trying really my best to do is that we don't need to give a response of, you know, for every action. They say there's a reaction, and no action is actually a reaction. So we don't need to go to their level with swearing and insulting and you know, stuff like that. So I was just thinking about this guy that came up. We need to show these people that we are so much better than them. All we have to do is just drop them and just, you know, let it pass, because again, we want people to know that the intention of these lives, and this goes to all you guys, of the lives is to show, and you know, we joke and I say some silly stuff, and yes, we do get loud and, you know, funny and stuff, but we must remember the objective of these types of lives, especially for you guys in the chats as well, and especially for us up here, is that we can't throw back the same kind of energy. You know, that's why I say let him get it off his chest, because even his chest, he got nothing else. He's empty. He's out of breath. He's got nothing more to give. And then we can just say, you know, take care, bye. Or once, are you done? Let's have the conversation, because they can only be stupid for so long before they have to realize that they need to change. So just in the chats as well, and especially for us up here, we don't need to match that type of energy. I'm trying my best, because I say some silly things based on what they say, but I try my best not to swear, not to you know, throw insults and say, I really try. And if I do forget and I do mess up, forgive me, guys. But there's no use bringing this guy up again and again, because again, we know where he's going. So, you know, we okay. But I beg you guys as well in the chats, please, that they're looking for a reaction. Not every action deserves an equal reaction. We just have to, you know, dust it off, and by an action can also be just dropping them or muting them. So if I say something and you guys think that I'm, you know, forgive me, just, and this is why iron sharpens iron, and you guys can guide and remind us. Don, you one of those, bro. That's a fact. So, you know, and we get loud. I know that we do say silly things. We do get loud. We shout over each other, and that's because we get passionate. But again, we don't need to resort to insults and swearing.
Cool.
And so
I
that goes
apologize
for you guys as well.
I apologize, guys, because I did say some things in Iraqi, so he's the only one who understands what I said to him. The other thing is, we have We have weakness, seriously. I just apologize to everyone. I'm so glad you did not understand what I said to him. So he's the only one who understood what I said. So God bless you all. I apologize, James. It was not meant to be, but it happens. I apologize.
I got you. As I said, as long as we're reminding each other that sometimes we need to just stop and you know, I'm trying my best. Sometimes I'm just so that you guys don't hear me say what I really think of the people coming up, because it's like, my goodness, you know, and us, you know, and sometimes, you know, tough love. You got to say something to a person to make them, but we can choose our words. And this is the choice we've given, because we have free choice. That we can choose the words we say and how we're going to approach it. So, yeah. But with that said, we're not going to just harp on with that. Let me see. I've got a couple left. So we can go bring up a few more people. Wissam, stop requesting, brother, please. Stop requesting. We've got Kojo. Hopefully this is a Muslim. Kojo, are you there? Okay, guess not. We've got Madeline. Let's see, Madeline, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not a Muslim, but I have studied all the religions in the world.
Oh, wow. How many religions are there in the world?
Many.
So you studied over 10,000 religions?
There is no 10,000. It's less than that.
How many are there?
7,144. What do you want to know about?
Wow. And you studied all of them?
Yes, because I want the truth.
So how long did it take you to study all of them, just out of curiosity?
I have studied since a young age.
Okay. Can you tell me, since you studied all the religions of the world, did you make a difference
Where do I
between
find
religions?
the truth? Where do I find the truth?
No, but did you find the truth?
I did.
Okay, beautiful. Where's the truth?
None of them.
So what is your basis on that? How do you come to none of them is truth?
Because the truth stay within yourself.
This truth is within yourself. Beautiful. So
Yes.
now that you've studied all the religions, and the topic has to do with, in fact, let me ask you, you studied all the religions of the world. Can you just name 10 religions? Just 10 that you know.
Do you want to know that?
Just so I know. And did you study them under a teacher, or just like with Wikipedia?
Profoundly. Wikipedia? Oh no. I studied from 2 years old.
You studied
Okay, let's go to Christianity. And Christianity have Protestantism.
Yeah, no, those are the easy ones. Those are the easy ones. Everyone knows between Hinduism, Buddhism. Can you tell me, for example, about Taoism? When you studied Taoism.
Taoism.
No, Taoism. Taoism. Or Confucianism.
Yeah, but the ultimate is Taoism.
When you study Confucianism, Confucius says, man who walks through swinging doors is going to Bangkok, capital of Thailand.
I'm here in capital of Thailand.
You are in the capital of Thailand?
Yes. Right now.
Okay. So,
but I'm not studying the Confucianism. I'm studying the Taoism.
Okay. So all I want to know is, do you study it in its local language or in a English?
No, I'm going into the retreats and I'm studying with the meditative forest monks.
Okay. So my whole point now is, you are still studying, or you finish your studies?
I think I finished my studies.
Okay, beautiful. So you're basically an atheist after all that?
No, I'm agnostic.
You're agnostic. So
yeah,
when it came to this topic,
not agnostic, but agnostic.
Agnostic.
G.
Yeah, agnostic.
Yes.
Yeah, you're agnostic. So basically, when you got to the religion of Islam, what did you find reliable in the Quran?
What I don't reliable maybe in the Quran. That's what made me study the other things.
What did you find reliable?
I didn't find reliable many things, but what I didn't find that
I'm asking you to just name one thing that you found reliable, or something that you found true, or you found to be right, correct in Islam.
Okay, what correct in Islam? I found that after war, you need, if there is a man, they need to have many kids. That's reliable because it's reliable in the material world.
Can you show me where I find that in the Quran that you need to have many wives for many kids?
You know that. I don't want to show you exactly passage and everything. I know there is that rules in there.
So you don't have any idea about the passages, right?
No, but I have the idea of the whole Quran.
Okay, what is the message of the whole Quran?
Why don't you explain?
You just studied it, girl. I want to learn from you.
No, I just tell you what's my opinion. That
yeah, but you studied Islam, correct?
No, that's what God's saying. Inside of the war, the man have to inseminate
Is that all when you studied Islam? That's what you found out?
No.
So what is the message of Islam?
Go kill.
What?
Yes. Also, the same message have.
Oh, never mind, man. Wow.
What? Where did you go? Bring her back. This is priceless, man. Like, she's just speaking out of her rear end. Seriously.
That's why I dropped her, man. You can't make this up.
Like, she's literally talking out of her rear end. She doesn't even know what she's saying.
Yeah, well,
I don't think there's cognition
when you have these people, man.
I don't think there's cognition between the phonetic sounds that's coming out of her mouth and her brain. Like, there's just no connection, I think. There's just coming out, like, somehow.
Ty, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You're Muslim?
Yes, sir.
Beautiful. So, Jack, are you there? Okay. Since you the Muslim, the topic would be a simple one, as always. Can I rely on a Quran, or is it corrupted?
I mean, why would you put this right there?
I can't say again.
Yo, what would make you think this?
My man, I can't hear what you said. You're falling out. Say again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can.
Oh, sorry about that. What would make you feel that it's corrupted? I mean, we can probably start there.
Well, again, when I read your hadiths, right, your hadiths confirm, and all the scholars confirm, that it's an incomplete Quran, missing verses. You've got the sheep or the goat that eats some of your verses. You've got people arguing about the recitation of verses. You have a man that reminds Muhammad about verses. You have a Christian guy that adds verses. You've got Hisham and Umar from the same town, both Qurayshi, both speaking the same dialect, reciting it in different ways. I just want to know, man, your Quran was, according to the scholars, a book that's supposed to be perfect, but it's like a big mess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you're getting that information from.
Well, I'll give you an example, right? I'll give you an example, and this is the easiest example. It says, I'll show it to you on the screen. Do you agree that the Quran is completed?
Of course.
And there's nothing missing, right?
That's correct.
Beautiful. So let's see if that's true, right? Aisha, you know who she is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Reported that it had been revealed in the Holy Quran that 10 clear sucklings made the marriage unlawful. And it was abrogated and substituted by 5 clear sucklings. And Allah's apostle died. And it was before that time in the Holy Quran. So it was in the Quran. and recited by Muslims. You show me the verse of 5 sucklings, please, in your Quran. That's adult breastfeeding.
Sure. I mean, so
Alhamdulillah Islam.
hadith. Is it Sahih Muslim?
Sahih Muslim 14528.
I want to preferences. I'm not a scholar by any way. I mean,
No Muslim is, and even Allah told me that none of you guys know Islam, so it's okay.
No, I think there's plenty of scholars. I think that they just may not be wanting to waste their time on TikTok. Is all.
Yeah.
But anyways, as far as this one goes, I can't tell you. You know, something about hadith. There's some hadiths that are, you know, graded as being sahih. You know, and as far as this one, I'm not too sure about the grading.
This one is sahih, buddy.
It's on the screen, my man.
Yeah, and there's different opinions on which hadiths are still. I know you're taking from the website. What is the grading? Is it graded Hassan? I mean, there's a lot.
Sahih.
It's Sahih again.
Okay, Sahih doesn't necessarily mean it's 100%. You know, Sahih.
Can't make this up, man. You seriously can't make this up.
Do you know the grading of it? Do you know the grading?
Dude, are you blind or just being stupid?
So hold on.
Can you see my screen?
Really mean sahih, and so how do we trust something is sahih or not sahih then? Please answer this question. When do sahih hadith become sahih, and when do hadith that sahih are suspiciously not sahih?
Again,
I'm curious because you guys do this a lot, and I just can't understand how you guys say this nonsense.
Can I just ask him this? Please tell everybody, what is the meaning of Sahih?
Again, there's different gradings.
What is the meaning of Sahih?
The meaning of Sahih will be authenticated, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's graded strong. Like, I mean, it could be sound authenticated. It could be graded Hassan. I mean, there's different.
I'm asking a very specific question. If something is graded Sahih, what does that mean?
Yeah, again, I don't know if 100% is graded Sahih. I don't even know too much about this.
Oh my gosh, dude, request it up. Try to show people that you came up here with a slight bit of intelligence in your head. Now try again. If this is true, it was Sahih. I'm going to show you more Sahih from other people. If this is true and it says that the verse of adult breastfeeding was in the Quran, is it in the Quran today?
Again, I can't tell you 100% that it is. I really don't know, but I can try to find out for you.
This is crazy, man. The verse of stoning, is that in your Quran as well?
So again, I'm not, like I told you before, I'm not the scholar here. But if you want to find out for, you know, I'm sure you could.
I'm going to try one more time. I'll listen carefully to my question. What is the punishment of adultery?
The punishment of adultery?
Yes, please. What is the punishment of adultery? Zina.
I mean, not a scholar, but from my understanding, the punishment could be stoning to death. It could be
beautiful. So if it's stoning to death, can you tell me the verse of stoning in the Quran?
Maybe that's not in the Quran. You know, there's also rules of Sharia. It's different Sharia law, and not all rules of Sharia law is going to be found inside the Quran.
Okay. The verse of stoning was in the Quran, and Muhammad used to stone, and the people used to stone. It was in the Quran. I'm asking you, where do I go to find the verse of stoning?
So again, this is the about bringing people that aren't scholars, who actually know, memorize.
Oh my heavens, bro! Like seriously, every answer you started with, I'm not a scholar. We got it, bro. Seriously, I really got it. I'm telling you right now.
Scholars.
I profess that you're not a scholar.
Okay, I mean, I
got it.
Literally, none of y'all are scholars. You know that off the bat, because none of y'all know your religion. None of y'all know your religion.
Brother, every time James asks him a question, I'm not a scholar.
Wasn't
he the one who came up to speak with us?
Yes, that's what I was getting ready to say. It's crazy how like you guys see what the topic is, then you come up as if you have the answer for it, but then we start asking you questions, and then you just default to, well, I'm not a scholar. I mean, this doesn't make any sense. Like, why come up?
Well, it's just what animals do, just like what animals do. They come up, or at least they try to appear big, and then when someone bigger than them simply pushes back, what do? They lean back and show their back.
Yeah.
James, I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. James, I think if you need like to show the grading of the hadith, I have a beautiful website. Hold on. You're going to type it in. That way you can have it.
Thank you, sir.
So, this is, hold on. Why you take it away?
What me, man? What me?
Wasn't you? So this is the website called prophetmuhammad.com, and then I will give you the grading of the hadith. See how beautiful it is? So the same exact thing that you showed, and it will give you grading. The grade is sahih. So it will give you like is authentic.
So you can search hadith in that?
Huh?
You can search hadith in that?
Oh yeah, sure.
Stoning.
You guys do understand that certain will say things are sahih and certain.
Ty, bro, just sit and wait, man. You know less than the black stone. Just sit quietly.
I honestly, genuinely would like to know the answer to my question. What would make a sahih hadith suspiciously sahih hadith? If there's a scholar, let's say Imam Muslim, graded a particular hadith sahih, and then you say this is suspiciously sahih, how? I just don't get it. Like, I'm really genuinely don't get it.
Yeah, Ty, Nawart, welcome back, bro. To be up here, you see what the topic is. Why would you request again if you don't have the answers?
I mean, again, I may not have the answers, but I'm sure you guys don't have every single answer to every single portion of your Bible or whatever.
Yeah, and those are the things that we don't talk about.
Yeah,
what do you know?
Again, the question was, is the Quran reliable or corrupted? For me, I maybe give some examples of how it's reliable. I mean, for me, one of the main reasonings of why I find it more reliable than the Christian Bible is that since it was revealed, it's been memorized by heart by millions of people. So
this is my whole point, Ty. Muhammad was forgetting the verses of the Quran. If Muhammad, who was forgetting verses of the Quran, was forgetting the verses of the Quran, how do we know that what you have isn't just made up by somebody else? Because Muhammad was saying thank you to people. He says, wretched is the man who says, I forgot such a people. He said, made to forget it. So this is again in the hadith. And then Muhammad turns around and says, I forgot verses. And then Allah says in the Quran that if you recite it, you will never forget it.
And today you have this thing where you today have this tradition of memorizing and giving license to people that have memorized it. It doesn't mean this always existed. For example, your history would say otherwise. Your history tells us the ones that memorized the Quran were unalived. There isn't one that was memorized the whole Quran like massively, because when they start to regathering
we have changed that.
Let me finish, buddy.
But I'm just saying that what you're saying is not true.
Yeah, okay, so you're gonna have to explain the hadith, and that says start compiling the Quran, they weren't able to find someone that memorized this particular ayah. Because again, when Uthman has actually decided to reconsolidate the Quran or recompile the Quran, he burnt all the corrupted ones apparently, according to your paradigm. And then he tried to get someone to oppose it. And then they start getting people to actually repeat the ayat. And if they don't have more than one, then they cannot put that ayah down. So they had to have at least 2 people. And some ayat, they didn't have 2 people. The issue here that begs itself, if it was mass memorization, they should have plenty of people. But that's not the case, because most of them died off. The select few, not a mass, select few that memorize it, just like you have today, select few, then the select few died off, and therefore you guys came to a manuscript tradition.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't classify it as select few. Even to this day, we have children from like the age of 6 and beyond.
Yeah. Okay, buddy. Buddy, are you listening to anything I said?
He
Are you familiar?
What you said.
Are you familiar with Uthman burning the copies of the Quran?
That hadith, no, I'm not familiar with it. No.
Okay. So can you tell me why? Understand that at some point of time, this claim of yours is contradicting the event in time that happened in the past. Sorry. So your claim contradicts what happened in the past. In your history, in your heritage, in your own sources tells us this is not the case. You do not have mass memorization. In fact, there's no proof that Zayd ibn Thabit memorized the Quran himself, because he couldn't do it himself. He had to bring people to tell him what the Quran was.
So again, I know that this is, you guys don't want to hear this, but what I'll do is, are you guys going to be live for a while? I'm guessing. I have some experts that I could bring into the picture.
Sure. Can you please bring one?
Yeah.
Bring someone that is actually knowledgeable, because
of course.
And here, if we can prove to you that the Quran is corrupted, would you leave Islam?
1000%. If you could prove one bit of it that is corrupted, you'll have that. But again,
hang on. What is your definition of corruption? So far I showed you that the verses of breastfeeding and the verses of stoning are not in your Quran. They are missing. People used to recite it. It was found in the Quran, and now it's not in the Quran. What else do you need to see that your Quran is incomplete, corrupted?
Again, I'll be back within maybe an hour's time, and I'll give you guys.
Do me a favor. The person that you bring, tell them to bring the verse of adult breastfeeding and stoning for adultery when they come to the live.
Sounds good.
And make sure he doesn't say the same phrase. I'm not a scholar.
No.
Okay?
These are scholars. They have YouTube 30,000 or more.
Beautiful.
We'll get
Can
you.
you tell us what, before you go, can you tell us what this person's name is?
Yes, Sheikh Omar Baloch is one of them. You can go on YouTube and see his videos. But he's probably going to be the one I bring. And then there's also Sheikh Tamer Osman, and then there's also Sheikh Mikael Ahmed Smith. Which one is available to jump on here? I'm going to be up my.
Appreciate it.
That sounds like a fantastic plan.
Okay.
Well, no, I really appreciate it, because these issues are pressing issues. And we don't want to charge you guys with a false accusation. So if you guys can prove to us that you have one preserved, uncorrupted Quran, I would like to see it. And I don't know if James is going to change the backdrop quickly and for the one.
Yeah, I can. You just tell me what backdrop you prefer.
Okay, is the Quran one nor corrupted, or just like, explain the oneness, or just put the oneness in there? Because that's another claim that you guys have that I have personal problem with. You guys claim there's a one Quran. Empirically, no, there isn't one Quran. So I'm trying to find the responsible party of who lied to who made up this lie that there is one Quran. Is it Allah? Well, here, I'm going to repeat my question, Omar. So you guys one Quran, right?
Yes.
Okay. If I can prove that there isn't one Quran, who would be responsible for that lie? Is it Allah? Is it the scholars? Or is it just the masses been misinformed? Who lied to who? Because I'm really, really interested.
Yeah, first I'm interested in you bring your evidence forward.
I'm asking you hypothetically first, then we can go into evidence.
I don't debate hypotheticals.
I'm not debating hypothetical. I'm saying hypothetically, if that's proven, who's responsible for the lie? I'm just trying to find the responsible party first, so I can actually proceed with the attack. I'm not going to attack an imaginary person. If you're just going to say, well, this is spread out by the internet and being misinformed, then I can't blame the internet. But if you say it's Allah, then I can proceed with the evidence and then show you that your Allah lied to you. Does that make sense?
Sure, yeah, but can we just go to the Quran says it's not corrupted, so just move forward.
No. Did this guy listen? Did you listen?
Like, I know, I'm not gonna say.
Is it
like,
one Quran? I'm not asking about. Okay, here. I said, is it one? Not corrupted yet. We're not there yet. We're still on the oneness of the Quran. I'm trying to figure out who made that claim first.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Sure.
Okay. Finally.
Oh, we're getting somewhere now.
Yeah, finally, yeah. So could you explain the oneness of the Quran for me, please? How is it one?
نعم, the Quran is a one in what you mean? Because we have so different qira'ats and different ahruf.
Yeah. So how is it one? Is it one in writing? Is it one in meaning? Is it one in writing and meaning? Is it one in some other way? How is it one?
Yeah, and meaning. Yeah, some of the words, like if you go to different qira'ats, the words have different meaning. For example, Surah Al-Fatiha, someone says Malik.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so what do you mean by it's one in meaning in this instance? Because they're not one in the meaning. They're not the same meaning. You know that, right?
Yes.
Malik and Malik are not the same meaning. So how are they the same meaning?
Wait, repeat that.
Malik and Malik are not the same meaning. How are you saying
Malik,
this is the same
Malik
meaning?
means the owner. Malik means king.
Yeah, you said they're one in meaning. How meaning?
No, I told you they're not one in meaning because some of them have different meanings.
Oh, sorry, I misheard you. Sorry. Okay, so could you please tell me how are they one then? You can't just say and repeat they are one because they are one.
Sure, like
you have to explain to me how one message. What does that mean?
Yeah, one message. The thing is, all right, I'll explain to you. Things that are on in all the Qurans are the same. For example, like that we should only worship God, only do to pray, and like I can give you infinite examples, but like you know what I mean. The message.
No, I don't know what you mean. That's why I'm asking. What is the message? That is the message also in general or particulars? If the particulars are different, then is that still one?
Repeat that. Are they still one? And what should before?
Yeah, like different accounts are in the Qurans that I see.
Accounts.
But yes.
What you mean accounts? Elaborate.
Okay, so here I'll give you an example, and you're gonna have to concede then. In the Gospels, in the 4 Gospels that we have different, not contradictory accounts of the events of the life of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. These different accounts give us telescopic or in a lens type of narrations where it will show the account from different point of view. Though they are different, the message is still the same, and therefore, according to your judgment, then we only have one gospel, correct? Even though that we have four Anajil, four Gospels. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Since we still have four Gospels, then according we have one Gospel, correct?
No.
Which we do say that, by the way. But
no, I don't say that.
Okay.
Your Gospels are directly in the, for instance, your Gospels are directly in the, what's it called? Oh my
what?
God.
What is this guy saying?
Yeah, let me finish. Let me finish. The Gospels are
Finish
directly.
what?
Yeah, let me finish talking. Oh my God, because your Gospel isn't one, because your Gospel are directly in contradiction. For instance, what Jesus' last word were, it's entirely different.
That doesn't matter. Look, if they are different,
it doesn't matter, bro. That changed the message.
Listen.
When someone says it's finished, is when someone says, my God, why have you forsaken me? It's literally
again. Let's stop there, Paul, really quick.
Okay, sure.
Because this is the substantiation of his rebuttal. So, Uman, where does Mark say that was his last words?
What?
Where does Mark say that my God, why have you forsaken me was Jesus' last words?
Yeah, let me give you the chapter real quick. 1 second.
Yeah, I want to give me the verse.
Oh, no way, Jai.
No. You are in trouble now. You have two of the biggest Christian textual scholars of the original Quran-only Christians on the same live.
What's going on, John?
Jai.
Yeah, we can go to Mark, we can also go to Matthew.
Right. So where does Mark say that my God, why have you forsaken me was Jesus' last words?
Chapter 15, verse 34.
Read it.
Yeah. Which translation do you prefer?
Matter.
All right. And at 3 in the afternoon, Jesus carried out in a loud voice, Eloi, Eloi, lema. Oh my God, what's this translation, bro?
Eloi, Eloi, sabachthani. Which means, my God, why have you forsaken me? It wasn't the problem, wasn't the translation. It was you misreading Arabic or Aramaic, pardon me.
Yes.
So where does it say that this was Jesus' last words?
So it wasn't his last word?
Continue reading. I'm asking you. You're the one who made the assertion, friend.
What shall I? Yeah, sure. What? Yeah, 34. Let's go to here. Yes. Then he says, at noon, darkness came over the whole afternoon.
Well, are you reading Matthew?
No, I'm reading still Mark. What?
Okay, so continue.
Yeah, I'm going to continue. And at 3 in the afternoon, Jesus carried out in a loud voice, Eloi, Eloi, lema sabachthani, which means, my God, why have you forsaken me? When some of the standing never heard this, they said, listen, he's calling Elijah. Yeah, sure. Someone ran, filled a sponge with the wine vinegar, put on a staff, and offered it to Jesus to drink. Now leave him alone. No, it wasn't his last words. All right, sure. Right.
So it wasn't his last words. Good. So now all I needed to do was one passage, and your argument completely falls against the New Testament, because the New Testament does not say that Jesus' last words were different. Now, properly respond to Brother Paul's objection, because the points that he pointed out in relation to the Quran are contradictory.
Or different. Look, to measure in the same measure, Black Doctor. I don't want to spend a lot of time trying to reconcile every difference that he's going to bring.
I agree.
Because he's going to run away from the difference that I'm going to bring about the Quran. So if you're going to say just the idea, I'm discussing ideas, not particulars yet. If you're going to say that as long as the overarching is one, then it's one book. Then this is 100% applicable to our Gospels. And you have to say with your own mouth right now, since the overarching message of the 4 Gospels is one, then we have one Gospel.
Yeah, sure. I forgot reading something in the same verse I was looking at. It says, when a loud cry, Jesus breathed his last. Doesn't mean it was his last word, or?
Yeah, listen, we're not gonna focus on that. I need you to focus on the topic because now again,
yeah, I want
he's
the
just
idea.
admitting that he was
gospel.
wrong.
He's going to the gospel. Your thing's going to the Quran. If you wanna...
He's just being honest and admitting that he's wrong, and I approve of you for your honesty, Omar. Let's continue.
So
like
again,
you're going to the gospel. I've said the gospel to make commentary.
I'm not arguing particulars yet because you brought up a particular and somehow we delved into it. Look, you are setting a standard, and I'm trying to figure out if you actually would judge with the same standard evenly when you see all books or all religions. So again, since we have one message of the four gospels, though the particulars are different, not contradictory, and it's been proven by a lot of scholars, and we can go over them right after we go over the Quran. But at the end of the day, are they just one gospel?
Yeah, like I won't be the one to be able to say yes because I have to say yes or no. Like for the sake of
then
argument,
how are you saying yes? Wait, hold on. Then how are you saying that you have one Quran?
Yeah, I told you I can defend my Quran. I didn't tell you I can defend your Bible. What?
I didn't say you can defend my Bible. I'm saying I'm going over the assumption that is true, that you have one arching message in all the different Qurans that we see. Then I'm granting you standard, and I'm granting myself the same standard, and I'm saying since we have the same thing, it should be the same thing as well, the same result, the same conclusion. We have one Quran, one gospel, correct?
Sure, but like go for your argument. Where's the Quran corrupted or
Do
changed?
we have one gospel?
Bro, just go on with your argument. Where's the
James,
Quran?
Either he's gonna say it with his mouth, or I'm not moving forward because he doesn't believe.
No, because that's pre-assuming that
you don't believe the words that came out of your mouth. You literally don't believe them. You said since they all have one message, then they are one Quran. If that's the case, then that should be applicable as well to the gospel, because they have one message. Therefore, we have one gospel. But you're afraid of saying it because you don't believe it. You don't believe that's actually a standard.
No. This is a very smart guy. Paul, I told you I cannot make this assumption of the Bible because I haven't read the Bible.
I'm talking about standard, Yahmar. I'm not talking about
I'm going to say the Bible is one message if I haven't read them all.
Okay, again, I'm talking about the standard. I'm verifying the standard is consistent across the board. If it's not consistent across the board, then it's not a true standard. Are you getting? Like, is this
sure?
hard?
But just move on with the argument. Why is the Quran changed?
Again, do we have one gospel?
I came here for the argument. I don't came here.
Oh my heavens! Can someone actually explain this to him in different words? I'm gonna mute up until someone explains it.
I just want you to go further with the argument. What's the argument for us?
Omar, the point is consistent. You made the argument that since these different qira'at still speak of one message, one united message, then it is still one Quran. If you're going to be consistent, then you have to say that since the New Testament, the four Gospels, proclaim one united message, the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ, then we don't have four individual Gospels. We have one united Gospel.
All right, sure. Now what? All right, sure.
Cool. Paul made...
I want you to say it.
All right.
I want him to say it.
All right.
Cool. So, Umar, can you say it? Just so we can continue. Just be honest.
I told you, sure. I'll grant you this. You have one Gospel. Now, what's the argument for the Quran sculpted?
Okay. If now we have one arching message, therefore it is one book, what if the particulars contradicts? Do we still have yet one book?
No, then you don't have one book.
Okay, perfect. So if there's a contradiction, then it's no longer one book in particular, regardless of the overarching message.
Yeah, I agreed.
Okay, perfect. So then we notice that you, at least for this instant, you have at least two Qur'ans, and we can prove now one by one that you have more than one Qur'an. In Surah Yunus 16, you have a true contradiction between Hafs and Qunbul. In Qunbul, wala adrakum, nafi, and in Hafs, wala, sorry, tongue twisted, wali adrakum. Like it's affirmative. One is affirmative, one of them is negation. This is a true contradiction. They have a true contradiction. This is P, not P, and the laws of logic. You see it actualize the law of non-contradiction right in front of your eyes.
I'll put it on the screen for you.
Thank you so much. You already conceded. So, unless you're going to tell me this is not Arabic anymore, this is gibberish.
Not just gibberish, man. Let's see. The verse is combo, and one is what? Hafs.
Al-Bazi and Ibn Kathir too. Ibn Kathir al-Makki, right? So you have Ibn Kathir and you have Hafs. It doesn't matter. Like we have now 3 Qurans. But either way, you're going to have to see the qira'at. They're both canonized. The 3 of them are canonized.
Just let me find the Islamic web fatwa.
While he's doing that, guys, listen.
Oh, I don't care about gymnastics.
Paul,
Dude,
one second.
Sorry.
Paul, you've got mods, and LT, you've got, and so does Amin. I need to drive now. I'll be away for the next 10, 15 minutes, but you guys got this, right?
Yeah. Got
No worries.
And what makes this one so detrimental is that it's like a really subtle difference, and it completely changes the whole meaning of the text. So one says that they will make it known, the other says they will not. So as Paul said, that is a contradiction.
ولا أدراكم به وما أدراكم به.
No. ولا.
Yeah, ولا أدراكم به.
ولا.
Yeah, so the world.
أدراكم. ولي أدراكم. ولي أدراكم ولا أدراكم. So now there's a space between the first one and there's no space with the other one. That means it's connected to affirm it. To affirm it, to negate it. Yeah. There's to affirm it and to negate it. This is a law of non-contradiction. I mean, do you mind showing the law of non-contradiction, please? Or can you just say it?
Yeah, so the law,
you concede?
I mean,
sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's very clear. The one on the top has a med. So you elongate it, and this is what Paul is saying, and the other one does not. So it is an actual contradiction. So, I mean, as you probably know, the law of contradiction is, like P as Paul said, P and not P, but specifically in the same sense. So when you guys try to use it for us for ridiculous situations, you're not using it in the actual sense it's supposed to be used. It cannot be that this happens and it doesn't happen in the exact same sense. That's the law of non-contradiction. So this is the exact same sense. In one version, it says he will make it known to you, but in the other one, it says he will not make it known to you. So which is it?
And he will make known? Says one says ولا أدراكم وما أدراكم.
No, the first one says.
Meme, man? Hold on. Where's the meme? You keep saying وما أدراكم. Where's the meme?
Second one ولا أدراكم.
Okay, can you look at both? Can you look at the both and tell me where the meme is?
Yeah, my fault. No, I read the.
Okay.
Because on the screen I have different. It's very small, so I thought the thing is a meme. My fault.
Move to strike 2, where I actually can show you that now, since we have 2 different Qurans, we have a liar, and you said directly Allah is responsible for that claim, the one Quran, therefore Allah lied, and therefore he's a false deity, and boom, there, done.
Well, one second. I'm not gonna go. Wait, I'm just gonna go off the app. I'm gonna say I'm gonna go.
Doesn't matter what kind of gymnastic you're gonna bring. This is what it is. I mean, did you go?
Yeah, I mean, the one with the med, the top one, وَلَا أَدْرَاكُمْ بِهِ, that one means that he will not. Like, but then the one underneath it, وَلَا أَدْرَاكُمْ, it means he will. So which is it? Did he make it known or did he not? And the one on the top is the one that you guys read the most. If you look at the top, the reading, this is Warsh al-Nafr. So this is the one that you guys read. But the other canonical reading, Bazi on Ibn Kathir, that's also one of the valid ones. So, and this is why Paul is asking you guys, if you want to say, but there may be different words that mean the same thing. Okay, fine, no problem. Like nobody would even contend that. But if you want to say that there are different Qur'ans and none of the ones that you guys call canonical readings contradict, then that's a problem. And this is what Paul is asking you.
I think this topic is necessary to hold the party that is responsible for the lie that we can empirically verify with one Quran is crucial to this argument. Because they can just go home and say, yeah, everything's fine. We have different Qurans, so what? No. Buddy, somebody lied. Someone lied. Who lied? And to be fair, he said it's Allah. And if it's Allah responsible for this, and which I agree, إِنَّنَا أَنزَلْنَاهُ قُرْآنٌ عَرَبِيٌّ, he used a singular noun. He said it's one Quran. So now we know that Allah is the initiator of this particular lie. And then the scholars regurgitated this garbage and then fed it to the masses. And the masses, like parrots, we have one Quran, we have one Quran. And then empirically, you don't have one Quran.
Paul, can you maybe give us a little grammar lesson here with the like the rules of how this works? Because there's some people who don't fully understand it in the chat, and that's why I said this one is kind of difficult for even people who can read it. Like it's very subtle, but can you maybe explain it a little bit better so people can understand what's going on here? I don't know if Paul is still here.
I'm here. I'm not gonna do it. What's the point of doing it though?
You want to get someone that will understand it though. With that said, at some point we must also, because you're talking about the one Quran, remember Umar and Hisham, both were from the tribe of the Quraysh, both of them recited differently. So how is it possible that, so we know that the Aruf is not a dialect problem because they were speaking the same language, same dialects, but they were reciting differently. Is that still the one Quran that they were using? With that, I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
There's this guy in the chat. He's saying it's not the same, dude. If you can read it, the one on the top, there's a mad, it's elongating it. It means and will not. It means no. La means no. The one on the bottom, on top of there's an alif after that, there's a sukoon on top of it, so you don't pronounce it. So one of them means he will make it known. The other one says he will not. It's not the same.
I just gotta take a phone call quickly. I'll be right back.
Amar, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think Paul's question is correct, though. If you want to scrap this, that's fine. The idea that...
One second.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just go ahead and say this while you do that. The idea that there's only one needs to be expounded on, because from what we hear from you guys is that there's not any of them, not even diacritical markings are different. This is what we've been told, as Christians at least, that there is not even changes in harakat. But I can show you canonical readings where there are complete words missing. So does that mean that the Quran is the same if there's a...
Good argument, but I think الورش عن نافع
That's the one that you have in the Quran today, or one of the most popular readings.
Is Omar still looking for gymnastic? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, like, Omar, can we just move on, bro? Like, just say you don't know about this one. We show you another instance where it's a little bit simple.
Sure.
Okay. The meaning will be the same for this one, though. But before we move on, can we address, there's this idea that there's only one Quran, and what that means is that there's no diacritical markings difference, or that there's like all of the words are intact. Do you affirm that understanding of one Quran?
Man, the thing is, when I try to find the other one, the Ibn Kathir, the Ibn Kathir, I cannot find it.
Do you want me to just give you a link?
Go to nquran.com.
Quran.com.
Yeah, so the letter N, as in Nancy, Quran.com, and then look up Yunus 16, Muqaranat al-Qira'at, or like, the different Qira'at. Try to find all of them, select all of them. You'll see Qumbul, you see Ibn Kathir, al-Makki, you can see all of those. And then, it highlights, just like in picture, the different are highlighted with purple. Trying to compose my sentences, man. Should make more coffee.
Okay, so this is another, and this is the English translation of it. So there's and this used to be on Quran.com, but because of all of the problems it was causing, I kid you not, because of all of the problems that this particular translator, they took it off of Quran.com. There's a guy called Fidel Solomon Briggs, and it was the Briggs translation. And in his translation, for every single verse of the Quran, he would note the different qira'ah. And what he would do is he would put it in his footnotes. And I kid you not, this was on Quran.com. But because of conversations like this, they took it off. Now he has an app, and you can download his app, and it's in English. So if you look at you can't see it because the thing is at the bottom, but in the Hafs reading, you have it right here, and it's the one on the top that's highlighted. He would not have informed, not have made it known. But the one on the bottom, it says he would have made it known, but you can't see it because my name is in the way. Give me 1 second.
Wait, let me ask someone about this and I'll come back.
Like, obviously, you might be able to find gymnastic about these things, but
gymnastic.
Yeah, well, it's a striking contradiction. Like, as soon as you see it, you know it's a contradiction, right?
Example.
Imagine in our biblical text, it would say, on the third day, he was raised, and in the Greek, and then on another manuscript, another reading would say, on the third day, he was not raised. no matter how we would explain it, you guys would just parade it in our face like 24/7.
Wait, let me ask someone about this. I think someone has more knowledge than me about this, and I'll come back. 1 second.
Did you get my analogy or not really?
Yeah, no, I get your analogy.
Okay, I get.
No, I understand your analogy. I think I see like Ibn al-Qayyim talks about this, but then I can't see his full quote.
Ibn al-Qayyim. When did Ibn al-Qayyim come, man?
That's the sort of thing that somebody did to me yesterday. I was asking.
What's wrong with Ibn al-Qayyim, man?
I was asking, like, specifically, if somebody was arguing against, what Muhammad did with Aisha and things like that. And I said, could you give me a verse in the Quran or one of the Sunnah that proves the claims that you're making? And somebody popped up and started throwing out Ibn Qayyim. I said, bro, I'm willing to Ibn Qayyim says, as long as he doesn't contradict the sources that I asked you to provide. And it seems to me that people just like to throw Ibn Qayyim or some other scholar against the actual verses in the Quran. Doesn't Muhammad say something about that? Like using the voices of men to contradict what the Quran plainly teaches?
No, it's not.
Just a quick question, Omar. When did Ibn Qayyim live?
Way after the Prophet.
Well,
Really
obviously
quick.
after the Prophet, but hold on, please, I beg you.
Yeah.
When did he live?
Yeah, it was a student of Ibn Taymiyyah, radiallahu anhu.
Yeah, when did Ibn Taymiyyah live?
Wasn't something like what's it called, in the 1300?
Yeah, like I would say 14th, 15th century and whatever. I can't remember
Not
honestly
14th,
the actual century. But that's like almost 800 years after Muhammad.
Doesn't matter, trust me.
Does it matter?
My God, bro.
It's even funnier because he said, trust me. This is literally trust me, bro.
Nah, I was joking, but it doesn't necessarily anything. Like they show their proof.
Okay, let me put this on the screen for you. So this is what I couldn't. I had to blow it up. So in that same source I showed you, notice what it says Al-Bazi, and this was one of the readings. So this was the reading from Quran.com, but now it's in English. It says in one of his narrations read it as, and he would have informed you about it. But in the Quran, it says that, in Paul, look, notice what they do. See what they put in the parentheses?
I'm sorry.
Paul, I don't know if
I had it in my pocket. Sorry. Bazi.
Look what they put in the parentheses.
This is way too much, man. I just can't deal with this stuff.
The gymnastics, bro, is insane. So one of the readings is, the one of the Quran is that he would not, but in the other Qur'an it says that he would. So this is even an English translation that's saying it. Now, what they try to do is, and this is the gymnastics, they try to say, oh, well, in the other one, he just meant through somebody else. It doesn't say that in the Quran. Like, they literally just made that up. It's ad hoc. And they did that to get out of the problem. So this is what we're telling you, bro. Like, I mean, it's very clear. It's very simple. We don't have to do all of these gymnastics. It's a contradiction. But if that's not what you mean by one Quran, then this is what Paul is asking you. What do you mean?
No, he already conceded, bro. This is why I get them to concede before, because then it's going to be very obvious. It's going to become very obvious when he backpedals. So he conceded if particulars are actually contradictory, then doesn't matter whether the overarching message is the same or not. When particulars do contradict, then we have two different Qur'ans or two different books. Therefore, we brought you something that actualizes the law of non-contradiction, and you can't get out of it. It's like me saying.
Let me do this.
It's like me saying.
I'll come back. Listen, let me do this. I'll come back. I'm gonna do some research. I'm gonna ask my friend about it. Right? So then I can answer you. Right now, I cannot answer you.
But hey, look. Let's say that I have 3 manuscripts. I mean, and one of them would say, he was raised on the third day. Second, that's manuscript A. Manuscript B would say he was not raised on the third. Manuscript C would say he was not raised on the third day. And then I bring you
all kafir manuscripts. So
hold on. Somehow church fathers have canonized all manuscripts. And then some church fathers say, well, he was not really raised on the third day. It's more like the fourth day, but it's just, but at the end of the day, he was raised. Or he was not raised that hour, maybe later on in that day, that made it look like he was not raised on the third day. Would you buy it as a Muslim? Would you buy it as an explanation? Would you be like, oh, okay, I concede. This is true, 100%. Would you buy it? Please tell me, would you buy it if I bring you something like this from church fathers that came, let's say, even 800 years after Christ, and say, well,
listen.
Like, wait, hold on. Let me just paint it in a full picture. I really need to paint it for
like if they bring proof, like it's not.
Well,
like,
that is the proof. Again, it's your inconsistency that drives us nuts.
I'm telling you, what's the proof that he got?
Your steps. Okay, so who canonized قراءات?
What? Who canonized who said? Yeah, القراءات. I already mentioned the hadith.
Who canonized them?
What do you mean who canonized? Like we already mentioned the hadith. They got down from Revelation.
Okay. Who rediscovered them and said, look, these are authentic, are a canon?
I got that with Uthman.
No, it's not Ibn Uthman. It's Ibn Mujahid.
I thought you were going to talk about Uthman.
No, Ibn Uthman only apparently, according to you guys, but he didn't. That's another issue. That's another issue. Mm-hmm. No, he didn't. There isn't a single Quran from the time of Uthman that is Qira'at Hafs. There isn't. There isn't a single one. There isn't a single manuscript that matches Qira'at Hafs.
What?
Yes, what? This is why we can move
in Yemen, in Yemen, they found 926 manuscripts.
Oh, really?
They're all matched.
What are they called?
Search up. Like go on Google. Yemen.
Yeah, Umar.
Manuscript.
You do the work.
They're like mosque. It's one of the mosque, I'm pretty sure.
You do the work. If you're pointing us to it, then show us. What we've been doing is that we don't just say, hey, do this, and you go look it up. We do the hard work and show you what we're looking at.
All right, sure. I told you, like, I'll be back, right? I'm going to ask my friend to give me an explanation. I'm going to do my own research. I'll come back. But like right now, I can give you the explanation.
So let me give you the scenario again. I want just so he...
Don't make assertions that you can't prove right now because we're going to continue to ask you for proof. And if the only thing you're going to say is, let me go and bring it back to you, you're going to have a mountain of evidence to bring.
I already told them, bro. I'm gonna come back.
Omar, I want you to tell me if you will concede to this. Again, in my example, my BC, and then the early church fathers have said these are all authentic manuscripts. They're all good to go.
Move on, bro. Let me
I want to make sure I want you to make sure you understand what you're about to bring me. You're about to bring me garbage. And I'm trying to show you what you're about to bring me is literally garbage. And then, let's say during the establishment of the Vatican, a pope have said, okay, look, buddy, these are reconciled this way. When it says that he was not raised on the third day, he really meant not that particular hour. It's more likely later in the day, which makes it not really that day, but it could be much later in that day. Would you concede that this is a proper explanation to this contradiction? Wow, everyone is a coffee cup here. He ran away? Of course he ran away. Like, I mean, did you understand where I go, even though I don't elaborate things properly? So you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I was on a phone call, but I mean, what ended up happening at the end of your conversation with him is he said, I don't know, and I need to go ask somebody. But the reason you do that is because you have to get them to make a position so that after they make it, they can't go back on what they said. Like, I mean, I'm assuming that's what you're doing, Paul.
Yeah, because they think when they bring us the gymnastic, it's a proper answer, and we have to grant it. But if we flip the table and say, look, if this actually happened in our paradigm where early church fathers, oh, don't go again, please. Look, if this happens in our paradigm where early church fathers say that these manuscripts are all good to go and they're all canonized, and then a pope later on in down the line, in recent times, say, well, this is how you reconcile it. Not raised on the third day means not raised that hour, more like raised later on that day, which really did as not raised on the third day. Would they concede this is proper evidence or this is proper answer? And if they say yes, which there's no way they'll say yes. These people, they can't say yes. It's only when it's applied to the Quran, it's like they can tell us all kind of different stories, and somehow we should gulp it up.
And that's the thing, like it's a clear double standard, and it's not fair to us, and it's not fair to them, because I mean, if they just want to say, like, I would even consider if they would say that, okay, well, I know that there's different canonical readings, but we just believe that the, Warsh or Hafs is more authoritative, and then they give us a reason why. But they don't even do that. They just double down. And this is what you were saying in the beginning. Instead of just lying to people that not even one harakat is different, just tell them the truth and be like, okay, well, there are different readings that we do consider to be canonical. However, we take the position that this reading is more authoritative than the rest. Then this wouldn't be an issue. But because they don't want to do that, then this is
right. Like, I'm more than happy to hear reasonable response, but to bring me gymnastic, no, I'm not gonna accept it. Sorry. Right, Mufasa, you're back break or?
I guess not.
I'm gonna take the big screen really quick. Somebody in the chat was asking for this because I guess they think we're lying about it. So this is from Tafsir al-Jalal. So this is what it says for the ayah. Say, if God had willed, I would have not recited it to you, nor would have made it known unto you, nor would he have made you aware of it. So then it says the la of wala adra'akum is for negation. You see it right there. It's for negation and is a supplement to what preceded. And now it's showing the variant reading. The variant reading has the lam, and then it says la, and then it's lam ladra'akum. He would have made it known to you. You see that? He would have made it known as a response to a conditional law. And then if, in other words, would have made it known to you by the tongue of someone other than myself. So this is how they try to get out of it. But it doesn't say that in the verse. So this is why I was saying earlier that it's ad hoc. If all of these readings are canonical, then what is this? Enrique, what's going on, bro?
Hi, bro.
You look like a Muslim. Well, I can see from the thing that you have on your hair, on your head.
Oh yeah, no, that's a traditional.
I know what it is.
500 years of Sorry.
Yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, bro, so tell me a little bit
on the topic.
Let's
start
on
over.
The topic, bro. I mean,
who's responsible? Who's responsible for the oneness of the Quran, for the claim there is one Quran? Who's responsible for that claim? Is it Allah? Is it the scholars? Is it the masses? Is it the internet? Who's responsible for this? Who initially made that claim?
I believe everybody have different journey towards their faith, and my journey, and I see it as one, because I've seen Tahfiz people who learn
what are you
to
talking
read Quran.
About? Buddy,
you know,
answer the question. I don't want waffles. Don't tell me about tahfiz. Yeah. Don't tell me about
tahfiz, bro.
No. Yes, I know tahfiz.
You know, those who memorize the Quran.
I understand that. I can teach you every word that you're uttering. This is not the actual question. I'm giving you multiple choices. Have you ever went to school? Here's your multiple choices again. Who's responsible for the claim there is one Quran? Is it Allah? That's your multiple choice A. Is it the scholars?
I have faith in you, my brother. You can answer this question.
Can you guys hear me? Am I muted or?
No, we can hear you now, brother. Paul had a phone call.
Oh, I'm like, why is it so quiet?
Yeah, would you mind hearing?
Maui, brother, what's going on, man?
You guys, what happened to Enrique?
No, he's still here. He hasn't answered anything.
Maui, I don't know if you know you're on stage, bro.
Maui, you there, bro?
Hello, bro. Bro, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Enrique. Enrique, you muted again. We can't hear you, bro.
This is why we don't really.
Bro. Yeah, sorry. I believe it is from Allah, bro.
Okay, so this idea of the Quran being perfectly preserved, what does that mean to you?
Meaning, it is preserved and changed the word, the understanding of me preparing myself towards the Judgment Day by belief the Lord of the Judgment Day is Allah, the Creator from the beginning, and I just want to submit and do good deeds. And the Quran inspired me, bro. Yeah.
Okay. Has any letters of the Quran been changed? Even like diacritical markings, harakat? Are there any different ones, or there's only one Quran in that sense?
That's where I come back to the original answer just now. One Quran. So when you said there's different Quran, it amazed me to join in and ask, what do you mean? Because
we're trying to figure out who's responsible for that.
It's kind of new to me that there's another Quran that have different reading, for example, because I have been known that there's only one Quran and it is preserved. Yeah.
Okay, but we're trying to figure out who's responsible for that claim that there is one Quran. You obviously been taught there is one Quran, correct?
It is not. It is self-taught. Like I said, my journey is self-taught. I went in depth and tried. Yeah. That's why when I read the Quran.
Are you not a convert to Islam?
I am Islam. I'm a Muslim, and I read the Quran.
Are you a convert?
I believe. No, I'm not a convert. I raised as Islam, but now I only hold to the Quran itself. So I believe it's uncorrupt. Quran itself. It is pure.
Okay,
Yeah.
so name is Enrique. Are you from a Spanish heritage, or are you just that's your screen name? Like, I'm trying to figure out how did you born into Islam? Is your parents Muslims?
Yeah, my parents are Muslim. I live in a country where there's a multiple religion. In my neighborhood, there might be about 5. You know, there's church,
Are you Malaysian?
Mosque, well, like I said, let's skip that first.
You are Malaysian. Yeah. I'm starting picking it up. Sorry. Okay.
Like I said, but then I don't represent any of the Malaysian. Because if I say I only hold to the Quran, I'll get criticized. So I just represent myself, not from the country perspective.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure out how could someone get to this realization there's one Quran. This is my issue with this whole topic. How do we get to that realization there is one Quran? Is it then that you're just saying you just hear one Quran? So what if we can show you there are? What if we show you there are different recitations?
Sorry, different Quran?
Yes.
That's my first question, bro. Where's this different Quran comes from? Because this is new to me.
Okay, well, that's what we're asking you.
I don't.
So let me, Enrique,
yes,
listen carefully, my brother. The thing is, what we're saying is, you were told there was one Quran, and we are able to.
I read.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
You were told there's one Quran. We are able to prove there are Qurans, and they also differ in its reading. So we have different Qurans that say different things, and you have been lied to and told you have only one Quran. Who told you that you have only one Quran?
Like I said, bro, I read the Quran and I have always been exposed to one Quran. That's so I believe there's only one Quran. And when I hear that you have several different Quran, it amazed me, and I want to ask you, where did you hear about this other Quran?
All right, that's fine. So one more time, if we prove there are different Qurans, what would make your Quran correct? Let's say the Quran that you have at home, or the one that you are hearing and saying, this is the one Quran I know, there's only one I've heard. What if we prove to you there are entire countries where they actually recite different Qurans? What would make your Quran correct and their incorrect, or which one is the correct one? We have to come to that conclusion. I know you're a Quran only, but then you still have to account why your Quran is the correct one.
Okay, the one that I read, I don't see mistakes. I don't see anything that against the rule of, so I believe that is the correct one.
Okay,
but if you come to me with another Quran,
if the other Quran doesn't have mistakes, would that also be correct?
Read to me first, bro. I just want to know which one is the difference.
Surah Al-Zaghraf and 49 in your Quran. Open it up. Let's read it in the Arabic.
No, bro. Just translate to me, bro, because I'm like
only appealing, dude. Okay, I will read it in the Arabic.
You speak in English. You just translate in English immediately, so that I know what's the difference.
Allah يجيبك يا طولة البال. Allah يجيبك.
Like I said, bro, when I learn the Quran, I read the Tafsir immediately. It's inspired me. So, and I don't see anything wrong. So it is the truth. Yes. So that's.
Okay, just stop.
Yes.
Stop.
Yes.
You said you read the Tafsir and it made everything clear to you. So you don't speak Arabic, correct? You don't read Arabic. You don't understand Arabic.
That's true. That's why when you want to read
now,
the Quran,
stop for a second. Stop talking. Stop.
All right.
Stop.
Okay, bro. Okay.
So what we're saying is, now that you don't understand the Arabic, we are able to show you several different Arabic Qurans, and we are saying that how do you know that your one is true and not another is true? Or if the other is true and yours is not true, what are you going to do about that?
That's where I guess you have something to show that it is written differently in this both Quran, yeah? Correct. But I only judge from the meaning of the tafsir. So where it contradict each other, that's just what I want to see. Because believe me, bro, if you want to prove Hello.
All right.
We're here.
So
we're here.
Yeah.
Look, one more time. Your criteria is missing other things to substantiate which Quran is the correct one, because both Qur'ans, I can show you there are errors in both of them. Depends on what you grant for what errors are, but regardless how you look at errors, errors can fall into grammatical, linguistic, historical, I don't know, theological, all the above. Hafs has all these errors. Warsh has all these errors. Regardless, they're both wrong and have errors. They're not. What is free of error? Erroneous? No, erroneous is the error.
Okay, bro. I understand, bro. So what's the question, bro?
So your criteria is just not comprehensive. If that's the case, then we should just move into Hafs and show you how many errors it has, and then we're done. Your Quran is flawed, is garbage. So
no, bro, it doesn't change the meaning of the Quran. The warning is given.
So what is
still
error?
the same.
When you're saying there's error, what do you mean by error?
Like I said, I don't even say error. You said there's two different things, right? I'm asking that.
What
so
is this guy talking
if there is, then I don't judge that. You know which one.
Why are you
I
up
just
here?
acknowledge
Why are you up here?
This is ridiculous.
He's an idiot.
Yeah,
Why are you up here?
Enrique, what we're saying is this, bro.
Yeah.
In the Quran that you read, there is another reading of the Quran that differs. Is that a problem for you?
That's not a problem to me.
Why are you up here?
How do people know that they're following the correct Quran if they're not willing to check it?
This is why we can't really do this topic often, because if they barely even understand us when we speak English, like they can't track. I'm serious, bro. Like if they can't track arguments in English, and I'm not even trying to be offensive, bro. Like how many topics have you done, James, where it's like we can't even get past the first question? Like if they can't track the argument in English, when we show them something where two words are different, or there are words that are completely missing, like what do we expect? What's this guy name? Pedrat? Are you there? Because you're on stage. I don't know if you're on stage.
Pedro Tav.
Well, James, I think
Well, we were hoping that Imam Sheikh come up at some point. Yeah, you know, I'm actually free for the next few hours as well. So I was hoping that we'd have the guy come up so we can have that discussion. But guys, I see the Muslims in the chat. I see you guys popping in, and especially those of you that go onto these lives debating and stuff. Come up. Why haven't you come up? Why aren't you coming up and saying, yes, you have only one Quran? You make claims in other people's lives. You lie to people saying, come on, we have one Quran, uncorrupted, unchanged. We have one message, one God, one yada, yada, yada. And then when we ask you questions regarding your claims, you guys sit in the chats too scared to come up and then answer the questions. Why is it that you guys are sending up these Muppets, letting them walk down Sesame Street, outing themselves when you guys can come up and answer the simple questions? Here's your opportunity. I actually gave you guys a heads up 2 days ago, yesterday, saying that we are going to talk about the oneness of the yada, yada, yada. And yet there you are sitting in the chats, hoping somebody else comes up and does the work for you. Come, Paul has got some genuine questions. Why haven't you guys come up and refuted him? I see people like the wannabe Salim, that South African that runs around. I mean, he got cooked and embarrassed several times. I see other ones in the chat. Why aren't you guys coming up and then proving to us that we are wrong? Come on, man.
Imagine this, guys. Imagine our scholars been feeding us a lie all throughout the centuries. There's one Quran. one Quran. And then all of a sudden, you see it's a lie. It's a blatant lie. Like you can empirically verify it's a lie. Empirically, that's the key. Like I can literally get the books and actually look at them physically, and eventually I'll come to the conclusion there isn't one Quran in any criteria. We ask Omar all different questions. We granted him something that his scholars weren't actually teaching. His scholars for the past century been saying we have one Quran, letter for letter, diacritical mark for one diacritical mark, and there are no difference in meaning, in writing, nothing. We're becoming so lenient. We're like, okay, you know what? Sure, they're different in meanings, but the overarching message is the same. We're so lenient. And even with that much leniency, we grant them, okay, so if all these things exist and they are one, would you say our gospel one? Took us half an hour to actually get him to concede it's one gospel because they use double measures, right? And then when he finally tried to be honest and be like, okay, sure, gospel, okay, if they actually contradict, would they be different? And they said, okay, yeah, that's different. We show them the contradiction, and boom, Biraq has to come and get them.
Any Muslims want to request? Any Muslims?
Don't all request at one time. But I bet if there was a topic up here talking about some prove the Bible's not corrupt, or prove, like, bruh, like, this is what I'm talking about, bruh.
Or the
Or like if
Quran,
it's
or the Bible is the authority over this over the Quran. They
right,
would be up here like
prove,
flies on honey.
or prove Jesus is not God. Like, bruh, it'd be 20 people requesting, bruh.
That's the way it was yesterday. But once we ask you to demonstrate the truthfulness of your own book, you guys are nowhere to be found. Or you guys have to continually say, well, I'm not a scholar. Or you guys have to continually say, well, let me get somebody with more knowledge and come back to you. You guys think that you know so much about our religion, yet when we ask you about your own, the only thing we get is silence and denial. What a shame. What if we did the same with our religion, right? I mean, like, how would it be? He said that we knew so much about Islam, but then one person asks a question about Christianity, and the first thing we say is, well, I'm not a priest. How do you think the Muslims would react to us?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, most of the things that we talk about in Christianity don't require, like, it's not even a good correlation, because you'd really only go to like a priest or something like that for matters of like personal like situations in your life, because they're there to give you guidance.
Yep.
And they do have information, stuff like that, like, what church fathers say and stuff like that. But this is what we keep trying to explain to you guys, and this is the difference between us and you guys. When you say go to your shiyukh or something like that to ask these questions, it seems to be the function that is what they do. But in our religion, it's not built on just attacking other faiths and attacking other denominations. Like, we don't do that. Like, the whole purpose of Christianity is to make disciples of people. Now, we have to understand religion, so we get that. But it seems like the whole purpose of what you guys do is to attack. Like, it doesn't make any sense to us.
Magnus, are you there?
Magnum. Or Magnus.
Yeah,
What's up, bro?
Are you a Muslim, my brother?
I'm a Muslim.
Okay, my man. Please, we honestly trying to learn, and we're hoping you can help us. Do you have only one Quran, uncorrupted, unchanged?
I'm coming. I mean.
Yes,
I just came up. Are you a Muslim?
I am a Buddhist, Episcopal, Trinitarian, modalist, Christian, atheist, Pentecostal, of all. Yes.
Okay, you're multi-religious.
Bro, you can't think out, bro. Come on,
That
man.
just went way over your head, didn't it, my guy?
Look,
My
Magnus,
gosh,
Magnus, he's about to convert to Christianity, and this is your moment to save him and save him from apostating from Islam. He's an original Quran only, and he's about to leave that religion and become true, different type of Christian. But he's right now that type of Christian. But this is your moment to bring him back to the fold of Islam by you telling us how is it one Quran. This is your golden opportunity to tell us how this is one Quran. Are you ready to tell us how?
All right. How do you mean by unchanged and corrupted? I want to get your point, your perspective.
this first. We hear often from you guys that there's only one Quran, and often they accompany that claim with not even one letter is different. Do you affirm that?
I don't affirm that.
Okay, so you've never heard Muslims saying this?
Well, it doesn't matter whether.
No. It does matter. It. Hold on, wait.
What?
It does matter. Here. Hold on. There's over 2 billion. Hold on, stop, dude. There's almost, or at least at this point, there may be over 2 billion who have been saying this to people, and this is one of the reasons why people convert to your religion. And now I'm asking you the same question, and now you're saying it doesn't matter.
All right. I don't know. There are. All I want you to understand is there are comments from every religion, from people who haven't learned far in that religion.
Just look, bro. Let's just get to it, dude. Is this true or not, man? Come on. Like, let's. I don't. And but I don't want a sermon, dude.
That's why.
Hold on. Just listen to me. You're not asking. You're not counselor. Stop. You're not asking me questions. I'm asking you questions. Is it true that there's only one Quran where there are not even a harakat is different? Is that true?
No, if that's what you mean, no.
Okay, can you explain to us then why people are telling us this? And then can you explain to us what you mean by there only being one Quran?
We say the Quran as one is one in the sense that after the compilation of the Quran within the Caliphate, it was preserved, standardized in a single text. And that text, during the Caliphate of Abraham, the Caliphate of Osman, he copied those texts in several copies. He printed it in several and spread them. Now, that at the time, the text didn't contain vowel signs like the fatha, the kisra, and all the vowel signs. So that text could accommodate all the different recitation styles. So when the vowel signs were introduced, it was written. It was in a few hurufs. The popular one is the hafs.
Yes.
So yeah, that's a popular one. Is a hafs.
Sorry, what is just for curiosity? What is an aruf?
Pardon me.
What is the meaning of aruf?
Oh, huruf is just it's like recitation.
It's a recycle.
No. Recitation is tilawa.
Let him explain it. Let him explain it. Try again. Tell me, what is an aruf?
It's alphabets.
Alphabets. So isn't an alphabet a letter?
Pardon me.
So you saying a aruf is a letter, like A.
You can comment on that if you don't agree.
I'm very confused right now. Hang on. So you saying that is in the Qurans?
That's not what I'm saying.
You
What
said
I'm
different
saying
letters.
is that no.
I'm just repeating what you said.
Recitation.
Recitation. So they had different recitations.
I am saying yes, there exists different recitation.
Okay, so if two people, my brother, if two people came from the same town, just say me and you, we came from the same town, the same area, would we have a different recitation?
It depends.
So what is it depending on?
It can.
Okay, you and I come from the same town, the same street, and so we have the same lingo, right? We've got the same slang, we've got the same dialect, correct?
Yeah.
So if you and I were reciting the Quran, would we have a different dialect, a different recitation, or would we have the same recitation?
Under normal circumstances, we would have recitation.
Okay.
But then, listen, it depends. I can decide to learn another's recitation and go by it. It doesn't change anything. Do you agree?
No, I disagree.
You disagree, all right.
Why would you need to learn another recitation if you already have a recitation that you know?
That's what I'm saying under normal circumstances. All right. So someone, I'm a Ghanaian, okay? A Ghanaian not to attend school in Ghana and go to a different country and attend school because I love maybe their mood and a few things about them. It doesn't matter.
Okay, listen, you're waffling and I'm giving you a chance, but you're not getting it. So say, for example, you and I go to this dude called Amin, and we're both students of Amin. And Amin teaches us to recite something, right? Now, Amin is going to teach us in his dialect, and he has the same dialect as me and you. After he's taught us dialect, would I need to learn the Quran in a different dialect, knowing that I already understand and have the dialect of Amin?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So then, if two people came from the same town, would they need to have different dialects?
I just explained that. This question. You said if two people come from listen to me. You said if two people come from the same listen to me. I mean, you said if two people come from the same
for the
town,
past 10 minutes,
and I'm
bro.
telling you, listen, I'm telling you that
Do the differences. Look, man. Look. Just listen. Do the differences in the different qira'at. Do they contradict?
Pardon me.
What, bro? Do they contradict?
Contradict as in?
Contradict as in contradict.
No contradiction.
All right. Do you speak Arabic?
I don't speak Arabic, to be fair.
Okay, well then.
I mean, this is a very interesting question.
You say there's contradiction between different.
Just hold on. You're echoing so much your local, please, or Magnus.
You're echoing, dude.
Both of you.
If you're on a Bluetooth, come on.
Then. Yeah.
Pardon
me. Contradicting as in what? I mean, asking for. No, I was just making fun of his question, but go on. I mean, sorry, I'm just shaking my head.
No, it's like, bro, like this is the ridiculousness because they all tell us different things. So first of all, I first asked you, is there one Quran? You said yes, but not in the way that you think. I said, what do you mean by that? You then say that there are different qira'at. But most of you guys tell us that not even one letter is different. So watch this. Lumen, are you a Muslim?
No way. But Magnus,
Okay. I'm sorry, bro. Just please, man. We have 5 Christians on stage. God bless you, bro. But please, we're trying to stay focused. Magnum, if I show you one, if I show you something, but you said you don't speak Arabic, so it doesn't matter, I guess.
No problem. I'm here. I don't speak Arabic.
Let me see if I can find something in English for you. Hold on a second. Let me just put this. I'm gonna go on big screen. I'm gonna show you from even an English translator that chapter 10, verse 16, that there is contradictions. Okay? In the readings. Okay. After I show this to you.
Yeah.
Oh, this is chapter 10, verse 16. So it says, you see the highlighted section right here at the top?
Mm-hmm.
It says, he would not have informed you about it. So this is Allah speaking. He would not have informed you about it. Okay? Now, if you click on the footnote for the different qira'at for it, it says here down at the bottom, in Al-Bazi, one of the narrations read it as, he would have informed you about it. So which was it? Did he inform him about it?
Go back to the previous. Let me see. He would not have informed you about it.
Mm-hmm. So this says he would not have informed you. There's a footnote when you click on the text, that red thing where it says not, it gives you the footnote for one of the canonical readings. And the footnote says this. He would have informed you. So which is it? These are contradictions.
To be honest,
this is for chapter 10, verse 16.
All right. To be honest, I don't think I would have much to say on this for now.
What do you mean you wouldn't have much to say? You just told me that they don't contradict.
Just answer the question first. What he showed you, does it contradict? Does it say something other than what the first one said?
And I am saying, I am being sincere with you. Listen, I am being sincere with you. I'm not playing games. I am saying.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this, because this is getting stupid, bro. One of the readings where there's a whole word missing. Would that be a problem?
You may go ahead.
No, I'm asking you before I do it. If I show you a reading where there's a complete word missing, would that be a problem?
Problem in what sense? Problem between us?
Oh my gosh.
Go ahead and show me.
Yeah, man, get out of here.
Thank you. Avery, God bless, bro.
Thank Lord. Seriously. Contradiction, in what sense?
I'm so sick of the in a sense or in what sense that comes from these Muslims, because it makes no sense anymore. It makes no actual sense anymore.
Let me just quickly read a couple of super chats. Sickers says, R. Kelly didn't see nothing wrong when he was dead wrong. Stop saying I didn't see anything wrong. Abdul, that is by. We've got Bukhari. Muslim Raisinhead says, like and share. Sorry. Holy, he says, hi, Amin. Then you've got Holy again, and he said something weird. He says, at Mike, asked how big is the screen Young showing. I'm getting a $2,659.99 TV that is 3 foot and 3 inches in height and 5 feet 5 inches wide in 2 weeks. Congratulations on that TV. Lovely jubbly. So far, we've tried to engage with people that think that they know about this Quran of theirs, and I'm just in shock. When Paul and Amin were talking about, I think yesterday, about changing the topic, I actually gave them a chance yesterday to prepare themselves to come back and say, this is what the Quran says, and this is what we believe, and yet all they do is depend on someone else to do the work for them. It's crazy. Mufasa, you should be embarrassed, bro, by these people.
Well, honestly,
okay, bro.
Mufasa is actually the only one who comes back day after day, and it starts off pretty well, and then it kind of just gets ridiculous over time. So maybe we can engage with you so far and then see how far it goes.
We actually came up because of the
Is it me that's echoing,
Suratul
or is
Yunus
it you?
issue.
I think it's either you, Amin, or you, James. There's only an echo whenever James gets off of mute.
Oh, okay. Mufasa, before we get to that, can you explain to us what you mean, or what you all mean as Muslims by there's only one Quran?
When we say there is only
Sorry, I
one
mean,
Quran,
I
we mean
insist to know who's the responsible party first. Who's the responsible party for that
Oh,
claim?
1 second. Oh, 1 second. So when we say there, and we mean the Quran has one source, which is Allah, and it has one messenger, which is the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? So, and it has, well, we can say Jibreel and then the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay.
And he was amongst his companions.
Sorry,
Okay,
was it Allah that said that there's only one Quran, or are Muslims saying there's only one Quran?
Well, Allah will not reveal different Qurans, right?
But okay, can you tell me what is an aruf?
Sorry?
Tell me what is an aruf? Sorry.
No, what is an ahruf?
The ahruf are the variant based on the, let's say, the variant readings based on the Arabic dialect.
I'm sorry. Did we get an answer?
Nope.
Okay, who said there's one Quran?
James, you're echoing. So it is you.
Mufasa, who said there's one?
Yes. Well, it is implied right from the revelation itself. It says this Quran. They didn't say this Quran. It said this Quran, this Quran.
Okay,
this Quran.
so we can safely say that the first initiator of one Quran is Allah, and the scholars understood it to mean there's one Quran, and therefore we are told there's one Quran. So now we know where that claim came from. If possibly
Yes,
we can prove. Okay, if possibly we can. Okay, actually, let's ask you another question then. Could you explain the oneness of the Quran? How is your Quran one? Is it one in the same writing, like the same script, letter for letter, word for word, diacritical for diacritical mark? Or is it one in meaning? Or is it both in writing and meaning? How is it one? I'm leaving you another option.
It is one. So it is one in terms of the source, right, and the transmission, meaning Allah, Jibreel, the Prophet, right.
Wait,
so
hold on.
one Allah Himself, God. Sorry, when I said Ibrahim, Jibreel, the angel, or the one who revealed to the Prophet, and then one Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So these are the.
Okay, so
we have one.
Did you understand this? I mean, so are you saying because the source is one, therefore it's one book? And it doesn't matter if they differ.
So the source is one, and he gave to only one person. So he wouldn't.
I'm trying to follow with the complete question. My question is compounded. So are you saying it's because the source is one, regardless whether the meanings are differed, whether or not they have different messages? It doesn't matter as long as the source is one and it's transmitted in different meanings, in different ideas. It's still one. Because is that what you're saying?
Well, even if there are variants in the readings, it doesn't, or there are different Qurans, because we have a hadith where the Prophet said all these different ways of recitation.
No, I don't want to listen to waffle. I don't want to listen to waffle. Yes or no first, then go on and give me the waffle fest that you're about to say. Is that what you're saying? Regardless whether the meanings and the overarching messages are different, it doesn't matter, because the source is one and they're all been transmitted, mass transmitted, they all mean they are one Quran or one book.
Your question is fallacious. It's a loaded question. You're already
This is how I understood
so,
it. Wait, hold on. Okay, I want to make sure that I want to make sure I'm not the only one that only misunderstood you, according to you. I mean, is that what he said, or I misunderstood him?
Bro, I don't know what he's saying, man, to be completely honest with you.
He said, as long the source is one.
You added all the other words. I didn't add any of the other words. You added all those words.
Okay, then
I just said the Quran has one.
I'm asking him a very simple question, and he's not answering.
Mufasa, is the wash Quran?
I gave a very simple answer.
Is the wash Quran the Hafs Quran?
No, the Wash Quran is not the Hafs Quran in terms of the Qira'at, right?
Okay, so now let's go slowly. So are there differences between those two Qurans?
In terms of the Qira'at, yes, but in terms of the universal message, no.
Okay, so the universal message is the same, but there are differences in the Quran Hafs, correct?
Yes, so in terms of the
do you have
variant
two
readings,
Qurans?
It doesn't change the meaning of the
Okay,
the
fine, that's
themselves.
fine, that's fine. Do you
No, we don't have
two? Do you have
in
two
terms of
Qurans?
Musaf, you can say we have different.
Do you have two Qurans that are different? Hafs?
No, we have
and
one
Rosh?
Quran.
Okay, watch this, watch this. All the Bibles that you guys point at, right now, we're not talking about the Mormons and the Jehovah's Witnesses. They all have one message, correct? So are you going to say now that
you can say they all have one message?
So okay, so they all have one message. What is the one message that they all have?
But they don't all have one source. That's the point.
Again, now notice what you just did now. You running from my question to say, talk about the source. I'm asking you, did they all have one message?
No.
And
yes,
you say they don't
message.
have one source. Are all the Qurans that we're talking about, do they all have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
The what? The Quran?
No, the Bible. The four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Do all the Bibles I'm talking about have those four people in them?
Yes, they have them. They have their names there, yes.
Okay, beautiful. Now, in your Quran, you say that the wash is not the Hafs, but they have the same message. Do you have two Qurans?
No, it doesn't necessarily follow because this just variant reading.
Again. You have two Qurans that say two different things, but have the same message. I'm going to break it down like a bloody child to you Muppets, I swear. So again, they both have the same message, but they are worded differently because they are different Qurans, correct?
So they are worded differently, just like how you can have an Elizabethan English and the normal
I'm
English.
asking you a very easy question. Try not to be smarter than you are. Again, the Wash Quran and the Hafs Quran.
I'm just giving you context.
Are they different? Do they say different things inside them? Are they identical?
They are identical.
See how stupid
They're pretty much identical.
Pretty much. Is pretty much 100% identical?
How are they identical if they're different?
No, that's why I said pretty much identical.
So just say that they're not identical because they're not identical. Is that a true statement? Identical means
so
they're
you have
exactly
to
the same. Are they exactly the same?
Okay, so I don't know what angle I'm gonna give you.
Dude, I'm trying so hard.
Yeah, exactly the same in terms of meaning,
but
not in terms of writings.
So there are two different books that are written differently but have the same message, correct?
So written differently, yes. In some words, yes. With
beautiful.
Some words or
so you have
words.
two Qurans then, correct?
No, we have one Quran.
You're an idiot, man. Take care.
Oh my God, bro, this is insane, man.
This is Islam.
It's like having twins, right? Having twins. Are they the same? No. No, they're identical, but they're different. Yes, no, huh? What? You can't fix stupid, man.
I wish we could, but then they'd be Christians.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say, Black Doctor. I was going to say, you can. is in the if. If there's a contradiction, would they be different Qur'ans? Do not reassert something that you're not learned about. So
It
are
doesn't
you
exist.
learned? Okay, what if I show you it does exist?
Doesn't exist. Well, why would I take my religion from
Look, I found an ostrich. I found an ostrich. Finally.
You didn't find anything.
No, I found an ostrich. That's you.
You didn't.
So in Qira'at Qumbul, and
You break
Ibn
the
Kathir-
first and second commandments so
Okay, so
easily.
in Qira'at Ibn Kathir al-Makki, so in Qira'at Ibn Kathir al-Makki, Nawal, it literally contradicts Hafs in Surah Yunus 16. In Surah Yunus 16, we have a clear, striking contradiction. And you said it doesn't exist, but it's right there, right in front of me. What do I do with it? Do I stick my head in the sand like you and say, no, it doesn't exist? The lion outside, the sand here that's standing right next to me doesn't exist? Or do I stick my head out of the sand and actually acknowledge there's an actual contradiction?
No, I think I'm very open-minded. In fact, I wasn't born Muslim. I chose it.
Fine, perfect. I mean, would you show that screen again,
There was
please?
so much hypocrisy in Christianity.
It doesn't matter about our hypocrisy.
Okay.
Now, well, just shut it. If you have nothing else to say, sit quietly.
James, can you give me a big screen?
Yeah.
You guys are like a bunch of
Now,
hypocrites.
wow,
for real.
sit quietly. You got nothing to add. Just sit quietly.
You keep saying it doesn't
exist. Just focus.
And I'm going to be honest. If after we want to deal with this, if you want to bring her up and you want me to handle her on the Bible, I can do that.
She ran. I can drop her.
If she wants to make checks with her butt can't cash, I will definitely cash it for her.
We didn't drop her, Doc. Sit quietly, you two.
She left by her own.
She left by herself.
You're so scared of her.
Yes.
How is it that we're scared of her and she left on her own volition, dude?
Like this guy, he's just like a normal.
Why y'all keep muting me?
Because you're an idiot.
We're trying to show something.
I wasn't an idiot when I dragged Nosy the other day.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
always
let's do
an
this.
idiot.
Okay, let's do
Are you
this.
done pumping your chest, or are you willing to pay attention like a good little boy?
Right. Do you want to start the question over with him? Maybe he can.
Yeah, I want to start over with every
Hey, if
single
y'all
one of
keep
them.
muting me, I'm gonna
It's
just.
not your turn.
shut it, man.
It's
Stop
not
crying.
your turn.
You act like we need you here, Joe. Dude, if you want to go, just go.
It's not your turn, buddy.
If you feel
Trying to engage in a
It's
conversation.
not your turn. It's not your turn. Respect Akhi Abid, the one that came before you, and I would rather talk to someone normal that stay on mute and actually trying to understand what's going on than someone that's just coming to do the theatrics all over again. We know who you are, Ask. You're a numpty. You're just a literal clown. So let us talk to Akhi first, and then if we have enough energy, then we'll talk to you after. Akhi, I hope you are at my expectation. I hope you're not going to be like him.
Well, I don't know what's going on, but hey, how's it going?
Oh well, at least you greeted us. Thank you. That's a good first step forward. Thank you. Welcome to the live.
We're not all incompetent.
Okay, that's great. I mean, this is the first Muslim that comes says hi. Okay, well, the topic is they're one Quran unchanged, uncorrupted, and we're contending this topic.
I'd like to see the Quran says that if anyone it's like the Quran is meant to be tested and tried, and so I'm open to what's out there against it.
Okay, well, we're trying to figure out who came up with that notion first. Who came up with that claim? There's one Quran. Is it Allah, the scholars, Muhammad, the combination, all the above, or a singular entity, or is it an unknown entity like the internet? Some random crazy person said so. Who came up with that notion?
I believe it's Muhammad.
Muhammad and Allah, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. If I'm able to empirically verify that there isn't one Quran, would you say then that deity is a false deity?
I would say there's a contradiction, and there would have to be either like a good reason why, or as to maybe it's a misconception, or there's just a contradiction and there's no reconciliation for that.
Perfect. So Are you familiar with the qira'at and what the qira'at stands for?
Honestly, I grew up Muslim, but my parents weren't that religious, so honestly, like I'm not really educated.
Okay, so there are canonized versions.
Then move out the way.
There are canonized versions of the Quran. A canonized version, that means the authoritative copy or authoritative way of saying the Quran. These authoritative ways of saying the Quran,
like a recitation?
Recitations, yes.
Oh, okay.
Which is qira'at. So these recitations are authoritative or admitted by your everybody, and there's everybody that is Sunni. You're a Sunni, right?
Well, I'm
Shia.
Oh, I'm not Shia, but yeah, I'm kind of probably yes, so I'd say yeah.
Okay, so you're Sunni. So all Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah would say that this is the 7 reading or 7 recitations, but then they added 3, so you guys have 10. But that's a different story. We're not going to get into that. We'll just grant there are at least 10. And these 10, now, you guys tell us that you have qira'ah or recitation. Qira'ah means recitation. Qira'ah A is Quran. Qira'ah B is Quran. Qira'ah C is Quran, and so on. And they all one Quran. But we already got to the point where you told us only a contradiction. So if we show you that Quran A contradicts Quran B, then this will no longer be Qurans.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Yeah, okay, so look up at the screen. Amin is going to take you through it. I'm just going to move it to Amin and go drink something.
Okay.
Do you speak Arabic, Akhi?
Me, I grew up in America. My parents weren't that religious, so I don't really know Arabic, to be honest with you.
Doc, do you speak Arabic?
Can you read it at least then?
Me?
No, the guy below, Doc.
Oh, now you don't
know Arabic, man.
want to talk to me.
No, he doesn't know Arabic, bro.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
No,
By the way, since you're talking to me, Paul already lied. He said there was 10 qira'ahs.
Doc, do you speak Arabic?
Wait, hold on, sorry. Just 1 second. Let him enunciate his words. Enunciate your words. What? Enunciate your words. Speak without mumbling.
Okay. Paul lied already. He said that we added 3 qira'ahs and that these 10 qira'ahs are 10 Qur'ans. He doesn't understand ahruf at all or what a qira'ah is. Go ahead.
Okay. How did I lie?
Yeah, because the 10 qira'ahs or a qira'ah in general is a combination of different ahruf. It is not the same as an ahruf, but you don't know.
When did I say they are the same?
You said that we added 3 qira'ahs, meaning there are 10 Qur'ans, but you don't even understand what a qira'ah is.
Again, where did I lie?
Dude, everybody heard you, man. Carry on.
Yeah, everybody heard me, and everyone heard me that I never said the qira'ah is ahruf. Only a jahil like you.
Did you say the qira'ah is a Quran?
Yes, isn't it?
Then, so there you. So,
wait, hold on. Let me ask you directly right now. Is the qira'ah Quran? Is qira'at hafs Quran?
Do you understand what a qira'ah is?
Yes, recitation.
What no, okay, what is that?
Okay, so
that's not what a qira'ah is.
Answer the question. Okay, look, answer the question. Is qira'at hafs Quran?
Yes, of course.
Is qira'at warsh an nafi' Quran?
Yes, of course.
So is qira'ah A Quran?
Yes.
Is qira'ah B Quran?
Yes.
Okay, so they are Qurans.
No,
right?
You said they were different Qurans.
Okay. That was a checkmate.
They are different Qurans to me.
How is that a checkmate? You guys, none of you know what a qira'ah is. What is a qira'ah?
But that's where. But this is where the argument is.
What is a qira'ah?
Okay, this is where the argument is. I can prove.
What is a qira'ah?
Okay, look. I can prove they are different.
Man, what is a qira'ah?
I'm trying to speak. You said I asserted they are different. Yes, they are different. I can prove it. But this is not the issue. We didn't get to you yet. We will talk to you about this as soon as we possibly can.
He asked me a question. What is it?
Yeah, but you're saying that I lied, and you obviously can't pinpoint to what I lied about. Do you know that you have 10 qira'at? Yes or no? Do you have 10 qira'at?
He admitted it. He admitted it already. He was just.
I want it out of his mouth, bro.
There are more than 10
making the assertion. Shut up, dude. I'm speaking. He was making the assertion that the 10 Qira'at aren't the same as having 10 Qurans. But you just established that the Qira'ats that you listed are Qurans. So you just proved your position, Paul, that the 10 Qira'at are 10 Qurans, and it's just Ask who is just dismissing it and simply denying it, even though you just proved it. I don't know what's going on with Ask's own ears, but everybody else recognized what just went on. So can you carry on with your statement, Paul?
Yeah, can we just finish with the other guy? I don't want this guy involved, please. Like, just don't involve him, James, because he doesn't know Arabic. That's the issue. Like, you think he knows Arabic, he doesn't. I had to read Al-Tabari last time for him to order to actually understand it.
Tabari, dude. Are you going to talk about me and not let me respond? Or
okay, do you know Arabic or not? Do you know Arabic or not? Do you know Arabic or not? Say yes or no.
Stop muting me, man.
I just want you to answer this. Do you know Arabic? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, perfect. Hold on. James, give me a big screen. You're lucky I'm at home.
What's your argument here, man?
No, you know Arabic.
Are you running from Qira'at?
No, he knows Arabic.
You're running from Qira'at and you're talking about Arabic.
He knows Arabic.
Are you running
Arabic,
from Qira'at?
No, you know Arabic, right?
I'm confused what's going on here.
Are you running from Qira'at? Yes or no?
You'll see what's going on. Just give it a second, friend.
No problem. I'll just let me know.
Why can't Paul define what
I'm going to be honest with you, Aki. We respect you and we respect your time. So just give us a little bit while we deal with somebody who doesn't respect your time and your energy and your honesty.
How come nobody here can define what a Qira'ah is?
Read.
Here.
How come nobody here can define what a Qira'ah is?
Read the Arabic.
How come nobody here can define what a Qira'ah is?
Dude, run now. Stop trying to run. Focus.
Run from what? What is this, language class or a debate?
You said you know Arabic.
So tell me what a Qira'ah is.
Read the Arabic, man. Come on.
Nobody can see that, dude. Nobody can see that.
I'm trying.
Hang on.
Nobody can see that.
Shut it, Doc. Shut up.
We're
Paul, if you can just go out the app and come back into the app. Can you just wait?
We're trying to make sure
come back onto the app and you can see it.
We're trying to make sure that you can see it. Dude, just be patient.
Read, Ask. Come
on. Give me big screen. I'll put it on my screen.
Sorry, I don't know why. I don't know why the Arabic, like my camera doesn't focus.
It happens.
Go ahead, bro.
Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't know I was on mute. Ask, come on.
And this should be very easy.
Read, Ask. Come on. I'm waiting, man. I'll start. Al-kalima sara jasadan. Go ahead.
What are we doing here, man?
You said you know Arabic, so we're making sure.
Yeah, I know Arabic, dude. So
okay,
come on,
perfect.
are we going to talk about Qira'ahs?
I want you to read
if you Christians think I'm gonna be your puppet, you got the wrong Muslim.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna be your puppet. Did you watch the debate with me and
Puppet, listen. I'm gonna just say this again. Let me just address this full.
Did the debate with
Doc, what's up, Doc? Listen carefully. You are making claims. We are checking to see if you are like your Quran, just another fake. We're checking to see if you can actually read and speak and understand Arabic. Please, would you engage us and read the Arabic so we can see that we are talking to someone that knows what he's talking about?
Yeah, so I can understand Arabic. I can read Arabic.
So then read.
I don't speak it that well.
So then just read it and let's see if you understand it.
I can't see that screen, dude. The words are.
Bro, I can see it. It's clear as day, dude. Start at the beginning.
I can't see up close. Listen, this ain't a reading class. Are you want to
It says
why are y'all so scared? Why are you guys
Get your reading glasses
why are you
on,
scared?
bro. Dude, everybody else can see it except your dumb self.
Why
I can
is
see it.
everybody in here so scared?
Nobody's scared of you, bro. We're asking you to actually interact with us.
Dude, start there. Start there. It's very clear.
Man, that's it. Well,
Matter of fact, you know what? Hold on a second.
Yeah, just give him something from the Quran so he can read it and just tell us what he understands.
No, James. Do not give him something from the Quran. This is a big mistake. That is the only thing that can read. That is literally the only thing. But that's the only thing they can read. They cannot read anything else outside of the Quran.
James, you coming across as very scared, man, and running.
I am not scared of you, my son.
Why don't we talk about
not Muhammad?
Look how big I made that. Hold on, wait. Everybody stop.
Here, just look.
Look how big I made that. Go ahead. Dude, if you can't do it, just say you can't. We don't care. We only care when y'all come up here chest thumping, being arrogant and prideful, and you don't want to have a conversation. Since you want to be so arrogant and prideful, now we're forcing you to do what you're elaborating, saying that you can do. If you can't do it, just say you can't, and we can move on. It's okay. We don't care.
I can read Arabic. Can you read Arabic?
Then read
it.
You're challenging me. You're challenging me. Hold on. He's challenging me.
Arabic.
Yeah, you're challenging
hold
me.
on. Ask reads first.
Yeah,
Because
like,
Paul has
I'll
already
read it
demonstrated
right
that
after.
he can read. We've already seen multiple times, especially on this very live itself, that Amin can read Arabic. Ask, you're the one in question. Please read it for us. You can easily see it now. So please.
I know that y'all are so afraid.
Thanks for coming, bro.
reading.
Take care.
Thanks for coming. Watch your
Thanks for
kufi.
coming. Mind your head on your way out.
Watch your kufi.
Yeah, bro. Pick up your hand when you walk out the door.
Arrogant, ignorant. Oh my gosh.
He does this in every live, man.
Dumb, bro. My God. هو أنت ما عندك ريحة dumb, bro. Like,
This is
you
Akhi,
should
I just
have
want to say this
no
to Akhi
shame,
for
dude.
1 second. Akhi, the reason why we had to focus on him is because, you know, pride is the fall, man. Pride is the fall. And these guys are full of pride. And sometimes you've got to knock them down just to put them back in their place because they think that they're as prideful as Allah is, right?
I agree, man. No need to be prideful over TikTok. I mean, come on, man.
Like, that's what he does in every live. He literally does the same theatrical. You guys are running. You guys are running. As soon as we put him in a corner.
Especially over TikTok. I mean, no one's
exactly.
seeing, no one's doing. I mean, I get it. Maybe real life. Okay, I see reason on TikTok.
Yeah, well, he has a little following, and they all go with the same name, Ask, and it's almost like a small cultish behavior. He can never lose, and he's always right, even if he's exposed as we exposed him just a second ago.
It's not bad to be wrong sometimes.
Thank you.
But this is the point that we're making, bro. We don't care if you can or if you cannot read Arabic. Like, we really don't care. If you can and say, hey, I don't understand this, can you explain it to me? We'll do that. And then if you want to get somebody who can verify what we're saying, no problem. What we have a problem with is when people come up and they're prideful and they're arrogant and they try to dunk on us as if we're the problem. They gaslight us. Nobody has regular conversations like that. And all we're doing is just asking you to be a normal human being, but they can't do it.
Just a quick, let me just quickly just ask, Josephine, are you a Muslim?
Alhamdulillah, yeah.
Oh my God. With that type of voice, what type of dresses do you wear?
Sorry, say again?
Just nothing. Sulaiman, are you a Muslim?
Alhamdulillah, I'm a Muslim.
Okay, we all have problems.
Yeah. I mean, can we go back to your screen quickly so we can actually get through this?
You want me to
you guys speak Arabic?
What do you guys want me to do?
Actually, we're demonstrating the actual contradiction.
Okay.
So in Yunus 16, you can see there's a contradiction between two qira'at. Well, there's more than one qira'at that contradict, but at least two qira'at that are contradictory. And And that renders to the same position that we were trying to assert, that since there's contradiction, then they both can be wrong, or one of them is wrong, or the whole entire notion that Allah revealed one Quran is a lie. We can come to that conclusion easily, that Allah lied about revealing one Quran, or Muhammad
made a
lied.
mistake, which is.
But
say that again. Or he made a mistake. Is that what you said, Aki?
I mean, or there was a mistake. Someone made a mistake. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's Allah, but someone made a mistake.
So hang on. Now let's just focus on what you said, right? Somebody made a mistake. So the Quran comes from Allah through Jibreel to Muhammad. So then my question would be, who wrote down the Quran for Muhammad to make that mistake?
Who knows? I mean, I would like to see you demonstrate the contradiction first before I make any statements.
Okay, Josephine.
Just call me Joe.
My dear, do you speak Arabic?
Yes, I do. Do you?
Okay. Can you please read what it says on the screen for us, please?
You speak Arabic as well?
We have two others that do.
Just the underlined section.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Where are they from?
Just
around the corner.
From Mars. Yeah.
Bro,
no, sorry, man. I'm
matter.
just having a conversation. Just getting to know you
bro.
guys first.
It doesn't matter.
You're
bro.
coming up with your wife's account, and your name is Josephine.
No,
seriously, and you want to have a conversation?
No, it's my email. It's in what? You guys aren't? Isn't this the point of this?
It's okay, guys. It's okay. Let him just read. It doesn't matter. Yes, we do have Arabic-speaking people. So let's just focus on the verse.
No, I'm just wondering where you guys from. Like, where are you
It doesn't matter. Can we focus on the verse, bro?
Mish Muhim, just read, dude.
What did you say? Mush Muhim?
Muhammad.
My God, bro.
Muhammad. Okay. So yeah, Habibat, listen carefully, boys. We have different dialects from different countries, correct?
No.
Moroccans speak differently than Egyptians. Egyptians speak.
Oh my gosh! Can you please read the Quran? Is that in a dialect?
Can you just read it, dude?
You want to understand what qira'at means, right? They're different dialects.
Josephine, my dear, my darling.
They are different dialects. Ya Habib al-Alb.
Wait, Josephine, are you saying that they are different dialects?
Do you say trunk or do you say boot like the UK does?
Okay, perfect. So
does it mean the same thing but different countries?
James, please allow me.
Okay, no, please go on, go ahead.
Okay,
yes.
so look, are they written in formal Arabic, Arabi?
Habib, does Malik and Malik mean different?
Is the Qur'ans, the Qira'at in Fusha? Yes or no? Warsh and Nafi' and Hafs and Asim, are they in Fusha? Both of them. Josephine, you're muted. Are they in Fusha, formal Arabic? Are they both in formal Arabic?
He's still talking right now, probably. He doesn't even know he's muted.
Yeah, I bet, yeah.
Okay, sorry, yes, go ahead.
Are they in formal Arabic, yes?
Yeah, they're formal Arabic, and what's the point?
Is the word ibad? You know Surah Al-Zaghraf? وَالْمَلَائِكَ عِبَادُ الرَّحْمَنِ. What does that mean?
The angels are of course, they worship God. Whatever they worship God. Yes.
They're the slaves or the servants.
Slaves of the worship. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. If I come around and I say Al Malaika Inda Rahmani, what does that mean?
They are with and they are with and they worship God. What's the point? What's the difference?
Is that a dialectical change?
Okay, but it has the same meaning.
No. Is that dude? Why are you running?
I'm not.
Is that a dialectical? Is that a dialectical? Is that a dialectical?
If I told you,
is that a dialectical change? Is this a dialect difference? Answer me this question. Is this a dialect difference or a different word altogether?
He doesn't know he's muted.
Yeah, he ran right away from this. He's like, oh, well, it's the same meaning. That's not the question. The question is this dialect or dialectical difference? Yes or no?
We haven't even gotten to the crux of the argument yet.
My darling Josephine, please come back.
Yes, it's a dialectal difference. Yes.
Oh, what? Oh my God.
And your point is?
What, man?
What's your point?
What?
What's your point?
Wait, are you saying
Habibi, what's your point?
Be serious.
عباد and عند لهجات? Are you out of your mind?
Are you?
غباك انت غباك
Are you not realizing?
غباك مثل غباء عائشة.
Listen.
غباك مثل غباء عائشة يا حمار.
Don't play childish games, yeah?
لا.
Talk like a man.
يعني
talk like a man.
talk like a man لما تكذب يا ابن الذين.
يا حبيب قلبي.
عم تكذب؟
اسمع.
عباد
Okay, listen. Okay.
عباد وعند.
Are you going to let me speak? Are you going to let me speak?
Wait. عباد تضحك مثل جوزفين ولا مثل عائشة؟
شوف حبيبي شوف.
Okay.
In different Arabic there are different.
Here. Can I get big screen?
Sure you can.
Okay.
Just
sorry guys, I'm a little bit lost here.
It's okay. Aki, what's going on is that the guy below you, Josephine, the dear Josephine, is stepping on his hem each time he speaks.
Sure.
So he needs to pull up his skirt just a little bit because, again, now he's going to get schooled. He's lying, basically, Aki.
Okay.
Like most Muslims.
Are there different dialects? Yes or no in Arabic, Habibi? Yes or no? Lebanese
That's not the question.
Like the Egyptians.
That's not the question.
We're not talking about.
Listen to me. No, you listen to me. We're not talking about lahka Masriya or lahka Saudi. We're not talking about that. We're talking about in Fusha. That's what we're talking about. How is that a dialect?
Are those the same words? Are these constants the same?
Josephine, my darling, you need to unmute yourself.
Are these constants the same?
Don't cut me off because you're scared. Don't cut
Are these constants
Do not cut me off because you're scared.
Answer the
I'm
question.
Explaining to you.
Answer the question.
Listen, you bring me on. You bring us on. You have these channels so that we
يا غبي هل الأحرف متشابهة the same أحرف are they the same أحرف بالعربي? It's a yes or no. Just get on with it. Stop crying like Josephine. Grow some, you know what, and actually answer the questions. Are they the same ahruf? If I do this, sorry, I can't do it on the screen. Are they the same? Ain, potential ba, tha, sorry, ba, ta, tha, potentially. Dal, are they the same? Ain, potentially, ba, ta, tha, dal, the same thing, right? Hafs.
Listen.
يا غبي لا تحكي غير حتى
listen.
لا تحكي حتى تجاوب.
Listen.
So Hafs would have the نقطة here and then adds ألف خنجرية like that. Warsh adds نقطة right here, so becomes Hafs would be عباد. Warsh would be عند. Can you show me how this is dialectical?
Hold on.
How is this dialectical? How could this possibly be a dialect?
Okay, so when you guys are hilarious. Are you not understanding what I'm telling you? Or you just don't want to listen? You don't want.
Like you can't be that dumb.
What
logic? Literally.
What logic?
You can't be dumb. You can't just look at this and say yes, they are dialect. There's no dialects in Arabic where they can. Sorry. Where it's obvious is not a dialect. Ibad and Ind, the only difference between them is someone is trying to copy it and somehow chose a different variation of what this variation is. This is the variation of Warsh, and this is the variation of Hafs. How this could possibly... Look, Akhi, tell me if you notice the difference between the words. Ibad, Ind. Ibad and Ind. Do you think this possibly be a dialect where one of them would say he is with, or they are with, the Malaika with the merciful, and the other one would say the Malaika are, or given the identity of them, saying they are the slaves or the worshipper or the servants of the merciful. How is this possible that they are the same? Or how are they dialectical? If this is dialectical, let's say there's a dialect in out there in the Arabic world or some region. Imagine the absurdity of this. Every time I want to say ibad, I would say end. Do you know how confusing this Arabic is? This cannot be dialectical because they're two different words.
Okay, all we're trying to show you, man, is that you'll notice how they are not answering questions, running from the questions, and then trying to deflect. Now, again, we understand then there's a hadith, and because, Akhi, I don't think you understand, you know your Arabic or your Islam as well. You did say the example. This is why we're saying, when we have two people that come from the same village, that speak the same Arabic, but are reciting differently, then we have a problem if the teacher that's teaching them is Muhammad. You see that, right? Muhammad had Hisham and Umar, and they both were repeating the same, they were saying the same verse differently. So you can't blame it on dialects, you can't blame it on anything else if they were learning it differently. This is why Uthman had to burn all the Qurans before. This is why Abu Bakr had a Quran that was different. This is why the 4 people that were given the Quran, Muhammad said, go to these 4 people. And these 4 people, 2 of them, one had 111 verses in his Quran. The other one had 116 verses in his Quran. Right? Now we have a problem because your Quran today is 114, and that's an Uthman apparently. That's an Uthman Quran. But notice the difference. Ibn Masud, he was one of the people Muhammad said, learn the Quran from this man. He had 111 verses. Then you've got Ubay, he had 116 verses. So what Paul is trying to prove to him is that you can't make excuses and say we've got different qirats, we've got different hurufs, we've got different this and different that and all this nonsense. All we're trying to prove is where are you getting it from? If it's a dialect, then the Moroccans should have the same Quran that was written in Arabia, and they should be reading it as they did in Arabia, but they have a different translation in Morocco. When I was there, I was told clearly never to bring or talk about the Hafs Quran. I had to only talk about the Wash Quran, because they hated the idea that there was a different Quran. They didn't respect it.
Josephine, is ibad and dialectical?
What's the message?
Again, answer the question. If you're not going to get
different. They're different. They're different words. They're different words.
Different words.
Okay.
So they're not dialects.
What's the message?
Wait. They're not dialects.
What's the message?
Are they dialects?
They're different. They're completely different sentences. What's the message?
Here's what you're going to have to do. Apologize. Apologize for lying. Why are you laughing? You literally lied.
The message is the same, Habibi. The message is the same.
Now you notice Ahi, notice what's happening now. Notice what he's doing now.
You lied and you said, hold on, he lied and said it's dialectical difference just 5 minutes ago after exposing him.
Right, and you're running from the explanation.
Look, I don't mind the explanation. I'll grant you the explanation right away.
But let me do it.
As soon as you apologize for lying, as soon as you apologize for lying,
Lying about what?
You said this is dialectical difference just 5 minutes ago.
Habibi, Malik and Malik, are they different?
Okay, again, I'm talking about Surah Al-Zughruf. In Surah Al-Zughruf, is it dialectical? You said no. So in order for this conversation to move forward, you have to apologize.
Okay, I'm sorry. I said I lied. Go ahead. What's your point now? Let me explain my point now or no?
Okay, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, Habibi.
Oh, sorry.
Is the message
That's exactly what I wanted to do.
You just proved
Sorry,
that the
just
message
1 second.
You proved the message was the same. You said it.
Josephine, just give me a second. Just give me 1 second. It's just not, this isn't even related to you. Afki, on stage right now, I want you to notice something. This is what they do. This guy in the chat, he called you a munafiq. He called you a hypocrite for sitting here and having a conversation. Bro, I'm not talking to you right now. He called you a munafiq for sitting here and having a conversation with us and listening. You haven't even said anything. All we have done is show that all these dudes do is lie. And he called you, your Muslim brother called you a munafiq just for sitting here. Bro, what is this, Ada? What is this, bro? Why can't you?
This is how they bully you.
I don't understand. This is crazy.
This is how they bully you to try to keep you quiet, to drop off these lives, to go to Muslim lives, because these are cowards. These people are what you call first-class cowards, because they're so afraid that they can't answer the questions. Shut up. Josephine, go to the kitchen, cook your husband a meal. Go to the kitchen and cook your husband a meal while I talk to Akhi. So sit quietly now.
It's cowards.
So again, Akhi, notice this.
You
These
just
people
apologize,
are afraid.
Shut up.
They're afraid of you actually listening and learning, because it means, like the Quran said, if you ask questions, you will be one of those that leave Islam.
Every time I ask questions
of this. This is what Josephine came up, and she lied about what she wanted, and now she got caught out. And what did she have to do? She had to now get on her knees and apologize to Paul.
Are you finished?
I was trying to, but you keep
humiliate
interrupting
people
me.
like you, Josephine.
Are you finished? Are you finished? But you know what? Where you start insulting because you know you guys are trapped.
No, because it's a psychological phenomenon, because we're doing the reciprocal of you. You're doing the same thing. You come up, you chest thump. These guys are running from me. These guys are running from me. They're afraid of what I'm about to say. And then what do? The very first thing you do is you apologize for lying to us and saying it's dialectical. So yes, we are afraid of lies and chest thumping and stupidity. We are definitely afraid of this. We don't want this in our lives. But if you're going to act like this, the psychological phenomenon that you're talking about is a reciprocal of you. We're going to expose the same thing that you're doing to us. We're going to put you in your place where you're a jahil, don't ahruf, and actual difference in words, and the fact that al-lahjat are not the same as the fusha. They can coincide, they can actually coincide, but nevertheless, when it's formal Arabic, like for example, Morocco would actually have news anchor speak in Fusha. Saudi Arabia would have news anchors speak in Fusha. Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, they all speak in Fusha. Why? Because it's one. All Arab countries understand Fusha. And when I ask you if they are all Fusha, you said yes. So it's written in standard Arabic. In standard Arabic, even if the two words are synonymous, when they're not synonymous, like ibad and ind, it's no longer actually the same. You know that, and you just got exposed.
But I'm just glad that
look, this is what he's doing. This is what he's doing. You run. This is the psychological phenomenon that you're talking about. You're still chest thumping after you apologized. You're an insane person.
But this is what they do, Akhi. They bully people. They try to control them. They try to scare them. They expose them This is why Muhammad said that you must unalive anyone that leaves Islam, and these people are behaving exactly the same. The Quran said, don't ask too many questions, and now because you're just sitting among us, you haven't even asked any questions. All you're doing is sitting among us. We asked you, we actually respected you when you said you don't really know. We haven't pressed you into a corner and squeezed you like a pimple on a teenager's face, like in the cage of Hijrah. But what we've done is we've brought up other people to give them a chance to show you that yes, there are answers to these questions, and instead of answering, they lie. And because we've got an Arabic-speaking person, two of them, they get exposed for the lies, and then they turn to the insults. So once again, my man, you need to ask yourself a question. This is the fruit of Islam. Is it really the type of fruit that you want to be biting into? Is this what you want to follow? Because again, as I said, Islam allows you to lie, and this is why they come up and lie. No other religion says that lying is okay except Islam. This is why they do it, to keep you in Islam. Without lies, Islam dies. Josephine, there's no need to start to request again. Just go to the kitchen. Going crazy, how are you?
How are you doing?
Are you a Muslim, sir?
I think.
Yes, I am.
Sorry, Paul?
I was just
am, yes.
comment on Josephine's account. Like, I think the guy got his wife's account and he's trying to find her some alternatives because he's trying to get to know us. Dude, we're not interested in your wife.
Potential.
We're not interested in exchanging just like Muhammad and his Sahaba and the current Muslims are interested in. Please, take that somewhere else, Josephine. Come with your real account, please. So this way you're more embarrassed.
Okay, going crazy, my man.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you have one Quran?
Nobody.
So, if nobody told you, then how do you know you've got one Quran?
Because there's one Quran.
So, when you say there's only one Quran, if I show you the circle 7 Quran, is that a Quran?
I mean, you can show me whatever you want to show, because if that's what you want to do, go ahead. But my opinion will not change. And
which Quran do you use? Let's just make it this way. Which Quran do you use?
There's no which in the Quran.
Is it the Hafs Quran?
What?
Do you use the Hafs Quran?
No, there's only one Quran, brother.
My man, this is now again. This shows me that you are also ignorant when it comes to your books. There's different Qurans. You've got different Qurans. You've got the Vasha, you've got the Hafs, you've got the Kulam, the Bazi, you've got the Wash. You've got many different Qurans. I'm asking you, which Quran do you use? If, for example, in Morocco, they don't use the Hafs. They have a different Quran that have different words.
I have a question for you before you go ahead. Like, you asked me one question, I'm gonna ask you one question.
No, no, this is not give and take. What do you think you're doing? You came up for a specific topic. Now I'm asking you about the topic. The Quran that you have, do you believe that's the only Quran out there? The version of that Quran?
Yes, I'm telling you, yes.
Okay, so now I'm asking you, is that a Hafs Quran?
There's no such thing as Hafs or Hufs or His.
Wow, man, you guys are...
Okay. I'm just saying.
So it's shocking. Honest to God, it's shocking that you guys are Muslim. I swear. This shows you. Listen, anyone in the chat,
to me that
of the 200 and something people listening, if you guys are I just want to say something. 1 second. If you guys want to be ignorant and just walk blind, the religion for you is Islam. These people are so thick, they don't even understand and know that there are different Qurans out there.
Okay, here's what I'm going to say to that. Here is what I'm going to say to that.
Sure.
Do you care about me?
I love you, my brother in humanity.
Okay. But are you going to provide for me?
Of course I'll provide for you. I'll give you everything you need.
So can you send me money?
Are you Josephine?
Who's Josephine?
Oh no, I just thought you. Sorry, are you asking me? So if we go on a date, is that? I don't know. Are we dating now? What's the deal?
No, I'm saying, do you care for me? Do you care about me?
I care for you, and I will provide everything that you need. What is it that you need?
Money.
Beautiful. I will get it for you. See, normal people will say, I want salvation, I want truth, I want love, but you are a typical Mohammedan. You Mohammedans only think with your big head and your small head, and the only thing that you want is money, power, and sex. That's it. That's all you want, my man.
Because I am a man and I have a penis, yeah.
You like Muhammad, right? All you think about is money, power, and sex, right? You don't care how old they are,
so which God breed,
whether they breed. You would take, you'd fill a hole in a tree. If you
okay, so which
No, you're gonna tell us which Quran you believe in first. Which Quran do you believe in out of the many Qurans that we have in front of us? Not in front of us as literally in front of us, like on accessible
before
by the website.
I tell you which
No, that's
Quran
that's the only
in.
thing that you're gonna tell me. I'm not interested to hear that you want the 72 Houris, or you want James to sponsor you because you can. I'm not interested in those. Which Quran do you believe in?
You guys are so jobless, such a low.
Yeah, we're jobless and we're asking for money, right?
Man, you guys are such a low life.
Yeah, that's you, because you're the one literally was begging for money just a minute ago. If you can catch us, one of us, asking for money, for even as a joking matter, I would like to see it, because you literally wasn't joking just a few minutes ago. And then the irony of your statement, like, are you
Bro, I live in
dumb?
Dubai. I don't need money.
I lived in Dubai. I lived in Dubai and I know exactly.
The Quran is unchanged. Nobody can change it. Nobody can change it. God promised to save it. Stop praying with me, that ass.
Why is he talking like this?
He's high. Can you see he's listening to music and he's high?
Bro, Amelie, bro, what are you doing, man? Like, this is... Man, I don't... I'm serious, man. Like, I don't understand. Like, why?
Can I just ask Akhi? Let's ask Akhi this question, please. Let's ask him. Akhi, you there? Akhi Abdullah. Never mind.
For the record, for anyone that is listening, not everyone that lives in Dubai actually rich.
He's probably working, washing cars for someone.
Exactly. There are literally work camps for these, third world nations, and they stock them up in a big compound with one fan on one end each, and they all sleep next to each other, and they're like literally making less than $100 a day.
So let me say this, Paul. This is a fact. This is a fact. My cousin's daughter, she's Muslim. She worked in Dubai, right? She thought she was going to get this, making millions and you name it, yada, yada, yada. She goes there and she decides she thought she was going to work as an au pair and make a lot of money and stuff. She ended up cleaning houses. And she's a Muslim. She's very dark-skinned. And of course, she's back. She chose to go back to South Africa because of the way they were treating her there. I mean, they tried, they fondled, they touched, they did what they could, especially the men, because she's a pretty girl, but she is dark. But they reminded her that she was literally a slave to them. And this is how they are treated. So this Muppet that came up says, I live in Dubai. Yeah, but what are you doing in Dubai? You wouldn't ask me for money if you lived in Dubai and you were making money. You one of those that's washing those cars or cleaning up or something, working as a busboy in a restaurant. You're making tips. And now I'm not saying anything wrong with tips, but you're not rich. Because people making tips, they don't walk around pretending they're millionaires.
Exactly. Someone that has money would never say, sponsor me.
Dr. Jamaica, how are you?
Assalamu alaikum.
Oh, God bless you, my brother. Wa alaikum salam. Can you tell me, how many Qurans do you have in your home?
Maybe more than one.
Okay. Are they all from the same people or are they different Qurans? So, for example, do you have the Hafs Quran?
I don't know what that's called. I don't know much about what you're talking about. I just want to ask about the Tahara.
You want to ask about what?
The Tahara. The
Tahara.
cleanliness.
Yes, I understand what the Tahara is, but how is that our topic? Yeah, exactly. How is that our topic?
I know, I thought you guys might know.
No, we're not Muslim. We're actually Christians asking the Muslims. How do you guys presuppose there's one Quran?
You guys are all Christians?
Well,
more or less.
Akhi will be a Christian soon, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. I thought I was talking.
But it's okay, my man. You welcome over here. We have no problem with you. We just want to learn from you Muslims. You know, because which country are you from? Are you Moroccan?
Jamaican.
Come on, man. If you're Jamaican and you're a Muslim, bro, that's like saying that you're a black white person.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
What made you go into Islam?
The Tahara.
The Tahara.
Wait, hold on. So you think pureness is only in Islam?
Islam is the only one that proselytizes it. You know?
How?
Goes around and teaches it to people.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you tell me how does it teach cleansing?
It teaches you to make ghusl.
To make what?
Ghusl.
Ghusl. You think that's Islamic? Hang on, but you think that's Islamic?
Yes.
No, it's not.
It's something we learn all across.
No, and they stole that from the Jews, bro.
Right. That's not a problem.
So, why aren't you a Jew then?
Hold on, we just want to say that they have it.
Yeah, but so what? The Jews had it before them. They stole that like everything else.
Who taught me?
So again, that's the only reason, Jamaica, that's the only reason you became a Muslim?
What do you mean?
What? Give me the best reason for becoming a Muslim. Don't talk about cleansing.
To be a Muslim means that you believe in the oneness of God.
Which God?
Subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Okay, tell me what is Allah?
Abraham, Isaac, Jacob.
No, my man, no. Stop for a second, bro. You got no idea. Can you tell me who is Allah?
The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Did Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob ever call him Allah?
I think in Aramaic they have a word that says Eloah.
Aloha is from Hawaii, but when they said Aloha, did they talk about Allah?
Yeah. In Passion of the Christ, the movie, when they use
the movie. So the movie is saying that it confirms Allah.
Right.
Who is Yahweh? Who is Jah? Who is Yahweh?
No, I was talking about Yahshua.
I'm asking you, who's Yahweh?
Who's Yahweh?
Yeah.
I think it's like maybe a Hebrew version.
And you've never heard the word Yahweh before?
No, I've heard the word, and...
so who is Yahweh?
I understand Yahweh to be the king, the God of Abraham. So, I don't know.
Can you show me anywhere in Islam that Allah is called Yahweh?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know Islam then, correct?
What do you mean? The Tahara is half...
Is Allah a father?
The Tahara is half the religion.
The Tahara is BS because it doesn't come from Islam. Again, focus. Is Yahweh a father to Abraham?
I would not know these things. I would not know these things.
So you don't know Islam, you don't know the Bible, so you don't know a religion because you just want to do this tower, whatever, cleansing.
Quickly?
That's it?
Can we ask you about Tahara? It's
very important. It's 50% of your...
Yeah, it's fine. Let's see that 50%. Is it part of Tahara to sleep with a married woman?
I don't think... I don't know about that part. I just know about the washing.
Yeah, but is it Tahara doesn't mean just cleanliness. That means...
Right, but that's the part
wait, hold on. So the word Tahir means pure not just in cleanliness, also means pure in action, or pure in like sin, not sinning, etc. When they say
I'm not concerned about those parts.
you're only concerned about cleanliness. You know there are free courses. You know there are free courses of body hygiene, and you don't have to. You don't have to actually join a different religion to become hygienic.
Why
have you read the Quran, Jamaica?
This is insane, bro.
Jamaica,
I was
you
going
read
to
the
say,
Quran?
if he's so concerned about the water, why not just get baptized? He could have stayed a Christian and just got baptized.
No,
like rest is saying, it's water.
Brother, you got to learn istinja.
Okay, watch this, Jamaica. When you're talking about all this here, is it internal
Stop
cleansing
throwing
or
Arabic
external
terms
cleansing?
you don't understand.
But hang on, is it external cleansing or internal cleansing, Jamaica?
I'm talking about external. That's what I'm talking about.
So the external can be dirtied again, but when you talk about spiritual cleanliness, my man, focus. Spiritual cleanliness, does that matter to you?
Very much.
Okay,
but I don't know.
Can you show me? Hang on, watch this, man.
No, I don't know
show me,
about.
dude. Focus. Show me in Islam spiritual cleanliness.
The salat.
Show me where it says that if you do the salat, you'll have spiritual cleanliness.
Islam, there's some stories in Islam where they talk about.
I don't want stories. I'm asking you, please.
I'm going to tell you. I'm showing you where. Where they talk about the jinn and the things that the shayateen they might do to you at night, and they'll tie 3 knots in your neck, or
in your hair.
Yeah, somewhere they tie 3 knots.
So both
you have to do 3 things. You have.
I'm sorry.
James, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I had to drop him. I'm sorry.
You know what he reminded me? Like he literally reminded me of
literally on hashish.
Yeah, like the Jamaican stuff is really strong. Look, but he reminded me of this particular video that I was watching. How you adopt a cat and you see like a dirty homeless cat, and then you wash it and show it like that personal hygiene, and Allahu Akbar, that cat is a Muslim now. It's like that's practically what he was saying. Just because someone gave him a course about hygiene, then becomes that particular religion.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Like, dude, like you should have learned from your Jamaican mother, and unless I don't know, your mother was absent at your life, but pretty sure Jamaicans are raised well, and they are like I've had Jamaican friends.
I'm half Jamaican. I'm half Jamaican.
Oh,
we clean every single week. Yes, half Jamaican, half Cuban. We cleaned every week. If my father was up here listening to this guy, he would have said, "Oofa, pick me them." Oofa, pick, like he would literally say, "Bro, like how in the world did you be where you're from come to believe that?" This guy, bro, like he can't be real.
Mode, are you there, my man?
How are you?
Very well, man. I've been on for 6 hours and 46 minutes. Please, we haven't had any Muslim that's willing to like engage in the topic, man. Are you? Please tell me you are engaging in the topic.
I'll try my best. Hopefully, I can answer your questions.
No worries, my man. Can you tell me about the oneness of the Quran?
I'm sure you've described the topic in detail by now, but there is one Quran. It was compiled.
Let's start with that. Who told you there's only one Quran?
There's no one specific person who's told me, but there are many books on how the Quran was compiled, who compiled it, whatnot. These are called one book I've studied is Fi Ulumul Quran.
Yeah, wait, hold on. You studied Ulum Quran?
Yes, one very simple book.
Okay, who was that book by? You read the book and you don't know who the book is by.
Yeah, you studied it. Didn't read it, you studied it.
You're correct, you're correct. My apologies. I studied the book.
And you have no clue who's the author?
I believe it was Sheikh Abu Ghudda. Don't quote me on that though.
Yeah, I don't think so. But Yeah, you better go and get that book because that's not what I remember either. I have read it. Well, I've read some of it. Some of it is a lot of redundancy, but it's not. That doesn't ring a bell. Anyways, who's responsible for the claim that there's one Quran? Is it Allah, Muhammad, the scholars, or a combination of everybody?
Well, I mean, the idea of there being more than one Quran has never been in dispute up
Yeah,
until
I know, but
maybe the last few hundred years.
Yeah, sure. So I'm asking you, who's making that claim there's one Quran? Is it Allah, Muhammad, the Sahaba, the scholars, ulama, or who's responsible for that idea?
Well, I mean, no one has, none of the Sahaba directly approached it as one Quran because there was no idea of a different Quran once again before the last few hundred years.
So did Allah say there's one Quran?
Have reiterated that there is only one Quran.
Okay, so did Allah say there's one Quran or there's multiple Qurans?
As far as I'm aware, he only said there's one.
Okay, well, so Allah is the initiator of this idea, right?
What was that?
Allah is the initiator of this idea, correct?
I don't believe there's a specific verse where he says that there's only one Quran, but I believe there's a verse saying we sent you the book, so that's the book would be one book.
Correct. Okay, perfect. So now actually what follows, could you explain the oneness of the Quran? How is it one? Is it one in writing? Is it one in meaning? Is it one in writing and meaning? When I say writing, is it the same letters, letter for letter, diacritical for diacritical mark? Or
would you know just... a little bit? Oh, sorry to cut you off there.
No, it's fine. I'm okay with you cutting me off here, but when I'm actually trying to prove something, you cannot interrupt me. Well, questions and answer is fine. It is what it is. So
just let you know, I don't like to interrupt people. Usually about by
sense that letter for letter, or is it the writing could differ, but actually
it's one in most of those ways. It is one. If you look at original manuscripts, you can see that the exact letters are the same. Meaning is mostly the same. However, we do find that with particular recitations, it can slightly vary in meaning, but it doesn't change the overall meaning.
Okay, so the meaning is the same, right?
For the most part, yes.
Or the overarching meaning is the same?
Yes.
Okay. So if the overarching meaning is the same, then it is one Quran.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just jump in there?
Sure.
Paul, he mentioned something about if you look at the original manuscripts. What manuscripts of the Quran are original if Uthman burnt all the original manuscripts?
If I said original, forgive me. I meant early manuscripts. So manuscripts dated, for example, the Birmingham manuscript.
But that's incomplete, and it doesn't match what you have in the Quran today.
No.
It's like 3% of your Quran.
Quran we have today, the lettering is the same. However, over time there have been additions.
No, hang on, sorry, my brother, sorry. If you look at the Birmingham manuscript, you'll notice that it's totally different to what you have today.
No, the Arabic itself is the same. Calligraphy might be different. The Arabic itself is the same. You'll notice that there are missing dots. There are missing the dashes, the vowels.
And you agree that those that can change the word depending on where you place them, right?
It can, but Arab at the time knew exactly where those were because obviously that they're the masters of their language. However, as time went on, people realized that non-Arabic speakers or maybe people who weren't quite as well versed in reading were getting confused as to where these were, and so these additions were made. Things like stops, vowels, the dots specifically were a big one.
How about changing words?
Words in and of themselves, I don't believe so, unless you have something to prove otherwise.
Sure. So, Surah Zuruf 49. Can you open it and read it?
Sure. Just
yeah.
I can put on my screen as well.
Yeah.
What number is that?
Is it 46? Oh my gosh. I think 48 or 46.
40.
Zogruf.
Zogruf, yeah, it's 43.
43.
Yeah.
Okay.
You said 9?
49, yes.
49. 43, 49.
Yeah, 43, 49.
Okay. I have it in Arabic as well, so if you want me to put it on the screen,
please.
Mo, do you want to see it?
Sure.
Just to save you from leaving a gap. So, it is.
This is 49?
43, 49.
Okay, try 48, sorry.
Where it says, and we do not show him a sign. I can see you turning your head, Paul.
Yeah, I am turning my head. That's good. 46? No, it can't be 46. It's about angels. Could you
Let me see.
The angel at the merciful? It should be there. Okay, I'm gonna look at it too. Give me a sec. Oh, brother Jai's pointed out 19.
43, 19. Yeah, that's right.
Wow, I'm off quite a bit.
Oh man, you need to retire, bro. Thank you, Jai.
Thank you, Jai. This is why I have Jai always on my side. He's like, Jibril on my right shoulder, and Amin is on my left.
Can you see it, Mode?
Amin is telling me to crash out, and Jai is telling me to take it easy.
He actually said that. Oh my goodness.
See, these guys are quick. Okay.
Okay, you want to read that?
You have a translation?
Okay, do you speak Arabic, bro?
No. I won't claim to speak Arabic. Definitely fluent enough to be reading and translating correctly.
But I think the point is in the Arabic.
Can he parse the words though? Like, no, like, could you parse a word in Arabic? Like, you don't have to be able to like speak it fluently, but we just wanted you to know if you could parse a word.
Parse a word?
Yeah, like for instance, like, would you be able to like if I wrote something like Ain Noon Dal, like, would you know what that is by looking at it?
Yeah.
Like the third word is okay.
Particular words.
Okay. James, can you go to the fourth word? Over. Keep going.
This one,
right?
yeah.
No, that one right there.
Yeah, this one.
Right there. Mm-hmm. Okay. Meow, do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. Can you read that for us? Just that word.
Very bad.
Perfect.
Okay.
Good job.
Go ahead. If you have the other one.
So, well, hold on before we go in there. If I come around and I make another Quran hypothetically, and I say, can I get a big screen?
Mm-hmm.
These are constants, right?
Yep.
Ain and potentially ba, ta, tha, and dal, right?
Yep.
If I come around and I make a Quran and I'm trying to copy this, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, you know what this is? I know what this is. This. I just put a dot here. Sorry, I don't know if you can see it.
I can't see it too well, but I think I get what your point is.
A little bigger, please.
Yeah. Then it
No,
loses focus.
you need to write it bigger because if you get close to it, the camera gets blur.
Oh, I see. Okay. Give me a sec. So this is the word, right? And I just come around and just go and becomes the end.
Right.
Okay. If I come around and I make a Quran and I say this is what it is, would it be a different Quran?
Or depends on if it follows all the rules of Arabic. People at that time were able to distinguish the recitations because they understood all the Arabic that came along with it.
What do you mean by that? It sounds to me like a word salad.
That's my own poor wording. I mentioned earlier that there were no dots early on. There were no dots, there were no vowels, there was nothing like that, right? That's how the Arabic language was originally written. It was barely a written language at that point as well. So it was very much basic, if you want to call it that. The Arabs were experts in spoken language and not in written language. And so they didn't include dots, vowels, things like that. So
I understand that, but what I'm saying, this is a valid word in Arabic. It makes sense if I actually put it in the same context. It's not like it's not going to make it absurd. Let's just put it this way. It makes sense. Yes, it follows the Arabic. It follows the understanding of Arabic. It doesn't change anything. It just changes what it means. But instead of saying ibad is an identity, I can tell you where they are, which is end. End means they are with or at. So that said, am I making a different Quran if I'm telling you instead of what they are, I'm telling you where they are?
Assuming that it follows all the rules of Arabic and it doesn't change the overall meaning, as far as I'm aware, it wouldn't have changed and turned into the...
It does. It cannot be both because it follows the Arabic rules, but it does not maintain the same meaning because it's a different word. One of them is telling me what they are, the other one is telling me where they are. You understand the difference, right? Between the what and
Yeah,
where.
I get the difference.
So they cannot possibly be the same meaning, just, it follows the Arabic rules. I hope you have an answer for me. Is that a different Quran, yes or no? I just want to know at this point. If it's no, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to move on to something else. Maybe.
Only thing I can say at that point is I don't know. I don't know enough about Arabic or on the recitations to give you a clear yes or no answer.
Okay.
So sorry, Paul. Jai just showed me this, right? So, what is this? These two dots, if they end up on the top, that changes the word, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if that changes the word, does it change the meaning?
Depends on the word. In some cases, a suffix or a prefix might just change the tense of a word, not necessarily the base meaning of a word.
Yeah. So what is this one?
Yushri.
And that means?
Yushrik.
What was that?
There's a kaf at the end. Yushrik.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see the kaf. Yushrik, yes. I don't know.
So is this word the same as this word?
Once again, I couldn't tell you. I don't know enough about
Paul,
Arabic as a whole.
I mean,
it changes who you're speaking to.
Means like it just depends on the full context of the sentence, but for the most part, it means like an associate. Yushrik, but we're an associate. Yushrik is like he's an associate, but tushrik is like you're an associate, or you're an associate of him. If I say tushrik, I guess maybe I don't know. It just depends on the full sentence, but they do mean two different things depending on like the person speaking.
Okay, so if this was
you're
in
an
the
associate
Quran,
or he's an associate, basically is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so if this was in a verse in the Quran, in one Quran, and this was in another Quran, that would make it two different things, right? It's the same message, it's a different message. One is you, the other one is him.
I'd assume they'd stay the same then.
But they're obviously not, but this is from two different Qurans. So there's one is talking about the individual, another one is talking about someone else.
Which two different Qurans are there? There's only one Quran.
They're not. Thank you for asking, because we've got many different Qurans. That's why we asked you if you use the Wash, do you use the Quran, do you use the Duri, do you use the Hafs? There's many different Qurans. So that's why we're trying to show you.
Sorry to cut you off. I said those are recitation styles.
Yeah, okay. So if the words are changing, then we have a problem, correct?
Well, to be fair, these aren't necessarily recitation styles. Like the first example Paul gave was valid, and I actually have it on my screen right now. The one at the top, that's the one that Paul was talking about, where there's a difference. So this is Loon. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. This is Unbul on Ibn Kathir. In this one, it says عند الرحمن, so they're with him. وَجَعَلُوا الْمَلَائِكَةُ الَّذِينَ هُمْ عند الرحمن. So it says like angels are with the most merciful. But the one in the Quran that you have today, I'm assuming you're using us. I think that's the most popular one. It says Ibadur Rahman. So one says they're with the most merciful, the other says that they're slaves of the most merciful. So that's what Paul was talking about.
Can you at least acknowledge it could possibly be a copy error? Because to me, it looks like walks like a dog, quacks like a dog. Like it's a copy.
Absolutely can't be a copyist's error.
Okay.
If you remember, I brought up the Birmingham manuscripts for a very important reason. That's because the earlier Qur'ans did not have all these dots and whatnot. It was up to the Arabic speaker and specifically his dialect to decide how he would read those words.
Okay, perfect. So I'm glad that you said this. Then this refutes the notion of you guys saying to us mutawatir. You can't tell me mutawatir and copyist error at the same time. These two are two different methods of transmitting the Quran. They cannot be both real. Like one of them has to be fake. You can't tell me it's a mutawatir and copyist error at the same breath. It makes me pull my hair out.
They can both be valid recitations of the Quran, considering that they both come from the same base text.
Okay, again, is your Quran mutawatir?
What do you mean by that?
Mutawatir is mass orally transmitted faithfully.
Mass transmission.
To the point where mass transmission faithfully, that means like it's actually, this is how you guys rely on the transmission of your Quran.
We don't rely on mass transmission solely. We do have those early manuscripts to prove that they are in line with earlier, with what the Prophet taught.
So wait, hold on. So are you saying it's partly mass transmission and partly copied?
Not partly. They were both. We could have relied on either, considering that they were both very well preserved. Both the mass transmission, and the written versions remain true to the original.
This is why this particular verse demonstrate how can they both actualize both methods.
If someone who had a different recitation style to another, someone had another recitation style, you had these two people, and you had them both write down what they recited. They would come up with the exact same text.
I mean, can you explain this better than me? Because I don't know if I'm explaining this.
You explained it fine. I just think that there's a little bit of cognitive dissonance going on because he's never seen it, which is fine. Like, bro, like, we're not here to clown you. We don't care about that. All we're asking you to do is just be honest. If one of them says Indu Rahman and then the other says Ibadu Rahman, they can't mean the same thing. They're not even the same word. Now, if you're admitting that they're copyist errors, okay, fine. Then that destroys what Paul is saying of mutawatir. That is not mass translated mass transmitted properly, because if that was the case, we wouldn't have this copy error. Because this is one of the 7 canonical readings.
Correct. You wouldn't exist as a copyist error, because if it's mutawatir, that means as the same time that you're looking at the text and at the same time you're massively transmitted it this orally, both cannot coexist because both readings are completely not the same. One would say ibad and ind, like the phonetic sound of both words. Ibad, ind. The noon and ba and alif, like you can't miss that. It's not like Malik and Malik. Malik and Malik, I'll be lenient. I'm like, meh, yeah, okay, sure, maybe. You know, some guy might be like, you know, massively transmitting this orally and he's saying, ma, you know, he's with his singing and you might, you know, miss.
So are you saying this is a phonemic issue?
I think you got a phone call.
Yeah,
No,
but I
so
just want to say this because he's been claiming about this Birmingham manuscript. Your Birmingham manuscript contradicts or goes against what you have in the Hafs Quran, right? So it doesn't match what you have. It's a tiny, tiny percent. And even though it's a tiny percent, it does not complement your Quran that you have today, but in fact it contradicts against what you have. That's why you don't have a complete early Quran that you could ever go to and say to me that this is a completed early Quran that is 100% similar to what we have today. No Muslim can tell me where I can go to find this Quran, because again, all the other manuscripts we have are incomplete and are going against what you have today. Not all of it, some of it. Meaning you have different Qurans out there. And your Quran, the Hafs, and we know Hafs is a liar and a forger and a plagiarizer. This is why we don't have any hadiths from him. He's given you this Quran that you have today that celebrated its 100 years last year. So it had a party last year for its 100 year, because it was in 1924 it was standardized. So all we're saying to you is, all you have to do is ask yourself, why is it that there are different Qurans out there saying different things and none of it matches the earliest?
With all due respect, James, a lot there was quite incorrect. First of all,
give me one thing that was incorrect.
You said that the Birmingham manuscript actually contradicts modern Quran, which is incorrect.
Prove to me in your Birmingham manuscript that it matches what you have today.
It matches in text what we have today. Calligraphy styles change over time. Calligraphy styles change over time.
Can you prove to me that it matches the verses that they have found, matches the verses you have?
Well, to be honest, I couldn't read that old manuscript because it excludes a lot of the things that make quality of life, Quranic quality of life, the things that make it easy for us to read.
So then you rely on the scholars that have told us this then, that tell us that it doesn't actually say what the Quran is in that, what your Hafs Quran says. So you can't say that I'm lying if you don't know the truth. The truth is what the scholars have given us, and the scholars have said that your Quran doesn't match the Birmingham manuscript.
James, there's a modern day copy of, let's say, Hamlet. Does it look exactly the same as Hamlet that Shakespeare wrote?
But you realize that that's like it's a category error. It's not even the same thing, because what James is saying is, well, first of all, you don't even have a complete codex. So what
we do have a complete codex to my knowledge. Sorry to cut you off there. We do have a complete codex to my knowledge. However,
what is it called?
Yeah, I'm curious, because the
Birmingham manuscript
of the Quran.
The Birmingham manuscript is typically quoted because it's within the life of the Prophet. However, there are other manuscripts that came after.
The name of the codex. Do you know the name of? Do you know the name of the codex that is 100% as the Quran today?
Not off the top of my head. In that case, you can disregard my comment.
Yeah, there isn't one.
Okay, that's fine. So what Jay is saying, the reason why it's not a one-to-one ratio is because when it comes to modern languages like English, or you have Elizabethan English, yes, it's true. Like if I wanted to say, you are, tired or something, in Elizabethan English, you could say, thou art tired. Okay, fine, no problem. But remember, you guys' claim is that not even one harakat is different. So forget about calligraphy, because calligraphy doesn't mean that there are different words. It's a style. Like that's all that means. That's
it's
all
like
calligraphy
cursive
is.
writing and block letter writing. That's not the question. It's just two different styles of writing, but the word is the same.
Yes, so if it's true that if it's true that the Quran has never been changed from the time of Muhammad to today, then the calligraphy wouldn't matter. That's why I said it's not a one-to-one ratio.
I never claimed that the calligraphy changed any of the actual letters. What I'm saying is the letters
That's why you brought it up.
less noticeable when you have the modern day Arabic as a standard compared to it.
Okay, give me an example of something like that.
You want like a picture or something? Well, I mean, if you were to read early Arabic, mentioned before, a lot of the things that you see in modern Arabic are gone. The dots on top of ba, noon, or whatever, the vowels.
I understand the diacritical markings, the note, like all of the stuff. Yes, it wasn't there, but this is the point that we're making. So that's not like. I'm trying to think of a way where it makes sense. Like for instance, James, can you give me big screen? Just so we can just get this out the way. So like for instance, if I were to do something like this, yeah. So if I was to do something like, let me just write this one. This is very simple. This word right here. You see this word?
Yep.
Okay. Without diacritical markings, what does this word mean?
It could be min. From.
Or what?
What was that?
Or what else?
It could also be man, but I don't believe man works on its own.
But that point that I'm making, when you put it in a sentence, it means, so for instance, if I say, man hu hada rajul, like, who is this man, right? But then if I say, min aina inta, and where is he from? It's the same word, but without the diacritical marking, you don't know. So this has nothing to do with calligraphy. This has nothing to do with any of that stuff. When you look at the word in context, you bringing up the diacritical markings that they didn't exist, or the dots, they didn't exist, this actually is proving our point. So how can there be mutawatir if you don't even know what it is? Well, that means that somebody, basically what I'm trying to say is that means that somebody came in after, that means that somebody came in after, according to you guys, if there's only one Quran, somebody came in afterwards and changed it. That's the only explanation to this, because if you're saying, okay, so then how in the world did that example happen earlier when we had the what is it, Inda Rahman or Ibadur Rahman? How did that happen?
Once again, those are recitation styles. I can't talk to you about why
it's not a recitation. It's a completely different word, bro. Like, why do you guys keep saying that?
You already granted this copy as error.
It only seems like a completely different word because there's the diacritics involved. If the text
can I just show you guys something? Mode, watch this.
This is getting ridiculous.
At the time of, can you tell me how many years after the identical marking kick in?
It happened in stages, but I believe some of the first ones occurred during the Caliphate of Ali.
So how many years after the Quran, the first Quran was written? Let's just say
That would have been
Quran. Say again?
How many years after what? After what?
After let's just say, I'm going to grant you that Uthman's Quran is the first Quran. Let's say Uthman writes a Quran. How many years later did they decide that people are getting lost? We need to put in the diacritical markings. That's mine.
It would have been only a few years later. The difference between the years between their reigns aren't very big.
Okay, so at the time, was there only one Quran available? Only one Quran, or were there multiple Qurans?
There was one Quran, multiple recitation styles.
Okay, so now again, notice. Uthman gave out how many different Qurans?
7. But they weren't different, they were all the same.
Okay, can you prove that Uthman gave us 7 different Qurans that are all the same?
7 different Qurans that were all the same.
Make it make sense. He gives us one Quran, but of the one, there's 7 different.
The 7 copies.
Okay, so he gave us 7 copies, but are all the copies identical?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Well, then what the hell? Well, then how do we have different? What? So how do we have different ones?
This is where I'm getting. I mean, watch now. So now we've got 7 identical Qurans, right? And the 7 identical Qurans have been written down and given to the people, correct?
Yep.
Beautiful. So the 7 Qurans that are identical, that have been given to the people, are all these people that have these Qurans all at the same time in Mecca?
I believe they were sent out. They weren't all in Mecca at the same time.
So sent out. Okay, beautiful. So then, the people in Mecca realized that there was problems with what the people are reciting. So somebody decided, we don't know who, that we need to put in diacritical markings. 7 identical Qurans, according to you. 1 second. Sorry, 7 identical Qurans spread out, and Muhammad, somebody said, we need to fix it by putting in the diacritical markings. Where did they now go to find the 7 Qurans to make them identical? Who did they send out? Notice the big that now you've got a big soup now, right? Because now we've got to now track down these Qurans in different places, and the 7 identical Qurans now become different.
Except you don't track them down because all 7 Qurans are identified. If someone
how do we get the different readings? How then, if they're identical and we've got the same people putting in the same diacritical markings in each of them, how do we get different Qurans?
We get different Qurans from different dialects, different recitation styles.
The Quran was written in Fusha, or at least it was written in the Qurayshi dialect, as the Hadith say, and that is what you consider today to be Fusha. Okay, fine. It's not different dialects. I don't understand why you guys keep saying this. That's not true.
Let me help him again. So now, Mo, you see the problem, right? But the only thing that you have to do is go back to your space and say the same thing over to hopefully believe what you say is true. Now, you saying dialects. We got 2 people, Hisham, and we've got Umar. The 2 of them speak the same dialect, they're from the same tribe, the Quraysh, and yet they both recited differently. Did they have different Qurans? How is it possible now that they come from the same town, speak the same dialect, but they recite differently? Because now you see the problem. You told me that there were 7 Qurans written down by Uthman. The 7 are identical, and now we've got different recitations. How does it go from being identical identical to going to dialect.
We've had different recitations since the time of the Prophet. This isn't a new
That's
thing.
not what I asked you earlier. I asked you about the authentic Quran, because he burnt everything. He rewrote the Quran. He made one Quran, a standardized Quran, correct?
Correct. Not necessarily standardized, rather he just compiled it and made it clear for everyone.
And destroyed all other competition to his Quran, correct?
Competition, whoa, okay.
Because there were other Qurans, other recitations, and he destroyed, he burnt all of that, and he gave us what he had, correct?
Correct. You used competition there, though, so I'd like to know where you're going with this.
So again, if you get standardized and you give out one version of the Quran, one version, and it's in the language of the Quraysh, it's a Fusa, whatever, dialect, language, whatever you want to say. Now again, we have one man with one Quran, and he writes it 7 times, as according to you, and it's all in the same dialect, it's in the same language, in the same writing, same thing. How does it change to dialect later?
The dialects didn't come later. The dialects have always been around.
Okay, how many dialects did he speak? How many dialects did Uthman speak?
I don't know how many dialects he spoke, but we do know that he recited in different recitation styles. He most likely knew more
he
than one-
recited
more than
in
one
different
dialect.
recitation styles.
Wait,
You see
James,
the work you got to do, man.
I just want to say that the reason why James used the word competition is because there was, in fact, other Qur'ans, and we learned this from your Hadith material. For instance, the verses of stoning and of breastfeeding, apparently those used to be in the Quran. They used to be there. We have Hadith saying they used to be there. In fact, there are Hadith saying that they were afraid that after a while they wouldn't find the verses in the Quran. Yet, lo and behold, we don't have them.
Funny word you're missing there. It's called abrogation. You guys also believe in
Show
abrogation.
me. Okay, let's do this again. I mean, let's just show him again. Now watch what you did. You talked about abrogation. Now I'm going to show you the one that Amin is talking about, and we'll see if it was abrogated. Right now, again, can something be abrogated after Muhammad dies? So when we're talking about the verses of breastfeeding, the verses of stoning, let's see what it says. It says, Aisha reported that it had been revealed in the Holy Quran that 10 sucklings, this is the adult breastfeeding, made the marriage unlawful. Then it was abrogated and substituted by 5. So what was abrogated was 10 to 5. And Allah's apostle died. And it was before that time found in the Quran. So we know it was in the Quran before Muhammad died. I mean, after he died. So now the question is, where is this verse? Then you've got another one where it says, the verse of stoning and breastfeeding an adult 10 times was revealed, and the paper was with me under my pillow. When the Prophet Messenger of Allah died, we were preoccupied with his death, and a tame sheep came in and ate it. So unless you're saying that it was abrogated, we can stick to that because it says something else. So now, if in the Quran, I'll show you one about the stoning as well, where it says that the stoning verses were in the Quran. They stoned, we stoned, everyone got stoned, and all of a sudden they said, well, people are going to say that they can't find it, so let me find it for you. Hang on a second.
There's one in
There we
Muslim.
go.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. It says over here, so the messenger stoned, there we go. Verily, Allah sent Muhammad among what was revealed. Among what was revealed to him was the ayah of stoning. So Muhammad was given a verse of stoning. So the messenger of Allah stoned, and we stoned after him. I fear that time will pass over and people such that someday will say, we do not see the stoning in the book of Allah. So it was in the book. Now they don't find it. They will be misguided by believing an obligation which Allah revealed. Indeed, stoning is the retribution of for the adulterer if he was mismarried and the evidence has been established or due to pregnancy or confinement. Now, the verse of stoning and breastfeeding were in the Quran after Muhammad. Muhammad was a prophet, meaning that he was the one that would have been given by Allah the verses of abrogation. So we know that he died. Nobody abrogated these verses after him because they don't have the power to do that. So where are the verses of breastfeeding and stoning?
So there's a misconception there.
Mm-hmm.
What you are assuming is that the Prophet died and then it was abrogated. Rather, it was already abrogated within the lifetime of the Prophet, but there were already writings of it. There were already writings of it.
Let's read again. Please don't now. You're doing well so far. And we stoned after him. Someone will say, we do not see the stoning in the book of Allah. Meaning, the verse of stoning was in the Quran and now it's not. So again, what is the punishment of zina, of adultery in Islam?
Stoning.
Can you show me the verse of stoning in the Quran?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Because it doesn't exist in the Quran. So it was in the Quran, just like adult breastfeeding, and now it's not there.
The reason why this came about, and there's other hadith that it's the same topic, so I'm not jumping topics. Forget what I think it's Sahih Bukhari 7191, but it talks about how after Muhammad died and other people who had memorized Quran, they were going to battle and then they died. They started to realize that they needed to start writing this stuff down. The problem was Muhammad never told the Quran to be written down. It was never supposed to be written. No one ever said it's supposed to be written.
That's just straight up. I'm sorry. I don't want to be aggressive about it. That's straight up incorrect.
Okay, James, it's fine. James,
I have it in front of me.
I'm going to show you.
I have it in
James,
front of me.
just read the beginning of Sahih Bukhari 7191, I think.
Yeah, I have it right in front of me. I'm waiting for you to ask me. Let's see. Abu Bakr sent for me owing to the large amount of casualties in the Battle of Yamama. While Umar was sitting with him, Abu Bakr said to me, Umar has come to me and said, a great number of Quraysh of the Holy Quran were unalived on the day of the Battle of Yamama. Among the Quraysh of the Quran may increase on the battlefields whereby a large part of the Quran may be lost. Therefore, I consider it advisable that you, Abu Bakr, should have the Quran collected. So the first one wasn't Uthman, it was Abu Bakr. I said, how dare I do something which Allah's messenger did not do? Umar said, by Allah, it is something beneficial. Umar kept on pressing me. Okay.
Just for a second. Okay, so, Meow, who gave Abu Bakr the authority to do this?
To what? Collect verses that were already there?
And compile them into, yes.
What do you mean, who gave the authority? Was it explicitly banned to compile verses?
He's asking, and he asked this several times in the hadith, how can I do something which Allah's apostle didn't even do? So who gave him the authority to do this? There's no prophet after Muhammad. He's the last prophet. So no one else is receiving wahy. So who is giving him the authority to do this?
He doesn't need an authority because this isn't something that's been banned. He is worried because doing anything outside of the Prophet what he commanded would have been it would have seemed horrible to them, right? Especially considering death was quite recent at that point.
Okay, so now I'm going to tell you why this is a problem. Because there are verses that are not in the Quran to a single book unless Muhammad said so, because it would have been under his supervision. James, who burned the other copies of the Quran?
Uthman.
Okay. Who gave the authority to do that?
But you know who's the prominent figure is Umar. What you guys understand is Umar was equal to Allah. You see, when Umar decided 3 things, Allah agreed with Umar and added that to the Quran. So Umar was the one pushing Abu Bakr. Umar pushed Muhammad to find verses and add verses to the Quran. Umar seems to be the one that's more akbar than Allah himself.
Hold a speculation there. Did you find anything in there that explicitly said that it was haram to compile the Quran?
That's not the question, though. That's not the point. The point is, who gave the
but the point is you've speculated.
Is the Quran supposed to be recited? Hang on. When Muhammad was given, he was given recitation, or was he given a book?
He was sent a book, recited in different styles. He himself recited in multiple ways.
I think you missed Amin's point. Under whose supervision are the Sahaba now compiling the Quran? That's the question. Under whose supervision? Who's the prophet that is now supervising these followers to compile the Quran?
Relation of the Quran, there was not a single verse that was not already written down during the time of the Prophet ﷺ.
Again, I could have been at the time of Muhammad, wrote something. We have Aisha narration that Akhta al-Katib, the writer, made an error. We have another Tafsir, the writer of the Quran was sleeping. So this doesn't mean anything if it's written at the time of Muhammad. Again, there were things written at the time of Muhammad and got burned by Uthman. Under whose supervision, who's supervising these particular compiling of the Quran? What divine force or divine intervention do we have? Do you guys have Jibreel all over again? Do you have Muhammad? Do you have Muhammad raised from the dead? What do you have, man?
Who verified, who confirmed that what was written was what was given? Because look, I'll just show you this, just add to this. This is another hadith where it says, there was a Christian who embraced Islam and read Surah Al-Baqarah and Al-Imran, and he used to write for the Prophet. Later on, he returned to Christianity again, and he said, Muhammad knows nothing but what I have written for him. Now I can show you more on what he wrote for Muhammad, but this shows you that any Harry could add to the Quran.
Except for every verse that was revealed, the Prophet ﷺ had 2 scribes who wrote down what he had said.
No, he didn't.
Yes,
no,
he did.
he didn't. There was one verse in the Quran, one hadith, where it says that Zayd could only find one of the verses with one of the people. He couldn't find it with anybody else. So
First
how
of all,
do you know that was
that's not in the Quran. That's a hadith. Mentions that. Second of all, during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, there was a particular event.
The verse ended up in the Quran, bro.
Says that this man who you're referring to, his testimony was 2 people.
Wait, hold on a second. Why are you saying that it has to be in the Quran in order for us to be true? The claim you made about the 2 reciters or the 2 writers is not in the Quran.
Well, I didn't say that it has to be in the Quran to be true. I said that for clarification, this point about the one verse that was only brought one person wasn't in the Quran. It was a hadith that was mentioned. And the reason why that's significant is because during the compilation...
The thing
you
you
said
brought
earlier
up
that
about
you
the
would
2...
let me finish my sentences.
The thing you, well, yeah, until you, now you're starting to manifest. The thing you brought up about the two
You're
reciters
cutting
or
me
the
off.
two writers, that's not in the book either. So
I'm sorry, this is
why
barely a
is it that?
conversation. This is barely a conversation. This is a script.
Okay, so now he's telling police.
Do you guys not like to go off script? Is this
Why is it fair?
It's fine.
Why is it fair? Why is it fair
please.
for you to try to hold to a standard that you yourself aren't keeping? That's the point I'm trying to make.
I have constantly no regard. Do you think that's fair? That's not a conversation, right? This is an audition, right? If I don't say correct lines, you guys will cut me. Am I correct?
Go ahead.
Can you give us, like, in a nutshell, what do you believe about the Quran? Do you believe that it's a one Quran? Do you believe it's perfectly preserved? How is it perfectly preserved? Throughout the evidence that we show you, that copyist error, which you admitted to, that cannot be reconciled with Tawatur, can you just give us a conclusion so far? Well, I just want to know where your head is at.
My apologies for getting really angry there.
It's okay, man. Don't worry about it. We as well. I know that we're getting a bit, we holding you 10 toes down, and so let's just take a time out and start again. But we're just basing everything on facts and evidence. So all we're asking is whatever you say, please bring evidence for it.
I would just say this too. After you answer Paul's question, I actually am genuinely curious. Like, what were you born Muslim or did you convert to Islam? How did you get to this point?
I was born Muslim.
Okay. So when growing up in masjid or going to madrasa and stuff like that, you basically heard everything you've been telling, not?
Yes, I went into closer studies rather than just look at what I heard. One of those being Fiqh al Quran, but once again, I apologize if I couldn't bring forth the author. And that's where I'm getting my evidence for all of the compilation. Sorry, I'm losing my words.
No, it's okay. James, if you don't mind, I think he understands the point we're making, and respectfully, because you don't have an answer doesn't mean there isn't one. Maybe you can look for something and then you'll find an answer and you can come back and talk to us about it. But this conversation is a little complex. I'm more so concerned in why you believe that Islam is true, I guess, because at the crux of everything, I think that that's the most important thing. So why would you believe that over like Christianity? I guess I'm just curious.
Believe it over Christianity. My primary issue with Christianity is mainly just the Trinity, and the compilation of the Bible. The fact that there are no full manuscripts within even the first 200 years of the death of Jesus.
Okay, so what if we were to tell you that the Quran affirms the Bible?
I've heard this many times before, and if you were to read it within context or even within the next few verses, you'd find that it's completely against that.
Are you talking about chapter 2? I mean, which chapter are you talking about specifically?
I believe it was chapter 2.
If that's.
Do you know what 279 talks about, man?
Tell me.
You know what Asbab Nuzul is?
What was that, sorry?
Asbab Nuzul, do you know what that means?
No.
This is the reason for revelation. The reason for the verse 279, when it says them, that's the verse you're talking about, right?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm going to read it for you. It says, "So woe to those who write the book with their hands, then say this is from God. They may sell it for a little price, so woe to them for what their hands have written, and woe to them for their earnings." That's the verse, right?
Yep.
Okay. What you have to read is in context, as Amin said, from 75 to 79. It tells us who it's talking about and what it's talking about. So 78 says, "And there are some of them that common folk, not knowing the book, but only fantasies and mere conjectures. Now, if you go to the Asbab an-Nuzul, the reason for revelation by Wahidi, I'm going to show it to you on the screen so you can see it. And if you want, while you're doing this, you can actually Google meaning of Asbab an-Nuzul so you can see that I'm not just making this up. Okay? And I want you to see what it says, right? This is by Wahidi for 279. Wahidi says, therefore, woe unto those who write the scriptures with their hands and say, now they're going to give us the reason why. So it says, this verse was revealed about those who had changed the description of the prophet and altered his traits. Al-Kalbi mentioned through the above mentioned chain of transmission, they had changed the description of Allah's messenger. In their scripture, they made him white and tall, while the prophet was brown and medium height. They said to their followers and companions, look at the description of the prophet who will be sent at the end of time. His description does not match that of this man. The Jewish rabbis and doctors used to gain some worldly benefits from the Jewish people, and so they were afraid of losing this gain if they were ever to show the real description. It is for this reason that they had changed it. So the reason, the verse you took me to, is because they changed the color of the prophet's skin. Now notice what it says, right? It says over here that the prophet was brown and medium height. Yet in Sunnah, Muhammad is a white man. So again, the Muslims...
pretty sure this is referring to...
Again, look what it says. When it says the prophet, you can talk about Jesus as much as you want. But is Jesus brown and medium height, or is he white?
Are you saying Jesus is white?
No. Muhammad is white, but Jesus was brown and medium height.
No. Muhammad wasn't white either.
I can show you he was white, but that's a different topic. That's a whole different topic. But yes, according to your scholars, he was a white man. They call him white.
No,
white
this is actually very clear.
The whitest stomach, the whitest chest, the whitest arms. That's beside the point. That's beside the point.
He was described as pale.
No, I can show it to you. That's another topic. But yes, he was a white guy. Call him pale. That's fine. Not my point. The point is, this is the reason why this verse came. Now I'm going to show you another verse, another where we're going to talk about, what is this now? Let me see. I'll show you whether the Bible, whether the Torah and the Injil have changed. Oh, there we go. So we're going to go to another verse that Muslims go to show us that the Bible has changed. And this is 378. Right? And this one says, and there's a sect of them or twist their tongues with the book, that you may suppose it be part of the book, yet it is not part of the book, and they say it is from Allah, yet it is not from Allah, and they speak falsehood against Allah, and that wittingly. Now I want you to see what Ibn Kathir says. You've heard of Ibn Kathir. Quotes the biggest boys ever. He says, Al-Bukhari reported that Ibn Abbas says that the ayah means they alter and add. Although none amongst Allah's creation can remove the words of Allah from his books. They alter and distort their apparent meanings. Munab said, the Torah and the Injil remain as Allah revealed them, and no letter in them was removed. However, the people misguide others by addition and false interpretation, relying on the books that they wrote themselves. As for Allah's books, they are still preserved and cannot be changed. Ibn Hatim recorded the statement, however, it was a statement. However, if Wahhab meant the books are currently in the hands of the people of the book, then we should state that there is no doubt that they altered, distorted, added, and to and deleted from them. For instance, the Arabic versions of these books contain tremendous error, many additions and deletions, and enormous misinterpretation. Those who rendered these in most, rather all of these translations, if Wahhab meant the books of Allah that he has with him, then indeed these books are preserved and have never changed. So if Munab, if Wahhab bin Munab had these books with him, they are preserved and have never been changed. Notice this. It's talking about the Arabic versions of these books. Mo, who was it asked Waraka bin Nawfal to write the Arabic version of the Injil?
Who asked him?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay, you know that the Injil was, at the time of Muhammad, was uncorrupted, unchanged, as you can see, preserved and never changed. And Waraka bin Nawfal, Allah asked him to translate the Injil to Arabic. So if this has been corrupted and changed in the Arabic version, because it says the Arabic versions of these books contain tremendous error, additions, deletions, enormous misinterpretations, and yet the Arabic version of these books was commanded by Allah himself to Waraka bin Nawfal. So the cause and Waraka bin Nawfal, but yet the books are preserved and were never changed, and these books were with Wahhab bin Munab.
Well, actually, James, like one could easily just say, and this is what I would say if this was his position, it would still mean the admission of what we're saying, that the originals were never corrupted, and that during that time that they had them. So during this time we have them, the only things that was corrupted, maybe like a translation or something like that. But that's proving our point, that it never actually says that is corrupt. That's something that people are attributing to it, but it never actually says this.
This is from Surah 378, Tafsir Ibn Kathir. So, Maud, I need you to be honest with me. According to this, if the book is uncorrupted, unchanged, preserved with them, and these people were only talking about the Arabic versions of these books, then we have a problem. Because this is telling me that the Torah and the Injil have never been changed. They have been preserved, and they had it with them at the time of Muhammad.
If it's then yeah, I guess.
Right.
Okay,
so then this is what we keep saying. We're telling you that the Quran doesn't say the Bible is corrupt. If that is the case, then the Bible is not corrupt, because the corruption would have had to have happened after Muhammad. Then that means that in the Quran, where Allah tells you to go to those books that the Jews and Christians have, He's going to tell you to go to what we have today, bro.
So, this is where we're at now. Your Quran never once says our books are corrupted, not once. In fact, it says the opposite. It confirms our books several times all throughout the Quran. In fact, it says that if you don't use the Torah and the Injil as guidance, judgment, and light, then you are a disbeliever. It says that if you don't use it, you are a disbeliever. Why would Allah tell Muhammad to go to the people of the book that are reciting, reading, and have this book if he's in doubt? Why is Allah sending him to these people?
Look, I don't have an answer for you, in all honesty. And I'm sorry I couldn't give you answers for a lot of your questions.
Okay,
answers
man.
that satisfied you.
That's okay, man. All we're doing over here is having conversation. We're asking people to just, be honest with themselves. We're not asking you to take no Christian Shahada right now. What we're saying to you is, if this is true that the Bible is unchanged, uncorrupted, preserved, then if the Bible is true, the Quran is false. This is the Islamic dilemma.
I didn't realize I was still up on here. I literally fell asleep.
Man, you got a fright in a second ago.
Well,
all I'm saying to you, man, is they both can't be true at the same time. But remember, the Quran says, if you're in doubt, go to the Bible. And if the Bible is true, the Quran is false. And if the Bible is false, then the Quran is sending you to a false book. Both times, man, the Quran is false. So I would suggest, even though you're Muslim and stuff, just for your own education, pick up a Bible, man, and read it. See why Muhammad was sent to it. Ask yourself, why is the book good enough for Muhammad to go and check? Because that means that the Bible is the authority over the Quran. Because Muhammad, to make sure that the Quran is true, he has to go to the Bible to check it. And if he goes to the Bible to check it, then the Bible is the authority over the Quran. That's what we say, man.
Yeah, I see your argument. Regardless, though, I'm not totally convinced, but I do still appreciate you taking the time.
Not convinced about.
I'm not entirely convinced. Once again,
now. Okay, well, let me just say this: do you do agree that the say that the Torah and the Injil are unchanged, uncorrupted?
I'll agree with you once I've gone out and looked at it myself.
No worries, man.
But for the most part, still, I do thank you very much for taking the time. And once again, I apologize for the outburst.
No worries, my brother. We all have emotions. We're human at the end of the day. So, but God bless you
very much.
God bless, bro.
Have a good one.
All right, see you.
Okay.
James, I think I'm done for today, man. I can't.
I'm going 24 hours. No, I'm kidding. I've only gone 7 hours, 5 minutes. I've done a day's job.
It's been a minute since we did one of these 8-hour live streams.
Mm-hmm. Well, the reason for that, I forgot to say this. Let me just say this to everyone. Tomorrow, I've got to go take my car for a checkup. Those that know. I got to take my car for a checkup, and that would be normally at the time that I would normally go live. But I would be back again probably about 3 hours, two hours later than I normally start. I will on around a little bit later than I normally start, a couple hours later. Just hope that my car is running well, that there's no hiccups, because it's expensive to fix a car. So, but I will be doing that tomorrow. I will be at the mechanics, hoping to fix what needs to be fixed, but I'll be late coming on a couple hours later. Jacolia, I'm gonna make it's your birthday. Oh, everyone, Jacolia's birthday today, so happy birthday to you. She's 49 years old today, so we'll celebrate with her. 49, she still looks okay. I mean, she's wrinkles and gray hair, but she's okay. Those that know her. She's a pain in everyone's behinds, but we kind of adopted her. She's like a stray, but she's here. She's she's a poor African.
I guess just some updates from me. So I did finish writing the second part, the Arabic, the big alphabet course. I'm going to finish the worksheet probably, and most likely film I'm going to use the last video I did. If anybody's seen it, there's a couple of you guys who saw it. It's a little hard to see, but I figured out a different way to do it. So I'm going to use like a template and kind of just do it that way. So it's a little bit easier. So that's going to I'll probably try to air it before the end of the week or early next week. We did finish Clement, his letter to the Corinthians today as well. So the full audiobook now is on my channel at the same spot. And next week we will start with the audiobook recordings of St. Gregory of Nyssa on work on Not Three Gods. And it is a phenomenal work. It'll give you guys a lot of answers to the questions that you've been asking about the Trinity. He does an amazing job explaining it. So I've already read the whole book. It's not too long. So I'm going to record the audio for it this weekend. How to upload that maybe Monday or Tuesday. So if you guys haven't already followed me, click on it and it'll take you straight to my channel. I mean, you guys can check that out. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop James. I can't do anymore.
You gotta stay for this one.
Hello?
I mean,
Hello?
stay for this one. I mean,
no.
Bible, how are
this
you,
one.
sir?
Fine. So is it the echo is gone now, is it?
Oh, my man, I tell you, it sounds so much better, man.
Yeah, it's just because I've been driving since morning. I've been working. My job has to do with driving. I'm done now. I'm in the house. So maybe that's why the echo was there.
No
so
worries,
how are
man.
you guys doing? I really appreciate what you are doing because it's part of what I'm also doing in my own channel. Because you guys are 100% correct. There is nobody who can come to this life and say you guys are wrong. I've been saying to the Muslims that the Quran is corrupt because the Quran I have, my own Quran, made it clear that Jesus was crucified. The Quran I have made it clear that God chose Jerusalem, not Mecca. Mecca was put in the Quran, falsely put there, not what Muhammad was told. So you guys are doing
how many
a great
copies
job.
of your Quran do you
When
have?
I quote the book of Surah chapter 4 verse 1,
How many copies of your
where
Quran
Jesus was crucified, Muslims they always attack me. They
Bible,
said,
are you
"Where did I
Muslim?
get my
Bible.
Quran from?"
Sorry, Bible. Are you a Christian, correct?
Me no, I have no. I don't follow any religion. No,
follows both books.
I believe in.
If you read his Bible, yeah. Just quickly, you said your Quran. Do you have other people that follow your Quran? Does your Quran mass produced, or does it have manuscripts? How do you know your Quran is the correct Quran? When you say in my Quran, what is your Quran? Maybe he's listening.
You mute the Bible?
Can you hear me now?
Now I can.
Yeah. So I said my Quran.
Yeah. What is
that Quran? It's encrypted. It's online. It's only few people who have that Quran.
Which
Because
one
the
is
Quran
it?
that has been corrupted has been correct.
Which Quran do you have?
King of Kings Quran.
King.
Where did you get that from?
You can't find that online. It's not. I have to send a link to you.
You wrote
can
it?
read it.
Okay. Did you write it?
I didn't write it. It was given to me as a.
Who wrote it?
The king. The name of the Quran explains. The name of the Quran is self-explanatory. King of Kings.
Okay, hang on a second. 1 second, Paul. According to the Hadith, Allah is afraid of the King of Kings. Listen, man. Listen. According to the Hadith, Allah is afraid of the one they call the King of Kings. So Allah is.
I don't know anything about it.
Okay, King of Kings.
I told you from the beginning I'm a Muslim. I don't follow any religion. I follow the scripture.
Which scripture do you follow in Islam? Does it in your Quran? Do you sleep with children in your Quran?
Of the Bible.
Hang on, in your Quran, does it say you can sleep with children?
No, it doesn't say that.
How many chapters are in your Quran? How many verses in your Quran?
My Quran is
Can you show us your Quran?
Up to chapter 40.
Up to 44.
Sorry, the last chapter there is 114. I mean.
Show it. Can you show us?
Okay, I can show it to you. Hold on, let me see if I can turn on my camera here. Yeah, I can. Yeah. Can you see?
I can.
Oh man, I can just see this handsome fella on the screen.
Can you see the Quran now?
Man, I can't. You must press save.
Oh, I don't know how to. How can I turn this camera?
Hang on a second. Save.
Save.
Yeah, press when you press on the camera and the picture comes up, press save.
Save. There's a yeah. Because can you see the screen?
I can see the screen. I sent you a for the camera.
Oh, you can't see my
No,
Quran?
man, we can just see this beautiful black man like a chocolate sitting over there with his shiny head, man.
Yeah. So I don't know if you can see my Quran. I don't know where to click now to be able to.
Let me see. Hang on a second. You don't have enough people.
Me?
Hang on, you got 53,000 followers.
I have 53,000 followers. So
yeah.
That's why I brought him up, James. I'm like, this can't be it.
Yeah, because
oh my god. Okay, listen. Have you ever put your camera on before?
Yeah, put it on when I'm live.
Okay. So listen now. I need you to press on the camera, and then when it comes up, you need to save it. There's a little red thing at the bottom. You need to save it, and then you can
save it.
Oh, there's a handsome man. Look at that beautiful. Look at him.
Okay, can you see it now?
No, I can see you.
You can see your face.
I can see. No, I can see you. Now you're showing me a computer.
Yeah. So this is the Quran.
That's the Quran. You don't have a book?
No, I have my Quran and I have it on the book. Let me show you.
Yeah, I just want to see the book.
Okay, I have it on book and on the computer as well. You see it?
Okay. Okay, listen to me now. Listen to me. I need you to press on the camera, on the screen, so that you can turn the camera. So when you press it on there, you see another little box, and you can turn the camera. I mean, you're a handsome fella, but
which box? A little box.
When you press on your big screen, a picture will come up with the little camera. You can it's with a arrow that looks like a circle. You can change it. And girls, please, Nicolia, lower your gaze, please. I can see you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm muted. I'm so sorry.
She's like, hey, this is my birthday present.
Square.
Yeah, you need to turn that around. You can press it. Imagine that, man. Coley is thinking, happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday. Hang on. Do the big screen again.
I mean, must for this.
Yeah, had to come up. Okay, dude, it's okay, my man. Can you read the first chapter and the first verse in your Quran?
The first chapter and the first verse of my
Yes,
Quran.
please.
All right, I can read that, no problem.
Does your Quran only come in English, or does it come Arabic English?
The first chapter of my Quran says Surah 1, opening in the name of the I am. My Quran does not use Allah, it uses I am. I am is the most high, the creator of the universe.
Oh, Abba. Is it in English or Arabic?
English, my Quran is in English.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. There's Arabic in my Quran.
Okay, so hang on. So one second. Your Quran is not in Arabic and it doesn't come from Arabia.
Let me read the beginning. The beginning says, I am the most gracious, most merciful.
Keep going.
Praise be to God, then Allah, the cherisher and the sustainer
Hang on.
of
Praise be to God and then Allah.
Slash.
Okay.
Yeah. Then he said, most gracious, most merciful, master of the day of judgment. Thee do we worship, and thine aid we seek.
Stop. Who is Allah worshipping?
Allah worshiping. No, he said, thee do we worship.
Okay, who is he worshipping?
He said, we worship God.
No, it doesn't say that. It says, you do we worship.
Yes.
Who is Allah worshipping?
It's not saying Allah is worshiping anybody.
Okay, who's talking in your Quran? Who's speaking?
In the beginning, say in the name
in the beginning. Who's speaking in the beginning?
This is God speaking here.
Okay, so God is speaking, and He says, "It's you we worship."
Muhammad speaking here, I guess.
Oh, this is Muhammad in the beginning.
Oh, that was Muhammad. So because he said in the name of the I am. This is not God speaking here. So
no. So hang on. So who wrote this Quran? Was this coming from Muhammad?
Well, this is the author of this Quran. He said, J-H.
Okay. Hang on a second. So is Muhammad the J-A-H? Is Muhammad Jah?
No, that's not Muhammad. No.
So how can Muhammad be speaking for Jah?
No, I'm just telling you what the beginning of this Quran is saying here.
In the beginning, you said that it's coming from
in the name of I am, which is the name of Allah.
Okay, but who's speaking there, brother?
Praise be this is either Muhammad or Gabriel.
So in your Quran, Muhammad speaks.
The Quran was given to him, isn't it?
No, but who's speaking? The Quran comes from Allah, so who's speaking, Muhammad or Allah?
Of course, Allah is the one speaking to Muhammad.
So hang on, you said Muhammad is speaking. When you said in the beginning, you said...
You are getting me confused here. You are getting me confused because it's like in the book of Revelation chapter 1. The book of Revelation chapter 1 verse 1. The book of Revelation was given to Christ. So Christ gave it to John. But everything that was spoken in the book of Revelation is the word of God. So, but
so just ask Jah, and is Jah Allah?
Jesus is Christ.
He is the Christ, but is the Christ God?
Christ is the Son of God.
Oh, so in your religion, Allah
I don't have a religion.
Jah, and Allah has a son.
Allah is not a son. Allah is the Almighty God, Almighty Creator.
Does Jah have a son?
Jah.
Does Jah have a son?
Jah is just John Anthony. Just
John Anthony Hill.
What? What did he say?
Gets weirder. This
we have
gets
John.
weirder. Every second it gets weirder.
Yeah, it can get weird to you, but it's the truth because this Quran is the.
How old is your Quran? How old is your Quran?
Accurate as this.
Hang on.
That one is corrupted.
Let's just go back to the beginning. I just want to know how old is your Quran?
This Quran, I think it was published in 1996. That's when it was published.
Is this the original Quran?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I've got toenails that are older than your Quran.
Man, this is wild, bro.
Yeah.
You know, guys, this is the perfect way to
the reason you are laughing now because you see, if somebody don't know the truth, they will always laugh. But at the end of the day, you have not even read what is in this Quran. You have not read the content.
Your Quran is from 1990 something.
Yes, because the Bible made it clear that the gospel must be first published before.
Who is the prophet? Who is the prophet in your Quran? Is Muhammad a prophet?
Muhammad is a prophet, of course.
Was he the last prophet?
Who says so is the last prophet?
I'm asking you, is Muhammad the last prophet?
But I'm not a Muslim. Muslim should be the one answering that question. I don't believe he's the last prophet.
According to you, who's the last prophet?
Christ is coming back again on the second.
Okay, so but before him, the one before him. After him.
The last prophet that the scripture was given to is Muhammad.
Okay.
Yes.
Beautiful.
So three books were sent to us. Three books were sent. The Old Testament.
Sorry. Like one makes you even this gibberish. Who got you into this? I want to know the barber's name. you just go to the barber shop and they gave you this Quran and they gave you this worldview and you're like,
the Bible, my brother, where did you get this Bible, this Quran from? Who sent it to you?
Yeah, where did you get all this nonsense from? How did you get duped?
Do you call this a Quran or do you call this a Bible? A Kuba.
He doesn't know his Bible.
Anyway, my brother, the Bible will be another day, man. I'm done. We've you the best host, best we've had all day, and that was a special stand up for her birthday. 49 is a big, but it's okay. Menopause starts soon and all that. I look forward to that. But with that said, guys, just I want you, especially for those that were giving the gifts, those that are sharing the and the follows and all that. Thank you so much. The Agents 007 on YouTube for those that are not following yet. The reason I'm hard on Jacolia is she muted me on another live and dropped me, so I haven't got back, payback or revenge. Although I did drop her too. That's different though. Out of love, but that's different, guys. Please follow Bishop Amin. As I said earlier, guys, go to his profile and you can find his YouTube on that. He is doing amazing work. I apologize as well. I haven't really, it's been busy last, I've been away and I'll, I didn't drop you. I didn't have much to call you. And I mean that. I'm not even joking. But again, just please, guys, go to his account so that we can, his channel as well. He's doing amazing work there. People Liturgy and Truth, that used to be Black Doctor. You've got all these amazing people that I keep trying to give, shout outs for. Please give follow. LA Apologetics, King Apologetics, Pro Chloe, The Word and I, who hasn't been here for, so maybe I should stop calling him out. The Word and I. You've got God Logic, Jai and DOC. You've got One Way Apologetics, Biblical Mechanics. I always forget some point, but I'll try to bring them up the next time. But Paul, you want to say anything, brother, before we end?
Yeah, this is why I came up. I came up to just stay obvious.
Never
didn't come back. The shit and whatnot. Didn't come.
You mentioned 3 sheikhs.
Yep.
And none of them came.
And same with Omar. Omar, when I gave him the last, reciprocal, he just said, I get it, and then ran, and that's it. So people like this, now that we've spoken to them, this topic, if we see them again, the conversation has to start where we left off.
That's right.
They cannot come and sweep under the carpet, stick their head in the sand, and pretend everything's fine. They still have to answer to these things.
Okay, guys, it's the birthday girl. She came for applause, so we'll have to give it to her. Hang on a second.
I came to set the record straight. Why are you making it seem like I dropped you, I muted you without instigation, James?
Okay, let's ask the question. Did you drop me and mute me?
Oh, sorry guys, I just got a phone call.
So again.
Yes,
did you
yes.
mute me and did you drop?
Out. James muted me first, guys. I'm live.
And I didn't even have mods, guys. It's just for the record. But happy birthday, girl. I hope you have an amazing day, and I hope you have an amazing weekend.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Next year.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, she is 49, guys, but she does sound like she's like 24, 26.
Guys, don't do anything that James says unless he's talking to a Muslim. just
Oh, Luke says 54.
I thought you were on my side.
Oh. Anyway, would you like to say anything before you go?
Me? No. I just came up to set the record straight. Like I said, you're gonna make these people think that I am the problem between you and I.
I have no problem with this. In fact, I love you so much. I'm asking you to mind your head. I mean, you want to say anything, bro? I guess not. Paul, you said your share. Guys, please remember, follow these people. And follow all these people that you think are doing well, so that you can view people coming in that are doing an amazing job. But for those that are thinking about going into Muslim lives, please be careful. Don't go to these lives thinking that because you watched one Christian video or one God Logic video that you are able to, crack the code. Just be careful, because these guys will eat you up and spit you out. If they do start mistreating you and being you on the live, just leave, walk away, because they're not there to try to have conversation with you. They're there just to attack you, to try to humiliate you and subdue you, to hold you to a standard that they themselves wouldn't hold. So just be careful out there, guys, with these people. So with that said, as I said, tomorrow I will be going on just a slight bit later. So keep me in your prayers, keep all brothers and sisters in your prayers. Again, happy birthday to Kolia. If her mother is listening, I'm actually a good person. I'm not a bad person. Don't believe everything she says. Take care. Thank you for the YouTubes as well, guys, and all the